Tele to sana la kafia ina Ni mama lea na fusi Tele to sana la kafia ina Ni mama lea na fusi ayo uliumba I watch a fair little family Fa'amaomi Netu ina na maina oseori Tu umaya ialele ipu Eo ona ole a oinu A aone langi olo oya ilo na tauri Na utetalo lea ile ali Wanganga se I ela meai O neiti ngawa ufitia I ita E moni ua e sola A e tu maupe alo ua lofa Wanganga se I ela meai O neiti ngawa ufitia I ita E moni ua e sola A e tu maupe alo ua lofa Tu maya I alele ipu E o ona ole a oinu A aone langi olo oya ilo na taui La utetalo lea ile ali La wanganga se I ela meai O neiti ngawa ufitia I ita E moni ua e sola A e tu maupe alo ua lofa E moni ua e sola A e tu maupe alo ua lofa
Test. Ia le ae e pea ia I watapuia, whatai maunga wao pa ia sau sang tau nei aso mal whatasinga. Pa ia whalupea uta oto, au se alau, tulona lava. Fio mai o lau fionga il Palmia, Samoa lau fionga fia me na au mimta afa. Fio lau fionga il Teiteifono, komisionga luenga il Malo, a fio fionga I komisina. Fio le fionga il Teiteifono, fa malu fala pop tonga tumoti. Sio tātou atunuu, fa pesu malu la o tau komiti whaatonu. Fio le fionga il Teiteifono, fa pe whaatonu sili, ma fionga I kovana fautua o le Commonwealth Foundation. Tai nane le pa ia, ma le mamalu sui awai uma o le nei fontanga. Mo tanga talau tele, ma lo le tau pulenga. Ma lo le soifua, ma lo le langi ma. Warm greetings and a talofa with a smile. It is with utmost respect that I extend to you all a master's welcome this morning. The Honourable Prime Minister of Samoa, Fionga Fiame Naomi Mataafa, Chairman and Commissioners of the Samoa Public Service Commission, Chairperson and Director General of the Commonwealth Foundation, Chairman and Board of Directors of the Samoa Umbrella for Non-Government Organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As in our Samoan traditions, we start every event with a prayer, seeking God's blessings and guidance. And therefore, I respectfully invite Le Fionga Lavea, Pesita, Luana Fo'i, Chairman and President of the Samoa Umbrella for Non-Government Organization, to lead us in prayer to start our program this morning. Le Fionga Lavea.
Good morning, and again, talofa with a smile. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you today with grateful hearts. As we gather for this People's Forum, we thank you for the opportunity to come together as a community, united in purpose and hope. We ask for your guidance and wisdom as we discuss the important issues of climate justice, health justice, and freedom of expression. Lord, we acknowledge that the earth and all its inhabitants are yours. We seek your strength as we address the challenges of climate change, recognizing our responsibility to protect and care for your creation. May our discussions inspire actions that promote justice, sustainability, and the well-being of all communities. We lift up those who are most vulnerable in our societies, especially those struggling with health injustice. Father, grant us the compassion and wisdom to advocate for equitable access to health care, ensuring that no one is left behind. May our work today bring healings and hope to those who need it most. And Lord, we pray for the courage to stand for freedom, the freedom to speak, to express, and to advocate for what is right and just. Let our voices equal with truth and love as we work towards societies where every person is heard and respected. We ask for your blessings on the speakers, the participants, and all those who have come together to make this forum possible. Guide our conversation with your wisdom, and may the outcomes of this gathering bring positive change to our communities and our world. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
After I tell Ela Fionga Lavea for the prayer to open our program this morning. And it is now my humble privilege to invite the Honourable Prime Minister of Samoa, Whionga, Whiame, Naomi Mataafa, for your opening remarks. Whionga.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear friends, talo falava and welcome to Apia Samoa. Perhaps before I start my formal remarks, can I just explain to you the talofa with a smile greeting? This is an initiative by our Public Service Commission to remind the public servants of customer service, but especially to come back to the basic understanding that we are public servants, servants of the public, and that we are not the bosses. That's the background to talofa with a smile. It is an honor to stand before you today at the opening of the 2024 Commonwealth People's Forum, a gathering that embodies the values of solidarity, resilience, and collaboration, values that we in Samoa hold very dear. The last time I opened an event in partnership with the Commonwealth Foundation was in May of this year at the UN SIDS conference in Antigua and Barbuda, where we discussed climate resilience and the health implications of climate change. The conversation in Antigua and Barbuda left an indelible mark. It demonstrated that the challenges we face as small island developing states are not ours to tackle alone. They are global challenges that require global solidarity. The discussions we had with civil society leaders and innovators at UN SIDS laid the groundwork for deeper engagement and more focused action. Today, I am delighted to see that we continue to build on this momentum here at the Commonwealth People's Forum in Apia. This forum is all about the 2.7 billion citizens of our Commonwealth. It is giving us all a platform for engaging with the most pressing issues of our time: climate justice, health justice, and freedom of expression. Issues that resonate deeply across all our regions and all our countries. Climate justice, a major theme of this gathering, matters for all of us. But here in the Pacific, the climate crisis is an existential one. Every day, our resilience in the face of rising seas and extreme weather events is being tested. And every day, we come face to face with links between climate justice and health justice. From the spread of non-communicable diseases to the mental health challenges triggered by climate displacement, we cannot separate one from the other. Our people's well-being and our planet's future are interconnected, and we must find solutions that address both. As we gather here in Apia to push for climate justice and health justice, we must also turn our attention to how we protect the most vulnerable in our societies: our young people, our elders, those with disabilities, and those already living on the margins. The sessions we will witness at the People's Forum over the next couple of days reminds us that inclusivity is not optional. It is imperative. True resilience is about ensuring that all voices are heard and that no one is left behind. I am pleased that the third theme of this forum is freedom of expression. We should not forget that this right, the lifeblood of any healthy democracy, is central to the Commonwealth Charter. We cannot avert our eyes from the fact that recent years have seen an alarming rise in attacks on press freedom and censorship, and the shrinking of civic space across the Commonwealth. Samoa remains committed to championing the freedom of our citizens to speak, to share, and to challenge the status quo. We believe in fostering a Commonwealth where dialogue is open and where all can contribute to shaping a fairer, more just society. As we focus on these vital issues, we must also think practically about what needs to be in place to advance climate justice, health justice, and freedom of expression. For example, developing health resilience and climate resilience is costly. It is no secret that small states, like Samoa, face an uphill battle when it comes to accessing the financial support we need to adapt to the challenges that are central to the People's Forum. But we are not powerless. Through cross-national partnerships, through encouraging the Commonwealth to do better for all its members, we are pushing the boundaries and finding new pathways to secure the future of our communities. As I reflect on the journey we've taken together, from Rwanda, where the last People's Forum was held, to here to my home in Samoa, I am heartened by the determination of civil society to continue driving meaningful change. This forum provides a unique opportunity for us all to learn from grassroots initiatives, incorporate Indigenous knowledge, and inspire one another with bold and new ideas. In closing, I express my deep appreciation to all those who have organized this event, especially the Commonwealth Foundation, the Samoa umbrella of non-governmental organizations, and who have worked so hard and so well with my colleagues, especially the Public Service Commission. Thank you for ensuring record representation of the Samoa and Pacific people in this Commonwealth People's Forum. This is a forum of the people, by the people, and for the people. My hope is that as we engage in these vital conversations, we do so with a shared commitment to bold, transformative action. We must remember that collaboration is not just a word, it is a lifeline for our future. So let us all be fearless in our discussions and united in our purpose. Let us challenge one another, learn from each other, and work together to build a Commonwealth that is resilient, inclusive, and just for all of us and for future generations. And can I say, can we all do this from the spirit of love for your fellow human beings and fellow men and womankind? Soifua mai manuia.
Talofa lava with a smile. Bulavanaka, maloelele, kia orana, whakalofa lahi atu, namaste. Fiery, fierce, hot Commonwealth greetings to you all. Malole soifua, mawa malelangi e mama. Olo ingoa Selina, Tusitala Marsh. Tusitala is my Tuvaluan grandfather's name. Tusitala means storyteller, and it is my honour and privilege to be one of your MCs today. Whawhitaite le lava for your fierce words, Prime Minister Mataafa. You bless us with your presence here. So I am an academic. I'm a professor at the University of Auckland. I teach Pacific literature, our stories from Oceania. I also teach creative writing, and I am a poet. It's a dangerous thing in these times. You're going to hear from me in a little bit, but I'm absolutely delighted to call up my co-host, who will introduce herself. Please, Terry.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, Selina has done such a fantastic job doing the welcome in so many languages. So on behalf of those of us who are native English speakers, I will say hi, hello, welcome, wagwan from the island of Jamaica. No, oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. And unlike Selina, who is a poet and she can creatively come up with things, I am a dancer, but I was not given a soundtrack. Now, as I stand here, I am Terry Carell, and I hail from the beautiful island of Jamaica, which means that it took me about 2 million business days to get here. But it was so worth it. So I am from Jamaica, the land of wood and water, the land where you will find the fastest man alive, Usain Bolt. I am from the land of Bob Marley, One Love. And I am from the island of a good jerk chicken and a cold red stripe beer. I studied to be a veterinarian, graduated as a veterinarian, but God said, I have different plans for you. And so over the past 11 years, I've had the privilege of being an event host for some of the most meaningful and impactful conferences around the world. I am an author, a speaker, and just this year, I launched the Open Door Jamaica Foundation, which caters to children and young adults with physical disabilities, where we advocate and we talk about skills. And so it is a pleasure to not only co-host, but it is also a privilege to be here and to learn from everyone. Thank you for having me represent my country, my island, and my Caribbean region.
So a special welcome to our distinguished guests. If you are a citizen of this earth, you are a distinguished guest. It's our job to look after what we've been blessed with. So I was in the shower this morning and I had this idea. And it involves you saying after me one line: a people's forum shaping what will be. So can I ask you to repeat that one line? I'll say it again. A people's forum shaping what will be. 1, 2, 3. A people's forum shaping what will be. That is our affirmation for the next 2 days. And here's my poem. For the People's Forum, the Commonwealth gave to me after 12 days of Christmas. So the reason I'm a poet is because I cannot sing. So I apologise. When I point to you, I need you to say, a People's Forum shaping what will be. On the first hour the Commonwealth gave to me, a People's Forum shaping what will be. On the second hour the Commonwealth gave to me 2 forum co-hosts, that's Terry and Selena, and a People's Forum shaping what will be. On the third hour the Commonwealth gave to me 3 justice themes, climate, health, expression, 2 forum co-hosts, Terry and Selena, you may repeat after me, and a People's Forum shaping what will be. On the fourth hour the Commonwealth gave to me 4 united regions, Africa, Asia, Caribbean, Pacific, 3 justice themes, climate, health, expression, 2 forum co-hosts, Terry, Selena, and a People's Forum shaping what will be. On the 6th hour, the Commonwealth gave to me 6 minutes of hip-hop on climate change, 5 expert speakers in the People Speak session, 4 united regions, Africa, Asia, Caribbean, Pacific, 3 justice themes, climate, health, expression, 2 forum co-hosts, Terry and Selena, and a People's Forum shaping what will be. On the final hour, the Commonwealth gave to me 7 plenary sessions over 2 days, 6 minutes of hip-hop on climate change, 5 expert speakers in the People Speak session, 4 united regions, Africa, Asia, Caribbean, Pacific, 3 justice themes, climate, health, expression, 2 forum co-hosts, Terry and Selena, and a People's Forum shaping what will be. Give yourselves a clap.
You know, I think we can do a much better job than that. I see the Prime Minister laughing because you and I know that there is no way we would be in the shower and we could effectively come up with something like that. Job well done. Thank you so very much, Selena. But she gave us a very good overview of what is to come. We have 2 great days with great speakers who have traveled from all over the world just to be here. And the question is, why? Why are we here? First of all, thank you to the Samoan government and thank you to the Samoan people, because most of us, when we arrived, it wasn't just welcome to Samoa. We saw our flags. We saw coconuts colored in our... Please. Absolutely. Absolutely. And we heard the Prime Minister speak about it, that we are all public servants. And it was lovely to see the buy-in from the very people where their buildings were painted, bus stops were painted. It feels good and it feels great to be home. And so why are we again? Turn to the person on your left and say, your voice matters.
Your voice matters.
And if there is nobody to your left, you spoke to yourself. I saw someone talk to nobody a while ago. So let's try this. Maybe better luck next time. Turn to the person on your right and say, your presence matters.
Presence matters.
A gentleman on this side just spoke to the wall. We're excited to be your co-host. Any questions you have, feel free to let us know. But let us dive in to what is going to be a fantastic day.
My Lord Terry, well, it is my pleasure to introduce one of your famous local poets here on this island of beautiful Apia, Samoa. Her name is Audrey Pereira Brown. She is an innovative spoken word poet, poet of the page. I have admired her for, I want to say decades, but we won't give that away. A few years, maybe a few years. So Audrey describes herself as a word player. She is of Cook Islands, Māori and Samoan descent, and she will perform her poem, They Taking Pictures of Us in the Water. Please give a warm welcome to Audrey Pereira Brown.
They're taking pictures of us in the water. On the count of 1.5, smile, say cheese. They're taking pictures of us in the water like we are mermaids, wearing white coral and motherless plankton, quilted, illuminous, mysterious, not of this world. They post and share submerged still life, just breathing, visible and muted. The sea just below our nose, inhaling water. Islands become mythology, tragedy and self-rescue in the making, but no myths, no ruins or philosophers of brilliance. Modern day man, want, need, find, take, make, break, throw away and leave behind. Promissory notes in faraway chapeau of negotiated text and international law and science and diplomacy and make-believe. So we doubt and forget. Make-believe, modern-day man not responsible when he the only one eating at the table. Weather patterns changing, harvest times too. Sea become terrestrial, terrestrial becomes sea. Cannibal-induced climate, climate-induced cannibalism. Ice cream elsewhere be melting. And the living in the sea getting so hot, so tired, they hungry, they can't see in front of them. They don't know yet. 30 million square kilometers of our blue Pacific, brown and black and white and gray, birthing, breathing, being. We people, not a mermaid. We're leading the charge for our own self-rescue. Without us, there is no memory of the beginning, middle, or the end. There is nothing. On the count of 1.5, smile. You're not smiling.
Have you ever been in the presence of talent and art that gives you goosebumps? It is a privilege, I believe, to be in the presence of great poets, and that poem deeply resonated. And I think what spoke to me the most is that we are responsible. We are responsible for the change that we want to be, and we are responsible for the change that we want to see, and that even though governments are important when it comes to policy, we sometimes have to lead that charge. And sometimes it means no more smiling, no more being polite, but being fearless to challenge. Thank you so very much for that. Another round of applause. Please, Audrey Brown Pereira. And so if you thought that was great, I think you will enjoy what we have coming up, because there is a hip-hop remix of Audrey's poem, They Taking Pictures of Us in the Water, by Pacifica community of creatives from hip-hop artists, poets, and dancers coming together for a common cause to raise the global consciousness on the impacts of climate change on our Pacific people. The collaboration is led by Anonymous in the form of a call and response to Audrey's poem. It is a recognition of the power of music and the universal impact of hip-hop, which in the 2023 celebrates its 50th anniversary. Let's take a look.
taking pictures of us in the water on the count of 1.5. Smile, say cheese. They taking pictures. They taking pictures of us in the water on the count of 1.5. Smile, say cheese.
The Pacific is drowning, affecting hundreds of thousands, the government's counting. Coastal erosion, gotta move houses. Floods and droughts, we spiraling downwards. Sea level rising, now you can't hide. You can see the fear in their eyes, it's a crisis. Forget about change, our heart, change the climate. Or we all submerged when the high tide hits.
Modern day man want, need, find, take,
make, break.
Great. Look at us now, feel fake. Under spells, they false with their vows and they lying to the face. Protect my child while you eat your cake. Greed over grace, good reason to hate. Better mean what you say or we on a raid.
Something's in the air, there's something in the air. Something's in the water, the Pacific, people prepare. Something's in the air, there's something in the air. Something's in the water, the Pacific, people prepare. Flick up the wrist, they sign.
promissory notes,
For the 1.5.
and diplomacy.
Politicians, they talk.
No, bitch, don't lie.
Future generations like honor your word, honor your word, honor your word.
30 million square kilometers of our blue Pacific. Birthing, birthing, birthing. Breathing, breathing, breathing. Being, being, being. The sea just below our nose, inhaling water, inhaling water, inhaling water. We're leading the charge for our own self-rescue. Weather patterns changing, harvest times too.
When the sun shines through,
Sea become terrestrial.
weather patterns changing, harvest times too. Probably see more cyclones, more typhoons, more sea walls, seashores might move.
Cannibal-induced climate, climate-induced cannibalism.
This ain't no experiment in a test tube. Global warming's a war, strap up and step two. It affects your brethren you stand next to. We're leading the charge for our own
We're
self-rescue.
leading the charge for our own self-rescue.
More honors mine, more honors me. My home is the ocean, I'm part of the sea. But the land that I need is starting to retreat. It ain't hard to believe, check the charts and you'll see.
Something's in the air, there's something in the air.
Won't be long till our lands all go. My place, my village, my family, my home. Let's go.
Something's in the air, there's something in the air.
Outside feeling that hot tide slow. Where they all gon' go, where the sea level grow. Oh,
Something's in the air, there's something in the air.
won't be long till our lands all go. My place, my village, my family, my home. Let's go.
Something's in the air, there's something in the air.
Outside feeling that hot tide slow. Where they all gon' go, where the sea level grow. Oh, flick up the wrist, they sign.
Negotiated text and international law.
Politicians, they talk.
No, bitch, don't lie.
Future generations like honor your word, honor your word, honor your word.
They're taking pictures of us in the water. They're taking pictures of us in the water. Without us, there is no memory of the beginning, middle, or the end. There is nothing. There is nothing. There is nothing.
My word, there's so many takeaways. How about intergenerational messaging? We had these young hip hop artists who are supported and endorsed and anchored by Audrey. How about we see a good example of freedom of expression? The Prime Minister spoke about it. There is no place for censorship. And here we have them using their platform and their art and their talent and their gift to share a message about climate change and what needs to be done. It also speaks to collaboration. The Prime Minister also spoke to this, collaboration and partnership to access resources and to get solutions done. Audrey, congratulations, and thank you so very much for giving platform to younger artists. Another round of applause for that amazing presentation. So we are very excited to have Shogum 2024 right here in Apia, Samoa. And of course, this is the Commonwealth People Forum. And it looks very good, but we know that there's a lot of hard work. There is a small committee that is working tirelessly to ensure that this experience is not only good, but impactful so that we can go back and do the work that we need to do. I have the privilege of introducing Dr. Ann T. Gallagher, AO, the Director General of the Commonwealth Foundation. Now, Ann, if you haven't met her, is a bundle of energy. She's joy, but she's also let's get down to business. She's a lawyer, practitioner, teacher, and scholar. Her long international career has involved specialization in a wide range of areas, including human rights and the administration of criminal justice. Ann's work for human rights, justice, and equality has been widely recognized. And as Director General, she is the Commonwealth Ambassador for Civil Society, working closely with member states to advance people's participation in all aspects of public dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to Dr. Ann T. Gallagher.
Excellency Prime Minister Fiame Naomi Mataafa, colleagues, friends, old and new. I'm going to say talofa with a smile because at the Commonwealth Foundation, we are the servants of the people. And I think that we should never, ever forget that. I have a feeling that everybody already understands that this is a gathering of joy and of love. We may be speaking about very serious, pressing issues, but I'm very confident that the joy and the love will shine through at every moment. And thank you to everyone who is already embodying this. I'm deeply honored to be joining you here in beautiful Apia at the opening of the Commonwealth People's Forum 2024. We've just heard powerful words from Her Excellency, the Prime Minister of Samoa, words that reflect not only the challenges that we face, but the strength of hope and possibility that we, as a Commonwealth, carry with us. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the Prime Minister's leadership, which continues to inspire us all, not least in amplifying the voices of those countries and those people who are too often at the sidelines when decisions are being taken about their lives. As the world grapples with the profound challenges of climate change, health justice, and safeguarding our most precious freedoms, Samoa, under her guidance, has emerged as a beacon of resilience and indeed of action. And as the Prime Minister herself has emphasised, this forum is about elevating the voices of the people. It's a space for real, open dialogue, where the needs of communities take centre stage, and where solutions are not imposed from the top down, but arise from the ground up, rooted in experience, in local knowledge, and in deep understanding of what justice truly requires. The People's Forum, themed around the concept of Fa'a Samoa, the Samoan way, grounds us in a vital truth, that our greatest strength lies in community. Whether we're talking about climate justice, health justice, or freedom of expression, we cannot afford to view these issues in isolation. They're all connected, each shaping and amplifying the other. The solutions lie in our collective ability, our willingness, to collaborate, to ask questions of each other, and to share what we know. The themes of the forum didn't arise in a vacuum. They are what is directing and guiding our own work at the Foundation, and they echo the voices of thousands of citizens of our Commonwealth who have contributed to this forum their ideas, their passion, and their commitment to a better and fairer world. From the UN SIDS conference in Antigua earlier this year, which the Prime Minister referenced, to a gathering of civil society from Samoa that took place in this very room just 3 months ago, we've been listening hard to what the people of the Commonwealth have to say. And I should say the people from the 5 regions of the Commonwealth. Out of that, the many strong messages that emerged from these consultations, the idea of partnership was central. An idea of partnership that transcends borders, institutions, and communities. Partnerships where civil society, governments, and multilateral organisations come together to not only identify problems, but to co-create solutions. And we've heard another message, loud and clear. The people of the Commonwealth see the climate crisis as not just an environmental issue. For the people, it's a profound issue of justice. For small island states like Samoa, and for many of our Commonwealth members, it's a matter of survival. But it's also about fairness, about ensuring that those who are least responsible for the crisis are not the ones who suffer the most. And this connects directly to health justice, another critical focus of our discussions over the next 2 days. As climate change affects food security, water, resources, health infrastructure, and the spread of NCDs, we must ask ourselves what equitable access to healthcare means in a changing world, and how can we help ensure such access, especially for our vulnerable communities. This is not just a technical challenge, it's an absolute moral imperative. In reflecting on the interconnected themes of this forum, climate, health, and freedom of expression, I'm reminded of something fundamental that the Prime Minister also brought up, the urgent need to protect the civic space that allows for dialogue and action. And here is where another important truth must be spoken. Without freedom of expression, without the ability to speak truth to power, none of these conversations can happen. Without freedom of expression, the erosion of civic space is not a threat. It's not a risk, it's a reality. And this is a reality we cannot ignore. In too many countries across our Commonwealth, investigating corruption, human rights violations, and political and environmental issues puts the lives of journalists, activists, and human rights defenders at risk. And in too many more, while our truth tellers may be physically safe, democracy and press freedom are suffering what one brave activist has termed death by 1,000 cuts. Cuts from censorship to lawfare, waged against those individuals brave enough to speak out against injustice. I stand before you today not only as the Director General of the Commonwealth Foundation, but as an advocate for this transformative potential that we all hold. And this is why forums like this matter, because they remind us what real change is possible when we place people and their stories at the heart of our work. The Prime Minister has laid out the urgency of the issues before us. She's been very clear about what's at stake. Our task is now to turn words into action. Like the Prime Minister, over the next 2 days, I encourage us all to think boldly and to collaborate deeply. I encourage us to challenge ourselves, each other, and the messages we all receive about the limits of change. This is not a talk shop. It's a chance to rethink our ambitions and to strategize for results. So let's all resolve to leave this forum with new partnerships, fresh ideas, and a renewed commitment to justice. Our Commonwealth, through its people, has the power to shape a more equitable, inclusive, and sustainable future for us all. Honour the word. Thank you. Fa'a fetai.
Whawhetai tele lava, Dr. Anne T. Gallagher. I used to think that we were a body. I used to, lots of people talk about the Commonwealth as a body, the skeleton. And actually, Anne, from what you were saying, we're more the fascia, those integrated systems that are so nuanced and complicated. We're not just bones. We make the whole thing move and breathe. We are, after all, the Commonwealth, after a common wealth in spirit, soul, mind, hands, wealth, physical, mental, spiritual. So thank you, Anne. That was wonderful. We are now going to watch a film, 6 to 7 minutes long, documenting the preparatory conversations of the region. It's called A Path to Samoa, and you will see this gorgeous booklet, What Do the People of the Commonwealth Need in 2024? A message to government heads. This has gone to our foreign ministers. This is a companion to the film that we're about to watch. It's a very tricky thing to get a simple and yet profound message across with so much material, so much consultation. So in A Path to Samoa, we're looking at barriers to climate justice, health justice, and freedom of expression from across the Commonwealth. So let's have a look at A Path to Samoa.
Mauritius is a small island, so we are limited in terms of resources. Our resources have been depleted since 400, 500 years ago when the first colonizers started coming to the island.
There's a lot of challenges. I think especially in the islands in the Caribbean, we're extremely at risk. You have issues like sea level rise, ocean acidification, but one of the biggest ones obviously is hurricanes, which we're seeing an increase of.
And storms have changed in how they behave. They hit you harder, they're wetter, so there's more flooding and storm surge.
We are beginning to tackle the consequences of climate change, but not the cause, that is fossil fuels. We have to have a just and equitable approach to move away from fossil fuels, and rich countries have to provide finance.
One of the things we first have to recognize is sort of this triple planetary crisis that we have, okay? Climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution.
Governments and companies are failing us. Governments and companies are failing people in this world, all life in this world. Because we look at the chart of carbon dioxide, I don't know if you've ever looked at it, concentration of carbon dioxide is going up in a straight line for the last 27, 28 years. More Sahara dust, more asthma. More heat, more cardiovascular emissions, and so on. Dengue, more rain, more heat, more mosquitoes, more dengue. But people don't see those connections. We need to help them make it.
We are talking about health equity for all, irrespective of where they live, who they are, their background, their affiliation, their sexual orientation.
The primary issue here remains an underinvestment by governments in the health sector. In fact, a report just came out last month by the IMF showing that most developing countries, for example, in the Commonwealth, they can raise taxes by at least 5 or 6% of GDP.
Bring everybody at one table, trying to make them understand and advocate for the rights of persons with disability.
Access to health, which is a human right, is not a business for health ministries, health ministers. It's the business for government. And we start by looking at those wider determinants: education, access to clean water, those basics. Then we can start to talk about healthcare, the role of the healthcare system. If we didn't learn anything else from COVID, we needed to recognize that when there was no health, nothing else happened.
To improve the health of the population and build healthy societies, there is a need to shift the focus from illness to health. We're not involving the communities. We're not involving those for whom the services are intended. What are their views? How do they see it? What are their real needs?
Freedom of expression is very critical for human rights in general, but also it's the right individual to hold their leaders to account.
So very often now, citizens or journalists who are trying to find out how decisions get made are waiting years to get internal documents back. And by that point, you might not even have the same government in power. So that ability to hold to account is flawed.
There's this massive divide between what's happening in the world in terms of technology, in terms of design innovations, versus the mindsets of people in policy.
We would like to believe that we enjoy more press freedoms, but there's also rising populism, misinformation, fake news.
Preventing access to information is something that has to feature very highly, because an informed public is what will save us.
The media, we tend to speak to politicians, for example, about migration. And we don't talk to the migrants themselves. Why are they moving out? What is pushing them out?
Who is the media for? Who is choosing and selecting the stories? What stories get told, and who are you talking to? How do you ensure that nobody gets left behind?
To integrate, to include the civil society at every stage of decision making.
When it comes to freedom of expression, we need to look beyond just media, safety of journalists, which needs lobby. And from my perspective, it shouldn't be done by one country, but we should have a regional approach.
What a powerful compilation of voices. It's my pleasure now to introduce your final little viewing for this morning session before our next session. This is a video, a spoken word piece put to music called We the People of the Commonwealth, an excerpt by Malaika Uamahoro, a Rwandan-born actress, poet, singer, and social justice activist. Thank you.
This time of day calls for a new way. We need change. Things cannot stay the same. We demand action. We demand change. We demand to be heard. Who are we?
We the people of the Commonwealth, the people of the Charter, we the people who believe in unity. We need to stand right by each other, like family we sisters, like family we brothers. We the people of the Commonwealth, the people of the Charter, we the people who believe in democracy and peace, and nothing can divide us. So for a second, let's tune out the noise and listen to the people's voice we're raising. Critical points in our own common conversations, so we can see progression in our nations. We all got the right to freedom of expression. Through your perspective, we'll find the answers to all our questions. So let's listen. This season calls for voices of reason. We demand in climate justice to address this climate crisis. The sun that shines on you shouldn't burn on me. That's why you got to keep your environment clean. Say bye to plastic and plant some more trees, so we can all breathe and we can all see a future worth living for. We're passing the torch forth. More power to the people. From Rwanda to Samoa, we're passing the torch forth. More power to the people. From Rwanda to Samoa. We the people of the Commonwealth, the people of the Charter, we the people who believe in unity. We need to stand right by each other, like family we sisters, like family we brothers. We the people of the Commonwealth, the people of the Charter, we the people who believe in democracy and peace, and nothing can divide us. With equal access to health, we can take care of ourselves, generate our own wealth. Common problems to be dealt with, let the doctors in, share the wisdom and knowledge, watch the change begin. See how far we've come, look at where we're going. There's treasures to be found in this common ground. So steer the nations with critical conversations to see change and raise your voice. Raise your voice, Commonwealth 24. We the people of the Commonwealth, the people of the Charter, we the people who believe in unity. We need to stand right by each other, like family we sisters, like family we brothers. We the people of the Commonwealth, the people of the Charter, we the people who believe in democracy and peace, and nothing can divide us.
Absolutely stunning work. Raise your voice, Commonwealth 24. It's interesting that as you look around this room, you'll realize that we are a diverse people, correct? We have different cultures and heritages and backgrounds and practices and colors and creed and political views. But as much as all of these things are our differences, when you listen to the poems and we listen to the songs and the artists, you realize that we have a lot more similarities than differences, that our challenges are common throughout the region. And that is why with the unity and the persons who are in the room, we plan on getting a lot done. And if you think that even the presentations are good, I implore you to stay till the end of the day for the very final session. That is about creativity for change in the Pacific. You are not going to want to miss that session moderated by Selena. Now, speaking of sessions, we think that this is a great time to get the conversation started. And the topic for the first session that I have the privilege of moderating is the challenges ahead, looking at climate justice, health justice, freedom, and expression. And we're going to be speaking to some amazing people, but before I continue, I'd like us to just thank our Prime Minister, Her Excellency, for being a part of this event, for endorsing the work that we do. Her address was poignant, it was relevant, and it was timely. Thank you so very much, Your Excellency, for being here. So we want to understand what the frustrations are, what are the problems, what are the challenges, but we also want to look at the solutions. How do we overcome these barriers? I have an amazing group of panelists, and I'll introduce them individually. My first speaker had a very hard time getting into the island. His flight was delayed because of bad weather, and he said, I'm gonna make it some way, somehow, and we appreciate his determination and his passion. Publisher and managing director of Taimi Media Network in Tonga, and award-winning advocate for media freedom in the Pacific, with experience spanning more than 3 decades. This gentleman founded Tonga's first independent newspaper and has worked in radio, television, and online journalism, co-founding the Pacific Media Association and serving as its deputy chair. His contributions, including advising pro-democracy Prime Minister Akilisi Poiva, have been pivotal in promoting media freedom in the Pacific region. Ladies and gentlemen, Malo e Lele, Kalafi Moala. And we're so grateful that he was able to make it. We do know that there was inclement weather. He kept us updated. He said, let me take a seat right there in the front. Oh no, we want you front and center. Thank you so very much, Mr. Moala, for being here. My next panelist, I had the pleasure of meeting yesterday, easily the youngest ever in 2019. She was the winner of the Commonwealth Youth Award for her work on climate change, the co-founder of the Pacific Climate Warriors 350 Samoa, and a member of the Council of Elders. She is leading young people and communities across the Pacific in tackling climate change. At 14, she attended the UN Conference on Sustainable Development, and she is as impressive in person as she is on paper. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Brianna Fuan. Talofa with a smile. And this gentleman is a fellow Caribbean from the land of steel pan, carnival, doubles, and liming. Founder and managing director of Earth Medic Nurse, is a distinguished public health specialist from Trinidad and Tobago. We have some Trinis in the house. We have some Trinis in the house. Dr. Hospitalis has over 30 years of experience, including leadership roles at Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARFA, and the Caribbean Epidemiology Center. He now focuses on planetary health, advocating for climate and health justice, and advancing innovations in these areas through his foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. James Hospitalis. I saw him in Antigua. He promised me he would bring doubles in Samoa, and he came empty-handed. Let us start our discussion. Thank you. All right. Thank you so very much for being here. This particular session is on climate change, climate justice, health justice, as well as freedom of expression. And what we did was we ensured that we had specialists who were able to speak about these various conversations and these various questions. So, Brianna, first of all, it's interesting that we have these kinds of conversations, and sometimes young people feel as if they're on the outside, they're on the fringes, and difficult conversations are really for the older people. Going to the UN at 14, being awarded at the age of 16. Do you have any words just to kind of jump us off for any young persons who might be watching, that they too can understand that at any age they can be activists?
Absolutely. And I think the best advice I was given and that I would give young people is find mentorship. Find those that came before you that can guide you in the paths that they have been or they haven't been and they wish to be. And that's how I got into rooms like this. One of my first conferences, I spoke here when I was 13, and it was because of the Ministry of Environment. They took me under their wing as one of their youth volunteers, and that's how I find myself in these spaces. So I would encourage young people, seek out mentorship, and I guarantee you, you'll find a great mentor in this room.
All right, thank you so very much. So to all of our panelists, the first question: before we get to the solutions, let us look at the barriers. Not everyone understands what barriers exist across health justice, climate justice, freedom of expression. So what barriers to climate freedom, expression, and health justice have you encountered in your work? And what makes you most frustrated? Let me start with Dr. Hospitalis.
You have to do that, Good morning, Talofa. I'm really happy to be here. I didn't enjoy what it took to get here. 42 hours and 4 flights, but I'm really happy to be here. I feel at home because so much of the tropical island and the vegetation are similar to the Caribbean, and the people are very friendly and welcoming. Very friendly and welcoming. We could learn some stuff. And I don't see as much burglar bars and security barbed wire. It seems as if Samoa is a safer, more sane place than where I live anyway. So what barriers to climate, freedom of expression, health, justice? These things are connected. So what we're experiencing in the world with increased heat, humidity, and those two things combine to make heat index, which is actually increasing faster than the actual temperature. What we're seeing with the bigger storms and the Caribbean and our region has just had Beryl, which then we had Helene and Milton, which mash up Florida. And so there's no more climate comfortable anywhere. What we're seeing with sea level rise and ocean warming and acidification, these are all enormous threats to people's health, and the effect is on the most vulnerable people. I think, especially for the small island states, one of the big barriers that were touched on by the PM this morning, a lack of access to finance based on that vulnerability. It's been talked about in the G20 and the UN for a long time, but there is no working mechanism for bringing finance, linking it to that vulnerability. Second big challenge we have is even they see us as palm trees, nice beaches, tourists, hotel. They're not seeing the impact on people's health and well-being. And so the data and telling that story, we need to do better. Take, for example, Hurricane Maria in 2017 hit Puerto Rico, and the official death toll was 64. But in the months that followed, well over 2,000 excess deaths took place. Mostly people who had diabetes, hypertension, had a disability, heart problems, kidney problems. So those are your more vulnerable folks that the death toll is more. And then the other big barrier we have is siloed operations within health and between health and other sectors. So we need a much more closer working relationship with, for example, the Met services. So you have better early warning systems. And those better early warning systems need to be connected to people. Because even when you have put them in place, we don't evaluate, well, are people receiving this message and are they acting on it? So I would say those are some of the barriers. The lack of awareness in the population, even in the health sector. We've done 3 studies across the Caribbean, and we have what we call a knowledge action gap. People have heard of, everybody's heard of climate change, but the understanding of what that means in terms of the health impacts and what that means in terms of what they need to do, there's a big gap. So there really needs to be, well, you say we haven't solutions yet, but there needs to be a sustained program of education. What frustrates me the most, you touched on that, is the commercial actors. And the common playbook between big oil, big tobacco, big alcohol, big sugar, big food, that lie, deny, deceive, they buy the politicians, they influence public policy. And the spend that they have is a huge spend. And that's why this forum is important, and people's voices are important to counter that. And they're using a common playbook across them. So that's my biggest frustration, that kind of hypocrisy.
I appreciate that, and I think everyone can relate to it. I see people going, yeah, we totally understand. I think one of my biggest takeaways listening to you speak is the fact that we don't always connect climate change to our actual health. We treat them as if they're two completely different things, and I appreciate the fact that you used the Hurricane Maria and how we use death tolls as a number of persons who were just fatalities as a result of hurricanes, but not keeping into consideration the lives that are lost because of the health care, access, especially in the vulnerable communities. Mr. Moalo, I saw you over there listening intently. Freedom of expression is extremely important in the work that you do. Being able to get information, making sure that it is objective, and then disseminating this information to the masses. What are the barriers in your line of work, what you have seen, and what is your biggest frustration?
Let me just say, Talofa.
Talofa.
Let me just say how related these three themes are. Climate change, health, and freedom of expression. And maybe I should just tell a little story here that illustrates how they're related. If you were to come directly from Tonga to Samoa, it will take about an hour and a half. And yesterday, or the day before, it took me 2 days from Tonga via Nandi to get here. And as I was coming here, I thought the problem that we were experiencing, one, we're just at the beginning of cyclone or hurricane season. And of course, they say that the extremities are such a part of climate change. The only problem we had in Tonga, it was not communicated to us until it hit. And so we had a flight that was supposed to leave Tonga at 5:40 in the morning. We didn't leave until 7 o'clock at night. And then the other thing that was really important here is that we missed our flight in Nandi, and we were not told that we were going to overnight in Nandi. We thought there was going to be a plane connection. So there's a failure here in communication. Freedom of expression is really nothing without the gathering of correct, accurate information and the delivering of that information on time. And I emphasize this thing of on time. And in the Pacific, it seems like the delivering of information, it's just like us Pacific people, how we go to meetings, we're always late. And so the delivery comes quite late. It's like the Prime Minister of Tonga having a press conference on a Friday, and we got the announcement for the press conference on a Saturday. It's already taken place. Which is one reason I never go to press conferences in Tonga, because it always comes a day late. Anyway, on the health issue, it's the same thing. There is an information that has not been gathered properly, accurately, and delivered. You know, we Tongans have traditionally a rivalry with Samoans. It is not just in the rugby field, it's in other places, you know, all the way back. The Samoans, though, they won in the end. Because what the Samoan men could not do to Tonga, they sent a woman to conquer Tonga. And I couldn't help noticing the beautiful women of Samoa, and I thought, wow, they are the warriors that came and conquered Tonga. Because the woman came from Samoa to Tonga, married our first king, the Tui Kanokupolu. And the Tui Kanokupolu is king, Tui. Kanokupolu means the flesh or the kakano of Upolu. Upolu. Tohuia, that Samoan woman, came from Upolu. He conquered our king's heart, and through the king, she conquered the whole of Tonga. And so part of our Tongan culture can be blamed on Samoa.
You can see why we chose him for freedom of expression. I just want you to know that the team works very hard to find the persons who will actually represent the areas and the industries of specialty. But it's very interesting what you say, because as easy as it is talking about freedom of expression, you said it very simply but profoundly. Having information is one thing, but it must be delivered in a manner that people can now use this information in the right way, in the right time. And that is something that is extremely important. Coming across to you, Brianna, I saw you nodding a lot in agreement with Dr. Hospitalis as he was speaking about the things that frustrated him and the barriers. Now, you work very closely with climate and climate justice. In the work that you have done since the age of 14, really, what are still some of the biggest barriers? And probably what is that one frustration that no matter what we've done, we've just simply haven't seemed to overcome it?
That's a really great question. How many of you were at the opening this morning at Mulinu'u? Was anyone there? Hands up. Yeah, you would have seen the beautiful ngawalofa, the traditional waka out in the water. And so I like to think of this work as a voyage, as a journey, right? We're all on this voyage together. And so this question to me, it was really framed around what is the threats of this voyage? And something that I really appreciated that came out of one of the health and climate sessions that I watched in New York for the UNGA came from Prime Minister Mia Mottley of Barbados. And she said that financing is not the destination, but it's the oxygen, right? We're trying to get to a destination of climate justice. And the reality is it needs to be financed. In small islands like Samoa, small islands like Barbados in the Caribbean and around the world, vulnerable communities, we need the aid and the financing to be able to adapt to this crisis, to be able to even mitigate in our own countries our already very minute emissions. But like Dr. James said, it's really about the justice of it all. Those who are contributing the most should be responsible for the aid and the financing of the issues that we're facing today. And so it's the oxygen. We need financing to be able to go on this journey. And I think one of the other threats, I know you said one, but I'll give a couple, is narrative. We don't have enough people on the waka. We don't have enough voyages with us. There needs to be more people than just the people in this room. And this is why the role of media, storytellers, narrative is so important. How do we get more people outside of the echo chambers invested in wanting to be a part of this? Because it will take all of us, because we need a whole system change to be able to face the threats that climate change is throwing at us. It takes people, so we need oxygen for those people, and more than anything, we just need more voyages and to combat the other boats who are crashing into us, because there's so much misinformation out there, especially about the science of climate change. The anti-science narrative is rife on social media. Climate change isn't real. It's being controlled by the military, cloud seeding. You would see it everywhere with the recent hurricane in Florida. And so how do we make sure that not only we're getting more people on our boat, but we're making sure they're not jumping to the other one with misinformation?
Great point. Absolutely fantastic point. How do we get other people to buy in? How do we get people to want to educate themselves so that they can readily identify what is credible news versus what is fake news, and then ask themselves what role do they play in the dissemination of this information? So we understand that there are challenges. We understand that there are barriers and obstacles. But there must be things that we're doing right. What are some of the innovative things that are happening, solutions that people have found, groups that have come together to say, hey, this might be small, but we were able to push the needle a lot? Mr. Moala.
You know, speaking truth to power is the key motivation and role for media in communication. And truth is quite easy to really get in. There's only one truth. And so we do commit ourselves to truth. Truth separates the fake and that which is inaccurate. And so it's so important today. The real solution for today is that we need to go back to truth. That our reporting, that our stories are truth-based. There is a paper that I recently gave. It's called Transformative Storytelling. I think we in the Pacific need to be free enough to tell our own stories. We have not been free to tell our own stories in past decades. And for two reasons. Most media was owned by government or church. And those institutions control the kind of information that went out. The other thing is that later on, corporations, big money companies control the media. So who owns the media basically control the kind of information that goes out. And today there are independent journalists and an independent call for us to have the independence and the freedom to be able to tell our own stories, our own way, from our own perspective, and to be able to demand that there will be formation that comes out of those stories. That's what transformative storytelling is. It's not just telling a story to entertain. It's not just telling a story to inform. We demand that there'll be changes that come with those storytelling.
I appreciate that, and I think one thing we've enjoyed about independent media, they rarely have a lot of resources, right? They usually lack a lot of financing, and usually it's the community that kind of keeps independent media afloat. But it is that integrity, it is that we will not be jeopardized or compromised that really does help to push the needle. Dr. Hospitalis, I'm coming across to you. You speak about the interconnectivity between climate justice and health justice, and there's so many barriers, so many problems, lack of awareness within medical professionals and their personnel, but also the audience, the citizens. What's working? What is working? What has worked? What have you heard of? What have you witnessed? What do you know about that we can say, okay, not all is doom and gloom?
Thanks, Terry. Well, I could think of three things of different kinds. Where I live, I've lived for 34 years, and we live next to the bush forest. And with climate change advancing, it's getting hotter and drier, and so bushfires last longer and they spread further. And there's a very successful community-based reforestation program called the Fonzaman Community Reforestation Project. And they've done a great job and reforested a lot of the hillsides, and it's a pleasure to walk there. In fact, runners and joggers now use it that didn't used to. But it's a very fragile success. 2 years ago, we had a bushfire that lasted 2 days, and it burned a couple of square miles, and it destroyed 20 years of work in 2 days. So that's kind of a bitter, but they haven't given up, they're continuing. Let me mention one that we're involved in. Recognizing that there's this huge knowledge action gap among health professionals, we started a program of live virtual training across the Caribbean region in climate and health. The last sessions we ran in April, we had 600 plus people on from 30 countries, including the Caribbean, parts of the UK, people, Kenya, Nigeria. I was kind of surprised. Mexico. So there's an appetite for this because governments are not offering it yet. Universities are not offering it. I just saw a newspaper article in The Guardian, the UK Guardian, that finally medical schools in the UK are beginning to insist on integrating climate into the medical education and how this is going to affect the patients that you're seeing. So that's, I would offer us up as one grassroots. Then the last thing I'd mention, I don't know if this counts as innovative grassroots, but it's definitely innovative. It is the leadership of our small island states in the global architecture. What am I talking about? The ICJ advisory opinion on climate, International Court of Justice advisory opinion. It is the International Tribunal on the Law of the Seas, which just ruled that carbon dioxide is a pollutant and therefore subject to a number of rules. The Inter-American Court on Human Rights, which was held in Barbados. At the forefront of all of those is our little countries. Is Antigua, is Samoa, is Tuvalu, because our lives depend on it. And we should all, the Commonwealth should be supportive of it. I saw Dr. Gallagher gave a recognition then, because that is leadership at the global level. The companies and the governments of the world are not really, they're not helping us in a way. People need to take more action, and using the courts are one way. Even as the courts and the law is being used to suppress activists, there are channels for leveraging to get justice.
And getting things done.
And getting things done.
Okay, Brianna, what about you? What do you see? What have you witnessed? What do you believe has worked?
Yeah, I want to highlight two projects, one on financing and then the other on storytelling or truth-telling. There's a group called the Youth Climate Justice Fund, which I've seen been very successful in disseminating aid and funding to young people who are interested in climate justice work. And it was started by 2 young climate activists under the age of 30. They saw that less than 3% of climate financing goes to young people, yet it is young people who have the biggest foot in the game because it is our future that is at stake. And so they went and fundraised themselves. They got the money themselves, were able to fundraise, and they started disseminating aid, giving out grants. They brought on other young people to be the ones who decide who to give the grants to and be a part of the application process. And these young people came from around the world. So there are different regional leads who lead on the aid programs. And then not only do they give the financing, they support them in the reporting mechanisms. How do they make sure that their grantees are actually successful? So they have a community manager who makes sure of this. And the reason why I know all this information, because she's my sister. In Samoa, you know, we always have a connection to somewhere, somehow. So my sister works for this organization, and I've just visibly seen them being able to tap into pockets of funding that's been inaccessible and give that access to other young people and use their privilege of being in these spaces to make sure that the need and the oxygen for a lot of these young organizations, they're able to get that. And another project on storytelling and truth-telling is the This Is Our Home project. It's a project by the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty that I've had the honor to be working on. And it's a music, film, storytelling project. And you mentioned the 6 p.m. or the 4 p.m. session today? 6 p.m. session today. So I think possibly you might have a surprise from this band. They're Pacific Artists United for Climate Justice, and they're using music to bring attention to the climate crisis.
Beautiful. Thank you so very much. Mr. Mwala, how can greater media freedom, and I mean, I come from Jamaica where freedom of expression it's beautiful. We are actually pretty high on the list of countries where freedom of expression for journalists is also very high. We don't have to worry. But we have seen, and I believe the Prime Minister even alluded to the fact that we see that there's a rise in the threat against journalists and freedom of expression. How can greater media freedom in the Pacific empower local communities to tell their own stories? So great, we want their stories, but then how do we empower them to tell their stories so that we can create positive transformation?
I think throughout the Pacific there have been major changes in terms of media freedom. There was a time when it was a normal thing to arrest a journalist, throw them into jail. I spent 26 days myself in jail. I even got deported from my own country of birth. And my business license was removed for 9 months. That we couldn't operate, so we had to depend on the diaspora Tongans to spread our news. Anyway, there's been a lot of changes from those days. I had a friend of mine in Fiji who's a journalist whose car was firebombed and they burned his house down. He's still there, he's still going. But anyway, those days have changed. To me, the biggest challenge that we're facing today is no longer government, church, or big business ownership. The biggest challenge we're facing today is self-censorship that comes from cultural values that are not based on freedom. And I give you an example. I give you a good example. Back in a couple of decades ago, I got wind that the Tongans were selling citizenship and the passport, Tongan passports, to Chinese, basically to try to give away for the Chinese who were going out of Hong Kong when Hong Kong was handed back to China from Great Britain. I came across an office in Hong Kong. They were selling Tongan passports. I said, "What is that your office?" They said, "Yeah, $35,000 US for a Tongan passport." So I did investigations and found out that this scheme was a scheme that our king thought out himself and thought, wow, what an idea to make money for Tonga. Wonderful idea. They were making millions of dollars selling Tongan passports. The only problem with it, it was unconstitutional. It was illegal because you cannot sell a passport to a foreigner without them being a resident in Tonga for 5 years. So here we are trying to write a story. It's a cultural thing. In our society, the king is always right. Even when he's wrong, he's right. So I had to write a story. about Hong Kong, about the issues, how much money I had to travel to the United States to see the Bank of America there, find out how much money Tonga has. Then we wrote a story on it, and wow, it was like a bomb that exploded. How could you expose a wonderful idea that our king had? So that was a problem that we were facing. It was cultural. Same as recently we wrote a story, 3 MPs were lost their seats because of bribery. That's what the court decision. And they came out and campaigned among the people, hey, we Tongans are always giving gifts. That is cultural. It's not corruption. It just so happens we give gifts during election time.
So then how do we empower? So then how do we look at these things and of course expose the things that are lies and to continue to act in integrity, but now raise a generation and empower them to do better, to tell their stories that counteract those lies?
This is where we go back to the whole theme and motivation of speaking truth. Truth must be the basis of our, it's not a political party, it's not religious, it's truth. And whoever we speak, whoever power we speak to, we've got to do it. And I believe this is a solution. If we keep doing this, by the time our grandchildren or children or grandchildren come up, it will become normal to be able to criticize or to question our own culture and why they do what they do. And often some of the things in culture contradicts truth and contradicts freedom. And so that's why I'm saying that often now with media, modernized media, making lots of money in the islands, it's the self-censorship based on culture that we're able to hold back the information that needs to get out.
And the stories.
Or twist the information that needs to get out.
Thank you so very much. It's interesting. I think sometimes we take for granted those of us who have access to information. We take it for granted. We get up every single day, we go about our business, we read our newspapers and our radio, we listen to the radios, we go online, and we take for granted that some of us are privileged to be in countries that we can have an opinion, that our journalists can have an opinion. But when you hear him speak about journalists losing their houses, some of them losing their lives, it really does make us, it gives us more of an impetus to protect this freedom. And that's the reason why we are here. Now, Dr. Hospitalis, there are a lot of medical frameworks, global frameworks, regional frameworks, local frameworks. But how can they be better reformed to face these unique health challenges? We always hear about frameworks, and that's great and all. But how do we now reform these frameworks as new, unique challenges continue to come up?
Thanks. There are a number of health frameworks globally. International health regulations is one, particularly around control of epidemics. WHO has a health systems framework, and that's the one I would touch on, that we need climate resilient health systems that work with that framework to modify and reform it. Now that framework has 6 points in it: policy and governance, financing, human resources, service delivery, medicines and vaccines, and information. Did you hear me mention people and community? So the WHO Health Systems Framework does not mention people and community. We do it for them. It's a viewpoint of a professional, we are going to solve your problem. And so one of the things I think needs to reform is that community needs to be at the center of the WHO Health Systems Framework, more so than it is now. And it would fit very well in the area of governance and the need to work with and listen to communities in designing and operating your health systems, and the need to work with other actors in civil society, in the med services, in the water authority, in agriculture, etc. Because health is not just the doctor and the hospital. Health is the product of clean water, clean air, nutritious food at a reasonable price, housing, transportation. All those things determine your health outcomes. It's when you get sick hopefully the health system could actually fix you up. So I think the health system needs to be examined and a climate smart or climate resilient health system model adopted, which brings in the community more and which goes through all of the things I just mentioned. Policy and governance, financing, human resources, we need to get a more climate literate health workforce. Service delivery, we need to be thinking more about what we're going to do when the health center is cut off by flood, what we're going to do when it's damaged. And so you need to have more
contingency,
stronger facilities that have solar and renewable energy and so on. It's doable, and that's the framework to do it with.
I appreciate what you said. In fact, it ties back to what Dr. Gallagher said in her address earlier. It was something that she mentioned about it can no longer be top down, but rather ground up, using local experience, local knowledge, community really, to feed that information to make very informed decisions. And I think that speaks to a lot of what you just said. That's fine, we respect our professionals, but there is information and insight and data that no one knows more than the community. So I appreciate how we're actually connecting what even addresses were made earlier. So Brianna, I think I asked you this question a little bit earlier, and then we're going to come out, we're going to ask questions, or if you have any questions, this is your time to ask our experts on the panel. But Brianna, we hear a lot of youngsters, and we're so happy to see more youngsters being advocates and they're being activists, and they have not just their foot in, but their body in, and they're using all their platforms and they're forming communities, and they want their voices to be heard because they understand that it is their future. How do we maintain, sustain this intergenerational collaboration between those before us who have knowledge, insight, expertise, and those who are coming up? How do we do that?
Yeah, I think you almost gave the answer right there, right? It's all in the intergenerational approach to everything. And so therefore, when we look at our leadership bodies, you know, we're all civil society, or most of us are civil society in here, in our organizations, what is the diversity in age? And I don't mean just diversity in young, but diversity in eldership as well. We must have elders at the table as well as young people. And I always get asked this question, and it's normally from like a global north media person or conference. It's, why do you believe in the future? Why do you believe that there's a future for your island? And my answer to that is always, I have vision because my grandfather has memory, right? I know what my grandparents and my ancestors survived, and so therefore I know that we can survive this. And that's the magic in all of this, is knowing that what we want for our future is not just a vision. A fossil-free Pacific is not just a vision. A Pacific that is free, that is lush, that is beautiful is not just a vision, it's a memory, because we had that. In many pockets of the Pacific, we still have that. And so it is about those who have vision and those who have memories. And if we look at our tables and our bodies of leadership, are all of those people represented? And I think that's the way forward.
Beautifully said. Beautifully said. Wow. Out of the mouth of babes. Ladies and gentlemen, we now open the forum. I see a gentleman there. His hand is up. We're happy to have your question.
If I can preface it with a couple of observations. First of all, my name's Richard Reeser from the Commonwealth Disabled People's Forum. The word vulnerability was used a lot this morning. It's one we reject as disabled people. We are not vulnerable because of our impairment. We are vulnerable because of the position your societies have put us in. And that's a big change. And one of the things we're trying to do at this CHOGM is get the Commonwealth to come up to date from an old charity patting on the head model of disabled people to a rights-based model, which is why we have a Disability Inclusion Action Plan, which may or may not get mentioned in the communique. It's in the communique, but it may not go through. We would urge people to push all ministers here, who are coming later in the week mainly, to make sure that discussion happens. Why do I say that? Because when we made the convention now, 18 years ago in New York, and all but one country, and it's Tonga, so maybe you can do something in the press there to push them, have ratified it. but that doesn't seem to mean very much because business goes on as usual, whereas actually it requires a complete root and branch change in the way we see things. For instance, we have different views on the platform. We're not represented fairly in the media, we're not seen properly by the medical profession in the main, we're seen as people who are in deficit when we should actually be seen as people in charge of our own lives. And that knowledge that we have, and equally campaigning organisations don't want us. For instance, being sworn in up the road is the new Commonwealth Representatives of Youth. There are no disabled representatives there, though there are 270 million disabled young people in the Commonwealth. So the problem is changing the paradigm about disability so that we're not seen as vulnerable. And what was mentioned was people with diabetes, people with mental health issues, and people with disabilities. They're all disabled under the UN Convention and have a right to be treated fairly and equally, and governments are not doing that. And that's one of the major problems which is exacerbating the crisis in climate. And many of those people have solutions.
And we
thank you. My question is,
that's what I was
would
going to
the
ask.
panel agree that it's time for a change to be a more inclusive approach to include all peoples, including disabled people? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. That definitely goes across all boards. A lot of times we hear about diversity, we hear about intergenerational, it could be age, it could be gender. What about communities, persons with disabilities? And how do we see that in climate justice, health justice, and even freedom of expression?
I think we have just seen an example of telling your story directly. There have been other people that have told your story for you, who don't know what you go through, who don't have your views. So this is actually what we've been talking about. You know, you have, for example, in the Pacific, there are Pacific people that are telling stories that have been put on them by others from the West or wherever. And so there's a drive, my friend, for all of us, wherever position, whether we're disabled, whether we're from the highlands of Papua New Guinea, whether we're from Samoa, tell our stories our own way. And often, too, we need to tell in our own languages and within the context of our own culture. That's freedom of expression.
Thank you. We spoke about the tables and making sure that when we have those discussions about climate justice at those tables, we see those who held memories, our elders. We see young, we see old, we see young, we see women, we see men. What about the inclusion? Does that also, or in the spaces that you've been in, do we see more persons with disabilities also being invited to the table to have their conversations heard as well?
Yeah. My initial answer to the question given was just, yes, we need more inclusivity and we're not seeing it. And I will try and keep this as short as possible because I feel like I am not the one to speak on it. And I think that's important for us to all know, is that there's a time to step up and take a mic, and there's a time to step back and say, you could tell me more about your community than I ever could or ever know how to solve. So this is one of those times where I just say, my simple answer is yes, we do need more inclusion, and we need your voices, and you need the mic.
Thank you for that. Dr. Hospitalis.
I was going to be like Brianna and say the answer is yes. Claro que sí. Clearly yes. People living with disabilities need to be included, need to be at the table. You didn't like the term vulnerability, so that's something I need to process some more, because I think if you're living with a disability, you're at increased risk if climate exposures take place, and we need to plan for that. So in Tobago, for instance, which is the sister island, Trinidad and Tobago, the Emergency Management Agency has a good system of pre-identifying people with some disability. Your family can register you either in the community center or in the health center. Whether you have heart, blind, amputation, insulin-dependent diabetes, because you're going to need your insulin, and then they know in advance of a storm or a landslide who needs to be medevaced, who is going to be needing extra treatment. So to me, that's one way in which there's recognition of and inclusion of. I'm actually pushing for that system to be spread right across Trinidad and Tobago. But it's interesting that there's this smaller sister island that's come up with this, and it's a good practice. So.
I appreciate being in the room. I'm going to definitely come to the other questions because we want to get to the other questions. I appreciate the question because we know that language is dangerous. And we know that how we continue to use particular languages absolutely directly impacts other persons in different communities. I'm actually pretty proud that Jamaica passed the Disability Act 2 years ago. It was actually passed February 14, which is typically celebrated as Valentine's Day. And what the government realized after it had been a conversation for so long is that when we looked at places of employment, we did not see people with disabilities. And so under this act, it now says that we're going to now look at all of these places from tenancy to employment to see if there are infrastructure there for persons with disabilities, and are your hiring practices discriminating against that. So I think we definitely need more policy, we need more action, and we need more enforcement. For persons who want to learn more about that particular community, there is a delegate-led session that takes place later on. It's a come first, come serve basis. So if you are really interested in understanding more about how we can assist and how we can learn, I definitely urge us to participate and to attend that particular delegate-led session. So let me try to get through these questions. And if you could keep your questions brief so that we can get to as many as possible. I'm going to, okay, I see 2 hands there. You guys can just pass the mics once you see the hands go up, and then I'm going to come here and here. So let me just move from the back of the room. Someone's with the mic, please stand. Thank you.
Should be louder. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for the wonderful conversation. I just want, I'm Medu Sisimelane from the Kingdom of Eswatini. I work for an organization called the Southern Africa Litigation Center. I was quite interested from hearing from my brother from the Tonga around the intersection of climate justice and the right to access information. Particularly, we are working on a case in Botswana and now in Lesotho where there's a question around the right to access information because the government is withholding information around the water accessibility because in Lesotho, for instance, there is a deal with the South African government to build a huge dam, and now that impacts the access of water for people in Lesotho. And in Botswana, it's the same thing, where the rich, the big business, are doing private dams on the rivers that are feeding into the bigger dam that feeds into the greater Gaborone. So my question is, how do you deal with that? Because we took the Botswana case to court, and the court said, well, you don't have the right to information because it has not been legislated yet in the country. So how do you deal with that where you are trying to look, I'm coming from an issue of freedom of expression, and I'm conscious of the fact that we need to intersect these conversations on climate justice. So how do you work around that environment where the information that you're talking about is being withheld deliberately and there's no legislation except for the Constitution, and then the courts are telling you you need legislation before we can afford that?
Interesting question, Mr. Moala.
It's called the Freedom of Information Act. And quite a number of Pacific Island countries are really rallying in their countries for that act. What it simply means is that if you ask government for information, they're given 3 to 5 days to respond. They have to respond. We don't have that act yet in Tonga, and there are a number of countries in the Pacific they don't have yet. And so this is a very good question, and it's something that we're all working on. Information is nothing unless you have access to it, isn't it? To be able to deliver it, to process it, and give it out. Good one.
Thank you so very much. So we're looking at acts and access to information. If you could kindly put up your hands so that our gentlemen with the mics, we have some runners here. Thank you. And then there's a gentleman right in the back. You can hand the mic to him right afterwards.
Good morning.
I'm so sorry, sir. I did not realize that you had the mic. I'm so sorry. Hold on 1 second. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Thanks to the panelists for the enlightening information discussion. I just want to really quickly share a view and hear from the panelists on climate justice because, yes, it's vitally important for funding for climate justice. But I'm hoping that while we are having a conversation about that and putting a lot of focus, that we don't take our eyes away from investments and projects that happens in countries. And I'm more talking about projects that go in, talking about fossil fuels, because if we are funding for climate justice, and we've got this barrage of investors coming in, investment is always good, but it must not be at the expense of the exploitation of natural resources of a country, because otherwise you'll be taking one step forward and 3 steps backwards. And I think what is important here for, in this instance, for Commonwealth countries, is to put some measures in, because put some measures in, particularly looking at who is funding these projects, and far more often it is the banks, it is lending institutions. There's got to be this ethical, social, and moral responsibility that it should not always be about the bottom dollar. It is about having that responsibility in seeing what are you actually funding, what's the impact on the environment and the workers.
Agreed. Question?
So, I was just, because I did not hear that part from all the conversations I was having that was being had, I'd be very interested in knowing what's your thoughts on that.
Very good input. Dr. Hospitalis, did you want to say something? I saw you I saw your brain ticking.
Thanks, Terry. The gentleman's brought up a very good point. You know, I'm a public health physician, so I am always interested in what's happening upstream. What do I mean by that? If you see people drowning in a river, you could spend all your time pulling them out of the river, or you could ask, why are all these people drowning? And go upstream to try and figure out how you help. And in that sense, the fossil fuel business is, I said that in that, I didn't know they had me so much on the film. Continued use of fossil fuel is destroying the future of all life on our planet. And if there's one thing the Commonwealth should do, it really should be to adhere to and promote the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. And you raise the issue of who's financing them. So 2 years ago, I got myself banned from Lords for life because we did a banner drop saying Lords shouldn't take, Lords cricket ground, for those of you who play cricket, shouldn't take money from JP Morgan Chase because they're the biggest global investor in fossil fuel in the world. So this is a whole other discussion, an important discussion that we need to see how do we align and support the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. In terms of going upstream, that's what we have to do to get climate justice and reduce the health injustices that it is causing, and we have to also address the freedom of expression.
I appreciate your addition. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Diana.
absolutely. I just wanted to thank you for bringing up that important note and flag. Because you're absolutely right. And the Youth Climate Justice Fund, which is one of the examples I gave, they don't take money from the fossil fuel industry. They don't take money or work with anyone who has their hand in the game of feeding the climate crisis, right? And so that's really important. And like Dr. James said, is we see so much greenwashing in the climate space. You go to COP and you have booths that are sponsored by Coca-Cola. You have people putting on workshops about clean oil and gas, right? There's so much of that to be weary of, and the money or the shiny things they might try to present community to tag your projects with their name and be a part of that greenwashing that's going on. So that's really important, you know, to bring up, yes, we need financing, but we also need to be aware of who we're taking that from.
Absolutely. We always say it's best to know who you're getting into bed with, yes? Thank you so very much for that. Absolutely. We can take the financing, but we have to make sure that everything is aligned with our vision and with our mission. Sir.
Thank you. Good morning again.
Good morning.
This is Mansoor Dalal of Common Age, the only association for aging across the Commonwealth. And Diana, it resonates. Your memories and vision that you said resonates with me so much, really, honestly. And I'm very quickly going to ask a question, I understand that. But my grandfather was 90, expired at the age of 94. He did his PhD at the age of 89, and in Persian poetry. I'm from India. And for me, that's a memory that he had. And my vision was that how can I make such elders live in comfort? And that's how my journey started more than 21 years back. My question is that though we are an association for the aging, our ethos, our drive is multi-generational. And that's what we push. We even have a youth chapter across the association for the aging. We are very much pushing for and healthy aging agenda across the Commonwealth. In fact, a report is going to be launched this Wednesday. My question is, how do we integrate healthy aging across generations under the health justice agenda that you have to promote the cause of climate change, but with identifiable markers along with healthy aging?
Well, great question, and I do believe a lot of us agree with you in terms of that memories and vision resonating. That might also bring in Dr. Hospodale, since he also mentioned health justice. So I don't know who would.
I don't know why you're deferring to me. No, the very important point you're bringing. The whole world is aging. The world is in a situation it's never been before, where increasingly people are older. This has not happened in human history. I think several countries are now at a point where more people are older than 40 or 50 than are younger than 40 or 50. So we do have to be much more proactive in looking at that and what it means from climate justice, health justice. So I'll use my country, Trinidad and Tobago. There are 154 homes for the elderly. There's an association of homes for the elderly. That's the registered homes. There are a lot that are not registered. Those that are registered have systems whereby public health inspects them. So one of the things we're working on is how do you add climate resilience to that inspection system? Is the roof painted white so it'll reduce the temperature inside by a few degrees? Are there trees planted for shade? What about the evacuation plan in the event of a flood? Is there a room in the building that's cool with air conditioning so when it gets wicked hot, people have somewhere they can retreat? So that's a practical example of trying to integrate that. But healthy aging, which you talk about, actually begins from young. And it corresponds to a lot of the other things that are causing health problems in the society. Excess use of alcohol, tobacco use, lack of, etc., poor diet. So if the NCDs, in short, if we address those things, we help a lot with healthy aging. We help a lot with a more productive workforce, and so on and so forth. So it'll be interesting to talk some more about the point that you have brought up, sir.
And I certainly believe that the narrative also needs to change. There are some societies that respect their elders, and they hold on to what their elders mean. And then there are a lot of growing societies where we believe because they're old, they should just stay in a corner. We forget that these are people and that they still have dignity. And so I think even as we speak about these systems, we need to go back to the values of treating every citizen from birth all the way to death with tenderness and compassion and empathy and dignity. So I just thought I would include that. Thank you. This is a hot session. I have this lady over here, so I'm going to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more questions, and I think we're actually going to come to the end. I've noted all the hands. I'm going to allow her to go, and then I'm going to move across to this gentleman, and then we have 5 more hands up.
Okay. Please. Is it on? Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Ugonna Okegwe. I work with the Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative. So I have an observation, I have a response to the person who spoke from Botswana, and I have a question. So my observation is, yes, I agree with you when you talked about culture and how that affects access to information. And yes, when the Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative, we believe that secrecy was one of the, culture of secrecy is a major challenge we witnessed when we were advocating for the passage of right to information laws across the country. Public institutions not knowing what they should disclose and what they shouldn't disclose. So that's a major problem. And just responding to the guy from Botswana to say that Botswana has ratified the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. And so you could use the African Court on Human and People's African Court of Justice to challenge the non-passage of right to information law as well. And if you have a constitution that guarantees access to information, that could also be used to request for information, because you don't need to wait for the law to be passed before you can get access to information. And lastly, my question to you is, we know that there's the emergence of social media now. Digital platforms have become the main platform for communication for young people, which is changing even the culture of secrecy now. The government really can't hide, because we will go on social media and say it, and then they come back and try to defend themselves. The question then is, we've seen governments shutting down internet, shutting down social media platforms because they feel that, there's so much false news, hate speech. Now, how do we balance false news, hate speech, with the right to safeguarding freedom of expression? Thank you.
Great question. Thank you so very much. I know everyone's looking at Mr. Marler because we're like, that question is definitely for you, because social media helps a lot of us to get access to information that we didn't know existed, but we also realize that there are negatives, there are cons. So how do we balance that freedom of expression with misinformation and fake information?
I'm like what the gentleman earlier referred to. I'm getting older, losing a bit of the hearing on the right side. I hope I heard you right. But definitely in the issue of freedom of speech, in the issue of information, I think we go back to the whole issue of truth. And truth is not just having your facts right. I think truth is also something that's spiritual. It's the difference between misinformation and disinformation. Misinformation, you make a mistake, you're inaccurate, and all of us have done that. Disinformation is in intention to deceive, and we have those kind of people that's happening. Let me just refer to one thing. We have in the Pacific a real issue here. It's called the geopolitical tension that's happening, especially between the Western countries and China. And there's a lot of tug of war that's going on. There's also a lot of campaigning with lots of money to control information. And when you listen to one side, boy, it's all China's fault. Then you listen to China, it's all the West's fault. And I tend to agree a little bit with the Chinese because, you know, the Chinese have never invaded the Pacific. The Chinese have never tested the atomic bombs in the Pacific, thanks to the Americans and the French, you know. The Australians conquered Thursday Island. And even the Australians went across to Guinea Pass, tested atomic bomb there with the UK. So the history or the memories we have of the Pacific is just huge violation by the Western forces who are now saying to us, watch out for China. Such hypocrisy. And I can say that as a Pacific Islander.
This is why this is called the Commonwealth People's Forum, reminding us that the title is Climate Justice, Health Justice, and Freedom of Expression. We have 5 more hands. I'm just going to stand, pardon me, panelists, so I can get a very good idea. So we have this gentleman, and then we're going to close off. We have to close off. I know that we have a hand here. We had 5 hands. I know you have the mic next. Keep these questions really short and tight so that I can get to everyone, please. Go ahead, sir.
Look, I firstly congratulate you on your comparing this event.
Thank you.
You've been fantastic. And
Thank you
so I'm
much.
inspired partly by Brianna's comment on the future. So the general theme of the conference is a resilient Commonwealth. And the president of Singapore has said, you can't be resilient unless you're optimistic. And the greatest public policy crisis for the Commonwealth is the collapse of optimism. So could I ask each of the 4 of you, what makes you optimistic and what makes you optimistic for the world? A belief that good things will happen and that things will work out.
Beautiful question. Absolutely. I will start with Dr. Hospedales. Thank you for the kind compliment.
Oh, confession. I'm a doctor, so I deal in death and disease. And I tend not to be very optimistic about the future of this planet. Well, the planet will be here. I'm not so sure about the tenants. But what gives me some hope for optimism is to be doing stuff. Because if I stopped doing, I would get depressed. So what gives me, and when I see that there is a bubbling up of concern across the world, especially among young people, and people are doing things, that gives me some hope for the future.
Thank you. Brianna.
Yeah, I have so much hope in the fact that this is an intersectional crisis. And a lot of people would think because there's so many crises, shouldn't I be pessimistic? But I believe to truly grasp at the solution, we must get to the root. So we can't have climate justice without the justice within our health systems. We can't have climate justice without freedom of expression, without rights for women, without looking after for those who are falling through the gaps in our communities. We can't have any of this unless we have all of it. And so I believe that the crises we're experiencing now is like a woven mat, or in Samoa we call fala. And once you stop pulling at a thread, the rest unravel. So wherever we are today, whether we're pulling at the thread of the health injustices, whether we're pulling at the thread of censorship, whatever thread we're pulling at, I believe that will unravel all the crises we're experiencing. And I have hope in that because I believe there are people in every corner of the world pulling on their threads.
Thank you, Mr. Moala.
I believe that optimism is only possible when you failed. Just think about it a little bit. When you're doing so well without any failure, you don't need to be optimistic. You don't need to be hopeful. And so it brings me back to the word resilient that we use quite a bit. I was thinking in the Tongan language how to translate resilient. We don't have a word for resilient. And every leader in the Pacific used resilient, resilient, resilient. So I started to think, boy, you got to write a book to translate this in, what resilient is. But in the Tongan language, resilient simply means when you fall, you get up and go again. And when you fall, if you're optimistic, you'll get up. If you've lost hope, you won't get up. So to be resilient is the urge for us. To be optimistic is when you fall. Now Singapore experienced it. A country kicked out of Malaysia. And the British wouldn't even touch them. They fell, but they got up again, thank God. And they went on.
Thank God. No, I am not a panelist, but I do know that you invited me into the conversation. In Jamaica, we have a mantra. We say we're little, but we're talawa. It means that we are small. We are a small dot on this map, but we've been able to overcome extreme challenges. And we've always been able to shine on any world stage and to show that even though we are small, we have a big spirit. We have a big might. There's nothing that is bigger than us. There's nothing that is big enough to throw us off course. So will challenges come? Yeah, but we are bigger than our fear. We are bigger than our challenges. And when we look back in our history and we see how much people have fought for us to be here, it is only right that in our DNA we will continue to fight, in our hope and in our optimism, that we will make a better world tomorrow. And so that is what keeps me very, very hopeful. And I thank you for your question. Thank you. So that gentleman, before I get my 5-minute warning, so I'm definitely seeing, are more hands going up? I see that gentleman in the back, his hand has been up for a very long time, if we can get a mic to him. So we're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, and then we're cutting off. Sir, thank you for your patience.
Yeah, my name is Victor Muhango from Malawi, the home heart of Africa.
Welcome.
In your presentation, Kalafi, you mentioned about the importance of having independent media. Yeah, but back home I've seen that the public media, which most of the time is favoring the government, is the one who is actually promoting disinformation. And then we have the regulatory body, like the Malawi Regulatory Authority, the MACLA, is actually, it has given the private media huge operation cost, fees to the extent that most of them, they are not operating. They have closed their radio stations. So my worry is, how best can we assist the private medias to thrive in this type of environment, more especially the time that in Malawi we are going towards the election period. You find that we only have one voice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oof. Okay, so I've been told that we have 1 minute left for my oh my goodness. Okay, go ahead.
You know, I think a lot of countries go through what you go through in Malawi. You know, we can legislate. In Tonga, we have an incredible constitution that talks about freedom of the press and freedom of media. But our powers that be doesn't even recognize that. They're the ones giving us the problem. So despite the legislations, despite the help that we get from government to produce access to information and have freedom of media, it comes back to one thing. Those of us that are called to communicate, to speak truth to power, we have got to see that as a transformative cause in our society. Let me just mention one thing really, really briefly, because my minute is gone. we have leadership, for example. Our concept of what leadership is in most Pacific Islands, that it's a position of power to control others that are not in power, to dictate. Whereby, when you think about it, leadership is not a position of power, it's an opportunity to serve, and you serve everybody. And I find that as I come across a lot of challenges in the Pacific, it's always because they have a different concept of leadership. They want to go for power, to be in a position of power, thinking that only in the position of power you can do good to your society, and that's wrong. That's wrong in every sphere. We're called to serve, and we're servants primarily. And that's what speaking truth to power is, to dismantle this concept of leadership with power, but to be able to serve.
Thank you so very much. It was the Prime Minister who actually opened up with her address, and she said, we are public servants. We are not bosses. That's what she said. Now, my question and answer segment is over, but because I know that this is extremely important, I'm going to take 3 more questions before I get down to the big ask. I do have a question that I need to get each of my panelists to answer. So if we can do this quickly, I can actually get a lot more done, and I really think the exchange is important. Thank you for your patience.
First, I would like to take the opportunity to thank you. Thank you for giving me this platform to speak on, and these issues must be addressed because these issues are happening right now. They are happening in our society, in our environment, in our community. I believe in the power of climate change activism in my generation and the impact that we have on future generations. My question regards to climate change, inclusivity, and freedom of speech. My question regards to the children or the youth that live in rural areas or live in areas of poverty that have no access to these informations that we have privilege knowing, but have the full ability and will to partake in climate change activism. I believe that this specific group of youth can be enabled to make a difference. My question to you is, how can we as Commonwealth People's Forum enable these youth to create a change in our environment, no matter the living standards?
Thank you so very much. Very thoughtful question. As much as all of us are talking about internet, we have internet access, we're talking about social media and workshops and community level, there are still places and spaces, rural, where there is a lack, a huge lack, but there is huge potential. Who would like to take that question?
I could go. I think that there are many ways that you're very right. Thank you for the question. There are many ways we can do this, reach those who haven't been reached yet. But one of the ways that people maybe in this room can do so is try your best to take your consultations offline and in person. There's so much online consultation or even outreach that happens on Zoom nowadays, and I think the shift really happened during COVID when things had to go online. And then so many organizations just continued having consultations online when really we need to be getting into community. We need to be going back to grassroots and making sure we're talking face to face, because so much important conversation can't be captured in online, especially for cultural communities where face-to-face interaction is just culturally more appropriate. And so therefore, that is just one way people in the room can think about accessibility for those of our young people in rural areas.
Thank you so very much. The lady in the back.
Thank you. Thank you. Fatino Tumapo is my name, and I represent the National Advocacy Organization of Persons with Disabilities in Samoa. Reiterating the point made earlier by our colleague Dr. Moala, information is nothing without accessing. So I'm just wondering, with the Code of Ethics and the Expression of Interest, Freedom of Expressions Act, is there a provision in there which says that, which confirm the availability of information in accessible formats for persons with diverse disabilities? Thank you.
Thank you for that question.
I think what the governments are beginning to realize in terms of freedom of information is that the reason why there's so many what you call leaks, the reason why information go out the back door is because they've closed the front door to access information. So governments are beginning to realize if they answer the questions, if they respond with the information, there wouldn't be that many leaks. I mean, in Tonga, we don't have a freedom of information, but boy, it's leaking like a flood.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Moala. What I do think is necessary, though, for a lot of our societies, in making people with disabilities being a mainstream, is that we often have news, which I consider to be something extremely important when it comes to dissemination of information. And yet, if you turn on your TV, you don't always have a sign language interpreter, which means that our deaf communities often, more times than not, have to rely on someone else. So the question I have really is, how do we ensure that all forms of media has some level of person skilled enough to ensure that those persons are not missing out on information? I'm told I can take one final question, and hopefully when we get our breaks, you can actually come and speak to the panelists and the experts to ask the questions that may not have been able to be asked here. Yes, sir.
Clive Lawton. Hello. Clive Lawton from the Commonwealth Jewish Council. I'm concerned about the use of the capacities of people in their own local communities. We heard about people in rural areas, for example, who are not accessed. In terms of health accessibility and capacity, it seems to me that many governments try to send trained people from the centre out into the community. Do you know of any country or any region that has made explicit efforts to train people from the local communities in the same ways that in the old days, you know, kind of every village had a midwife, to provide at least a community nurse to ensure that local people in the communities have their own skilled people rather than having to wait for skilled people to come to them?
Great question. Thank you so much. Everyone's looking at you, Dr. Hospedales.
Well, I'm not sure exactly what you meant, but many countries in the Commonwealth and certainly in the Caribbean would have community-based trained assistants or district health visitors that come from the community. And when the community wants to understand something better, they turn to the nurse, actually, because the nurses are closer to the community, they're trusted, and they're from the community. So I am not quite sure the setting that you're in, but the settings that we're in, there's quite a bit of that community-based. I thought one other, I mean, to take what you're saying a little bit further, is you need extended delivery of care, where it's not only a health person, but people in the family are trained to do certain things or aware of certain things. When I was 8 or 9 years old, my grandmother had diabetes. I knew what to look for the signs of a coma and who to call or what to do to help her. So I think that idea of care extension into the family is another area of work. Cuba does a lot of this. I've been there, I've visited, I've seen how their systems work. Their model is different. The health center is staffed by people from the community, and they know every house in the community. And that's different from some of our other Western models.
Okay, thank you. Brianna, you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, because I think I could give an example as well, because you wanted a country. In Vanuatu, there's an island for tuna. You have to get a couple of planes to get there, rural island. That they just have one nurse. And so when I visited them, I was a little bit worried. I was like, oh, if I fall down one of these cliffs or something, like there's only one nurse. But that nurse treats everyone well. And it brings back what Dr. James said. They're just overall healthy. And I asked, you don't have a dentist? They said, we don't have sugar. So they didn't need a dentist. And so that's an example of an island where the locals are empowered to look after each other.
And to take care of their health. Absolutely. I want to thank everyone for the question and answer. And for those of us sitting at the front, you couldn't actually see all the hands that went up. We won't always be able to get to all the questions, but we certainly encourage you to have these conversations outside of the room. The final 2 questions I have for you, and hopefully we'll be able to get through them very quickly, is to all of my panelists. This is the Commonwealth People's Forum. What role do you see the Commonwealth and the Commonwealth civil society playing in leading global efforts for climate, health justice, media freedom, and how can this forum truly, tangibly contribute to that? Let me start with Mr. Mwala.
I think they've already started contribution with the recognition that we've got to stand together and work together to be able to get something done. It's like what they say, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. And that's part of the price we have to pay in terms of having conversations, talking to each other. Don't give up. Get up again if you failed, and keep going, being resilient, and let's walk together on this one.
Thank you. Brianna.
Yeah. Doc already mentioned something earlier around the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, and even in your video, there are industries that aren't being held accountable for the crises that they're bringing upon us, not only in climate, but in health. The fossil fuel industry, although we know contribute directly to the climate crisis, they continuously expand every year, bigger tax breaks, bigger profits, yet we're not seeing any decrease, even though the chatter has become bigger around climate justice. The Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty is an initiative on how we can it's not even about shutting down the fossil fuel industry, it's about stopping the expansion. How do we even just stop this problem from expanding? And this initiative has been championed by Pacific Islands, including one of the endorsing countries is Samoa. I think out of 13 countries that have endorsed, 11 have been Pacific Islands. So how can we as the Commonwealth look to expand the number of people at these tables who want to really come up with a treaty that's by the people, for the people?
Thank you so much. Dr. Hospitalis.
Thanks. Well, I've been part of efforts in the past where the Commonwealth has been an extremely important platform for global change. I'm thinking particularly of the work that was done on NCDs in 2009, 10, 11. I think, therefore, the Commonwealth plays an important role in leading global efforts with a good mixture of creative advocacy and policy advocacy. We have the potential in the Commonwealth to do a program that will raise 1 billion signatures of support for ending the fossil fuel, transitioning away from fossil fuels. We need to see how we can do that. I've got some ideas, but the health professionals also, I think, within the Commonwealth, for example, the Nurses Association, because nurses are closer to the community, trusted health professionals in general are very trusted messengers. That's an avenue that we've got to see, well, how do we bend that to advocacy? We've got to address also the hypocrisy within the Commonwealth. You have Canada and Australia and the UK as big producers of oil and gas, and they tell you one thing, but they do something else. If you're in North America, they say white man speak with forked tongue. Because you say one thing, but you do another. And we've got to bring that out there and say, well, we can't keep going like this, because it's affecting everybody, not just island states or low-income states. There is no more climate comfortable anywhere anymore. And people have got to, and behind that is we've got to address the greed and the selfishness and the apathy that exists in some of these bigger countries and in some of the big companies. Unless and until we do that, the science, we have plenty of science. There's more than enough science. What we have to do is break through some of those barriers, and I think there's ways that we have to do it. And the Commonwealth and the institutions of the Commonwealth is a really important platform if this world is going to have a chance.
My final question to you, it's CHOGM 2024. Huge, big deal. We have Commonwealth heads of government, leaders, representatives gathered here to discuss these very issues. If you had one big ask, and this ask would go directly to them, and this is your ask that would ensure that there is some progress in climate justice, health justice, and freedom of expression, what would that one big ask to the leaders be? I go from Dr. Hospitalis to Mr. Mwala.
Well, I think there's several things you could pick, but We need a better educated government and citizenry climate literate. I came across in Argentina recently something called Yolanda's Law. And that is a law that requires every member of the government, legislative, judiciary, and executive, to have 16 hours of mandatory training on climate and environment. I think the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association is a great channel for pushing something like that. So if I had to ask the Commonwealth head something, I would say, get your government educated on this subject, because to deal with it requires intersectoral work. Finance has to understand, health has to understand, environment. You can't have them siloed the way they are. So that would be my big
ask. All right, Ms. Fruan?
It's a big ask, but I would say publish your internal reports.
Ooh. Publish your internal report.
Where are your emissions at? Where are you on the Paris Agreement? How are your commitments coming along? Where are your targets? Let's be very honest. Let's not beat around the bush anymore. Publish your reports. Let's see it. Let's see the numbers. Let's see what is happening. And I know it's a big ask, but you said big ask. And I think this could also relate to Mr. Moala, because Mr. Moala and many other publishers, I'm sure, will be happy to write about those reports.
Love that big ask. Mr. Moala, final question to you.
The one thing I would say, please shut up and listen to us.
If ever there was a drop mic moment, like after that, no one has to say anything. You just drop the mic and you continue. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Clearly, we understand that there are nuances, that there are layers. And let me stand so that you can probably see me better. There are nuances and layers when we speak about climate justice and health justice and freedom of expression. It's so much that we know that an hour and a half certainly would not suffice. And so what I do encourage us to do is to continue having these conversations. I would like to thank Dr. Hospedales. I'd like to thank Ms. Fruan. I'd like to thank Mr. Moala for being a part of such a great panel discussion. Could you kindly give them another round of applause? So to wrap up, and I thank you for the audience participation. You were absolutely listening and connecting the dots and asking questions, and I appreciate it. Here are my takeaways. That yes, our frustrations and our challenges are many, but there is a place for optimism. That optimism drives a lot of the work that we continue to do in our entities, in our departments, in our NGOs and our CSOs, and we must not lose sight of how important it is to remain optimistic. That we understand that collaborating and partnering is absolutely important, but we need to ask ourselves, who are we collaborating with? Who are we receiving funds from? What are the ulterior motives? And are our actions and partnership contradictory to our vision and our mission? We must look at ourselves, even as advocates and activists, as we sit at the table, we must ask ourselves, who is not at this table? Because we might be advocating for one thing, and as we are advocating, we ourselves are othering other people. And that we might be speaking about communities that are not at the tables you are. So the question I challenge you to ask yourself is, who is not at the table? Cross-pollination. We saw someone get up and answer a question for somebody across there, which means that there's information in this room to help you solve your problem. Find, network, learn. And finally, measure. We must measure. Gone are the days where we speak about what we want to do and what we're doing. Publish. Show us those reports. Get the data and measure the data so that we know the numbers that we are bringing to these very important conversations. Of course, I have so many more, but in the interest of time, thank you so very much for your kind attention. Thank you to our panelists. This has been Challenges Ahead, Climate, Justice, Health, and Freedom of Expression. Thank you so very much. I hand over to Selena. So I hand over to Selena Tusitala Marsh. Fafetai. Thank you, Mr. Moala. Thank you, Mr. Moala. He dropped the mic with just shut up and listen to us.
Yeah, it's just my pleasure to announce that morning tea is being served. Is this correct? Yes. So we've got a tea break from 11:30 to 11:55 outside our conference centre. It is an opportunity for you to browse Our Climate, Our Future, the photography exhibition out there. This is the exhibition that you're invited to vote on. Scan the QR code, pick your best one, and we'll be announcing the winner at the end of our conference tomorrow evening. So please join me for morning tea.
Tell me, Samoa, le nu'u o te nofo ai. Pe wha pe whea, na ngalo atu o i lewa ai. Samoa, o le penina, o te fia fia i ai. O solela, susulu mai, ma o mana tua ai. La u Samoa, le nu'u o te nofo ai. Pe wha pe whea, na ngalo atu o i lewa ai. Masi, masi Samo, shoo, bap, bap, fa'ali fo fa'i, shoo, bap, bap, masi, masi Samo, shoo, bap, bap, atoa masi Samo, fa'ali fo fa'i, atoma pilika kitu. Summer breeze for those in love. Shoo, oh yeah. Music plays until you hear that song. Shoo, bop, bop. I say, homeboys, jam it to the tune of swing. Shoo, see, listen up. Jomo James gonna do that sing. Jomo shooby-doo-bop. Hey, yeah. Masi Samo, masi Samo, yeah. Fa'ali fo fa'i, fa'ali fo fa'i. Masi Samo, masi Samo. Atoa masi Samo, fa'ali fo fa'i, atoma pilika kitu. Boys keep rocking on a Samoana soul. Rhythms up because the boys don't know. Bop, bop. Island fever is on the road. Jamo knows why the girls don't want, 'cause Jamo knows how to rock. Fita. Masi Samo, masi Samo. Shoo, bap, bap. Fa'ali fo fa'i, fa'ali fo fa'i. Shoo, bap, bap. Masi Samo. Shoo, bap, bap. Atoa masi Samo, fa'ali fo fa'i, atoma pilika kitu. Masi Samo, masi Samo. Fa'ali fo fa'i, bap, bap. Masi Samo. Shoo, bap, bap. Atoa masi Samo, fa'ali fo fa'i, atoma pilika kitu. avea mafetu pula ila unifatu ai uo isa ina ua e alu no useisa utiwa ile neolanga sa ole manatu e abeseina he avea mafetu pula ila unifatu ai uaponisa ina ua e alu ta'amilinga lela lolani te leo talawa fe aveai pamitile lo famalia ina ile rosa talolea ile ali no wanganga se I ela meai o nei tinga wa ufitia I ita e moni ua e sola a e tumau pe alo ua lofa Tele te sanga o la tafia inga Le mama lea na fusia e o uli una Ai o tafia le lo famoli Ufa'anga lala ufa'a maoli Le tu ina na una e na o seuli Tele to sanga la tafeanga ina Ni mama lea na fu
Manatu le mafutana o emagu o emanatu maita o tu mawita ilo fatu Sao se aso, tato e fiava ai. Usue e fuli mai lo tua la upele o tele tu na oe. Tamo sao songi Mana tua tu mai ale moli matangi whaapupula mai le ala ia tua imanu le nei folaunga pelutia ipua vale nei folaunga peluta luta I fea le nei vasa o te tuva e luona o e o lo tua o te savali pea o te leto e te pai tua po alava ni mala o matami mafa ele mawhai o na malu e lue ai luanganga uana o e o te wha moe moe I ai ia tau I manu e fōlaunga au noa ma le wha vai vai lo mato tama oi le langi tu mai ale moli matangi whapupula mai le ala ia tua I manu le nei folaunga na pipitia ai mamau ala a o ala ua whanoa I le maungola e whaafolinga o se mea e whaatauwa ai e ngase ai lava le tautai whaatamala Boani atu malunga Mamana onga ulo ulo to E hui mangalo e te oile atua O le tauta I bonso Whai alo fina ngalo Ai leo sau tau anau O leo te tangi atu ai Malo ulo to whana Manu, le nei
fae upuna fa amatala ua numereta si fo I oe ile Pacifica la
pefea na ngalo atu oi leva ai Samoa o le penina o te fia fia iai O solela susulu mai ma o mana tuai La Samoa le nuku o te nofo ai E wha pefea na ngalo atu oi leva ai Samoa o le penina o te fia fia iai Hangi mai se matangi e momoli atu ai Samoa, Matalasi Hangi mai se matangi E momoli atu ai Oku alofai la Samoa, Matalasi O aolelea pa asolo solo La poia o na paolo Lona sami i la pe asurungia ele masina Pe fa apefea na ngalo atu oea ita Samoa o le penina oi o le vasa pasifika Tangi mai se matangi Se momoli atu ai Oku alofai na Samoa Matalasi Tangi mai se matangi E momoli atu ai Oku alofai na Samoa Matalasi Matsamofie, le afi afi, pe asa vali vali Lona la lele, ma fulinga e whilanua i Pe wha pefea, na ngalo atu olo wingoa Samoa, o le penina oe o le vasa loloa Hangi mai se matangi E momoli atu ai alofai la Samoa Matalasi Hangi mai se matangi E momoli atu ai alofai la Samoa Matalasi Hangi mai se matangi E momoli atu ai alofai
On the first morning of foreign, the Commonwealth gave to me a people's forum shaping what will be. On the first morning of foreign, the Commonwealth gave to me a people's forum shaping what will be. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Please come on in, bring your kai, bring your muffins, but don't bring your tiredness, your lethargy, or your lack of energy. Because we've got a stunning, dynamic, dynamite session coming right up. The People Act community-led initiatives towards climate and health justice. The session goes from 12 o'clock to 1:30. Where we will again stuff your bellies with the fine cuisine of Apia Samoa. So this interactive session showcases grassroots efforts driving climate change, climate and health justice, and explores how successful strategies from Africa, Asia, the Caribbean, and the Pacific can be expanded across the Commonwealth. An intergenerational and Indigenous panel will discuss youth advocacy, community-led policy influence, and fair representation for vulnerable groups. I was recently working in Maui with post-fire Lahaina communities there. And Kanaka Maoli, the team, their uniforms were stunning. And all it was a black t-shirt with white writing. And it said, "Be a good ancestor. Be a good ancestor." And I've already written a line and it begins, Brianna said, "I have a vision because my grandparents have a memory," or memories. Stunning, stunning. So it is my pleasure to introduce you to this panel's moderator. And you know, language is really important. The sound of words are very important. So every time I read the name Dr. James Hospitalis, I read Dr. James Hospital. Has anyone ever mistakenly called you Dr. Hospital? It's hospital in Italian, but certainly this man does not, his work does not belong inside four concrete walls. Far from that. The world, your healing place and your space. Founder and manager of Director of Earth Medic, nurse. We already know that you're an established and distinguished public health specialist from Trinidad and Tobago. Dr. Hospital will kindly heal us and moderate us through this session. And so I welcome Dr. Hospitalis to the podium to introduce our plenary speakers.
Thank you very much. So since you went into my name, the root is the Latin hospides, hospidum, which means guest. So I was either supposed to be a doctor or hotelier. I ended up being a doctor. And yeah, I had a big fun joke once in Italy. My son, or youngest son, was ill. So we went to the hospital. And after he was treated, they came for me to give the bill. And they said, "Nome." And I said, "Hospitalis." And they said, "No, ospedale, nome." So I said, "Hospitalis." And they were hearing hospitals, and I was giving them my name. So I had to take out my passport. And he called all the nurses to see this doctor whose name was Dr. Hospital. So you got me going. So we've had a great first innings today, led off by these two wonderful ladies. Well, we had the opening ceremony, and then we had that first innings. And in that first innings, I was a batsman, and now I'm a bowler. So it's my great pleasure to introduce the members of this panel, beginning with Archana Soreng, who is a young person, climate advocate with indigenous roots, Kadia tribe advocate from Odisha, India. She champions climate justice, indigenous rights, and youth empowerment. Former UN Youth Advisor on Climate Change, and now serves on the Climate Advisory Council of the Rockefeller Foundation and the Steering Committee of the Youth Climate Justice Fund. Please welcome Archana Soreng. And in the spirit of thank you. It's my pleasure to introduce Sir Colin Tukitwanga, who I've worked with in the past. He's a renowned Nubian-born public health expert, associate dean and co-director for the Center for Pacific and Global Health at University of Auckland. He was knighted in 2022. He's held a variety of roles, including DG of the Pacific Community and Chief Executive of the Ministry of Pacific Island Affairs. Sir Colin. Next, we have Stephanie Harvey, CEO of Community First Development, who leads Indigenous-led projects on climate resilience and health in Australia. A Bijara woman, she serves on the boards of the Healing Foundation and the Australian Regional and Remote Community Services, ARRCS, with a focus on First Nations empowerment. Please welcome Stephanie. And then Brianna again. We want you back, Brianna. Co-founder of Pacific Climate Warriors, member of the Council of Elders. Brianna is leading young people and communities across the Pacific in tackling climate-related issues. So this panel is looking at community-based initiatives, grassroots initiatives that are driving progress across towards climate and health justice in the different parts of the Commonwealth, Africa, Asia, the Caribbean, and the Pacific. And the conversation comes at a critical time. I'm based in the Caribbean, and I look at what's happening right across the Commonwealth. If you're a cricketer, cricket is the most vulnerable field sport. From South Africa to Pakistan to the West Indies to Australia, getting hot, hot, hot. How you feeling? Hot, hot, hot. It's everywhere that we are concerned about where climate and health impacts are going on. And some countries are at the same time facing huge burdens in relation to the health of their people, such as the non-communicable disease epidemic. For the Buenos Aires G20 in 2016, I wrote a paper called Climate Change and Non-Communicable Diseases, Two Sides of the Same Coin for Small Island States. Because when you look at what's driving climate, it's driving the non-communicable disease problem as well. This panel features both intergenerational and indigenous voices who are helping to lead the way. And together we'll explore how these innovative solutions can be recognized and scaled up. That's important. We need action at speed and at scale. And this panel will help bring some of that home. We'll look at the intersection between climate change and health and how vulnerable communities, somebody objected to the use of that word earlier, but vulnerable communities, particularly those in the global south, can have a stronger voice in shaping the policies that affect them. Civil society leaders across the world are calling for expanded climate health financing. We touched on that already this morning, and greater recognition of the crucial role that young people and indigenous advocates have to play. So we're going to be interactive. I'm bowling, you guys have to bat now. So we're going to kick off and ask, why should we be so the question to the panel is, why should we be encouraging? Press and hold and turn off. Okay, good, thanks. Why should we be encouraging and championing grassroots initiatives and approaches in the fight for climate and health justice? And you could tackle the second question if you wish as well, examples of such initiatives from your own region and lessons that have been learned. So why should we champion and encourage such initiatives? Where do we start? Go down the end.
Thank you. I think the sound guys are upset. They're like, wasn't this girl already on? What's she doing there? So they muted me. No. I just want to first of all acknowledge that I'm sitting on this seat today because a dear friend of mine, Ineza, who's an incredible activist from Rwanda, wasn't able to make it. And so, Ineza, if you're watching, I'm sorry you couldn't be here, and I wish you were here, but you're here in spirit. Thank you. I think Angela Davis put it beautifully, right, about this work that we do. And when people call her radical, she said, well, radical simply means to grasp something at the root. The work has to start from the root. The root of the trees starts at grassroots. It starts in community. And so that's why this is important. Community should always be the jumping point. It should never come, and the Prime Minister said something similar in her opening statement. It's never top down. It should always be bottom up, how we approach the crises that we're facing. And I think an example, just to jump right into it, some young people that have really inspired me are the Pacific Island students fighting climate change. They're a group of young people from the Pacific, all different islands of the Pacific, who were studying at USB, who were very worried about the climate crisis, and they were law students. And so they were looking at, well, what are ways we can use law and litigation to bring about climate justice? And they had this dream, starting from this classroom in the middle of the Pacific, wanting to make it to The Hague and take the International Court of Justice up to have an advisory opinion on climate injustice being an injustice and a human rights violation. And so currently, the hearings will happen at The Hague, December 2nd. So if all of you can remember that date, December 2nd, young people from the Pacific would have contributing to taking up the issue of climate justice to the International Court of Justice, The Hague, where they'll be having people's hearings there. And so it's something I encourage all of you to have a look at. And it's one of those examples, as you said, Doctor, where the grassroots, something that started in a small classroom, has made it big. And that's why I believe their campaign has been so successful, because it has been informed by the voices of those who are impacted the most and have the means to act on it.
Thank you, Brianna. We had an International Court of Justice advisory opinion workshop in the island of Grenada in February. And one of the architects of this recognized that bringing the health impact into the argument strengthens the position of countries in their submissions to the ICJ. So, Colin, I'll pick you next.
Well, firstly, thank you.
Mike.
It's on, I think.
Yeah.
Firstly, to thank the Commonwealth for inviting me to be part of this panel. Why civil society? Two things in my view. One is ownership, and the other is sustainability. On sustainability, political cycles are 3 years, 4 years, whatever. Civil servants and public officials have a lifespan. Communities endure. And that's why it's important that civil society and communities are fully engaged and participate fully. People say to me, the problem with you public health types is you always say, in 50 years, this is going to happen. Nobody cares about what happens in 50 years. They're worried about today and tomorrow and next week. Make it urgent, man. Make it urgent. On ownership, we have a design flaw. Those of us career public servants, we do things to, for, and occasionally with people. That's not how it should work. How it should work is it comes from the community, driven by communities, etc., based on community values, and our job as civil servants and information brokers and resource suppliers should be in a support role. But what happens, at least in New Zealand, government agencies dictate how things happen, by and large. I think it needs to be switched, and communities need to be resourced, empowered, supported to drive the mahi, as we say in Aotearoa. An example, in the early 50s, they showed that smoking causes lung cancer. As it was, they studied the bad habits of doctors. It wasn't until 2003, World Health Assembly, the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control was endorsed by the World Health Assembly. It took us all those years. So we knew a long time ago, but somehow it didn't quite make it as urgently as it should have been. And in my view, that was the contribution of civil societies. You see, governments are conflicted. On the one hand, they need to generate the magical economic activity to pay for things. Understandable. But on the other side, they are meant to protect public health. And guess what? When economy and public health conflict, who wins? What do you think? And it's my view, and some of you will not agree with me, it was the role of civil society that forced this change and allowed us as a global community to develop, adopt, and ratify the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, the first legal instrument used globally. I still believe that. That civil society made a big contribution to that change.
Thank you, Sir Colin. A political scientist that I work with who studies, his scholarship is under what conditions do political leaders keep their commitments? Under what conditions do political leaders keep their commitments? And in his scholarship of 25 years, the role of civil society has been critical in all major social changes. All. So it's an absolute statement, actually, in any major change you examine. I recently reread the history of the abolition of slavery in the UK, and that took 50 or 60 years. And a lot of pastors, and a lot of doctors, and a lot of activists, and people who were former slaves, and people who gathered the evidence, made the case, advocated. And many of them were terrorized for it. Let's pass over here now to Archana. Why civil society, and what examples?
First of all, Johar, greetings from my land and my community. As a young indigenous woman, I would like to start by affirming that for us, in our worldview, nature, we are not mere part of nature. We are nature. Nature is our source of identity, culture, tradition, and language. And with this, I would like to share with you all one of my experience and encounter which has always been in my heart and which strengthens me to do the work which I'm doing. So once I was visiting communities and I interacted with the community leader in their village, and I was like, how is everyone doing? And he said, we are doing good, but at the moment we are resisting and protesting one of the plantation drive. And I was very curious to know what is the plantation drive about and why they are resisting and protesting. And the community leader said that they want to plant fruit trees and we are resisting. I was a little surprised because I didn't know why, because there's this narrative of, you should have plantation of fruit trees which is helpful for the communities. Even he was indigenous and tribal and I was indigenous and tribal, and I was like, why are you protesting? What is the reason? And that is when the community leader explained that if we have plantation of mango trees, jackfruit trees in the periphery of our village, then wild animals, elephants and boars will come to eat it and will destroy our agriculture and farming land. And that is what made me stuck and just step back and realize that even if we are coming from same community, but different geographical regions have different realities. And this, again, he continued and he said that is why we want sal tree, which has a lot of significance both spiritually, but also in terms of forest-based livelihoods. And we don't want fruit trees. And this is why I feel it's extremely important to consult and have free, prior and informed consent of the indigenous people, local communities, and ensure that they are making decisions of what should be done for them. And herein I bring in is like indigenous people, young people should be leaders of climate actions and not victims of climate policies. Because the policies which we think would be good for them without consulting them or without rooting it from bottoms up can be disastrous in their own realities. And again, I share this nuances that it may not be the reality in different regions. And that is what it is really important to have adequate and representation of indigenous people, local communities across spaces in the decision-making processes, from drafting to implementation to monitoring, and just be in the position of power and have inclusive space where they are heard. Thank you.
It's a wise young lady. Stephanie.
That's on? That's on? Can you hear me?
Maybe
this one. No? Oh, yeah, thank you. Hi, that's better. So, as per my introduction, I'm an Aboriginal woman from Australia, and I want to thank the people of up here for their generous welcome in having me here on their land and their country, and pay my respects to the other First Peoples in the room and to all of you who walk beside us, that collective wisdom in this room. I may be up here on a panel to speak, but I'm here just to hear from you and to learn as much as I can as well. So I'm going to interpret the question just a little bit differently. I know that we are many communities, but I'm going to speak from lived experience from Aboriginal Australia. Not that I speak on behalf of other Aboriginal people, but my own community and my own journey. And so the question around why should you back community in these conversations in climate justice and health justice? So my question is, why would you not? We're in crisis. Why would you not include us? We are thousands of years old in our knowledges, in our land and sea practices. We know how to live in an environment and keep it sustainable. Why would you not tap into that? Why would anybody create public policy or processes that don't first engage with us as the First Peoples of the land that we all live on? I find that the practices that we have now and our role as First Peoples are so utterly entwined in being on our land. So in Australia, we don't say that we own land or we have that as a possession. We belong to country. We have an indelible obligation to make sure that our land country, our sea country and our sky country is healthy. And so I want to expand the second part of this question around health justice and keep the focus on the immediate health needs, of course. We need access to clean water, to quality, culturally safe healthcare. Of course we do. But as First Peoples, we know that our health is so inextricably entwined in the health of our country that it actually impacts our health. It's not just our physical health, it's our mental health, it's our cultural and spiritual health, and we are in pain, we are sick, we are grieving, we're certainly very sad. And we know that those emotions and that disconnection from culture and country is impacting our physical health. So expanding that immediate need of how can we support people who are being impacted by climate in a health perspective, but to look at us as whole people and know that all of the impacts on climate are impacting upon us. And it's impacting upon you. It's not just First Peoples. Whether you're Indigenous or non-Indigenous, this has a profound impact on your own well-being. So I invite you to join me in looking at this in a holistic way and knowing that this is all interconnected. I know as First Peoples we feel a deep responsibility to our country and to each other to make sure that we get this right, and time is running out. At the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues this year, the chair in her closing remarks had a really profound statement to make. And it was profound, but also a call to action. And she said, and bearing in mind this was a completely Indigenous forum, she said, as First Peoples, as Indigenous peoples, we are not just guardians of the earth. We are guardians of humanity. And I take that very seriously, and I hope that you join me in taking that seriously and working with us with community-led action and solutions. Sorry, can I just add in? Where I was talking about the holistic health of us all, and I do have an example using law that has incorporated that. So we have elders, traditional custodians of the Torres Strait, who went to the UN Human Rights Commission in 2022, and we're talking about how our climate is impacting their low-lying islands, but also about that disconnection from culture that is occurring because of loss of sea country and land country. And the Human Rights Commission found that the Australian government had not adequately protected the Torres Strait Island people from the impacts of climate. And it is now coming forward in Australia to the federal court. So they've been able to pose the question that it's not just climate change on livelihood, economic independence and physical health, it's about the loss of culture and the impact of our overall health. So it'll be interesting to see where that goes in the Australian courts.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. So we heard in the last couple of remarks the importance of context when you're planning and implementing projects, and the importance of interconnectedness, and we're part of nature. I think, why don't people consult the local community? Reasons of greed, profiteering, don't care, no love, they don't care about the environment or the local people. Yeah, that has to be resisted. If we could then move on a bit and look at, I'm going to ask you about the challenges that you have faced with Indigenous communities in amplifying their voices in global discussions. How can we make sure that happens?
It's more on my experience, also with the experience of the young people with whom I work with, is it's really sad, and it's an irony that it is only now that the world has recognized the role and importance of Indigenous people in the context of climate justice and climate change. Over the years, we have been looked down upon, called backward, savage, only because of our identity, culture, tradition, and language. And it's such an irony that now, since a couple of years, we are glorifying, we are wanting to appreciate and acknowledge these identities, cultures, and practices of Indigenous people and local communities in terms of climate justice. And I feel this is one of the major challenges, because what it has led has generation of inferiorization. It has led to a generation of self-doubt and embracing your own identity and culture, especially when it comes to young people like me and the young people coming in. And that is why when you say, or speak about your rights, or you are important, but they don't realize and value that they are important in this discourse, because that is not how they have been made to feel about it. And I think that is one of the major challenges I feel, and that is what I feel, that it's extremely important to come from a lens of undoing the injustices. And there are many laws to do that, but more so I feel it has to be approached from a place of love, affection, and openness of an intense solidarity, which is so rooted in love. It's only then we will be able to be in a space or in a generation when, we are valued, we feel safe in our own identity and culture. So that's one thing which I deeply feel in terms of the major challenges. The second thing which I would like to emphasize and combine is with language. It's very important to also understand a lot of people who have been able to access these spaces are only able to access because they are able to speak English like me. What about indigenous communities who are in huge population and numbers who speak in their own language? And I have been to places, advocated for places that we need language justice, and we need spaces where there is translations and interpretation for indigenous people. But the answers which I have received is it's extremely expensive and we cannot afford it. And it just makes me feel very bad about it, because it's like you are willing to invest money for scientific projects and other projects, and you have a lot of money for that, but you don't have money only to have a conversation and dialogue with the communities who are affected and who are in the forefront, impacted by climate crisis, but also leading climate action. And that is why I feel in our journey, in our work, we have always made it an effort to have multilingual interpretation. And I would say with my experience, it's not difficult. It's not that expensive. All it requires is an intent to be able to make the space more inclusive. And if you have that intent, you will definitely have resources to allocate for it. Because if you don't have intent, you will never have money. And this also brings me down and weaves me with one of the key challenges is as I speak, and a lot of my indigenous brothers, sisters, communities and elders across the globe have lost their life, are in threat, and their safety is at risk. And amidst these situations when they are defending the land, the territories, which is an important aspect for climate justice, how can a person come and access a decision-making spaces when they are not safe back home, But when they are the ones who are in the front liners and advocating and defending and protecting the territory with community-led forest protection practices, community-led conservation practices, and it again brings down to the aspect of gross human rights violation. I would wrap up by saying, which I really appreciate Brianna for giving a huge shout out to the Youth Climate Justice Fund in the earlier session. As part of the steering committee of the Youth Climate Justice Fund, I would like to say that one of the major challenges is we barely have resources allocated for young people, and if we go down, indigenous young people and local communities. And it's extremely important, and with the, what data Brianna said, I would like to further narrow it down. The data is, apart from the 3% of the global climate philanthropy, we have only 0.76% going to young people. And if we see deeply, even that 0.76% is only going to global north and not global south. So where are we? And that is why I strongly feel that there's a dearth of resources, but actually there's not dearth of resources. There's a intent of allocation which needs to be done to indigenous people, young people. So yeah, this is a summary of the challenges. It's ongoing, there's a lot more, but I would like to keep it till now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that statement, from the heart and from your experience. Brianna, I'm going to turn to you and ask you, how do you envision young people continuing to lead the fight for reparatory justice, and what key ingredients are essential for successfully engaging young people in the Commonwealth?
Yeah, absolutely. I think to give a little bit of context and background of the power of young people and the power of Global South young people is we have always seen our young people and youth push the standard of ambition. And I really saw this at COP21 in Paris. And I don't know if any of you were in Paris for the Paris Agreement or for the negotiations, but the UN had 2 degrees plastered everywhere. So all the wall signs, all the pull-up banners, it said ambition for 2 degrees. That was the standard that they were setting. And it was youth from the Marshall Islands that really pushed this campaign, 1.5 to stay alive. They were at every press conference. They were almost at every workshop. They split up. They had strategy. They had tactics. They had a campaign to carry out on making sure that 2 degrees wasn't the standard, but it was 1.5. And the Pacific region at the time worked beautifully in having the negotiators and those with access on the inside pushing negotiations towards 1.5, while young people were on the outside making sure that the narrative to the public, to the media, to those who weren't in the room were also pushing the 1.5 narrative. And so we saw that work, and 1.5 ended up in the Paris Agreement. You know, we're not on track for that, but, you know, we could have been on track for 2 degrees by now. Maybe we would have surpassed 1.5 by now if the standard was set at 2 degrees. And it was our young people that pushed that. And then we saw it again with loss and damage. The past few COPs with the Loss and Damage Youth Coalition, where we had activists from Fiji, we had young activists from Palau, from all places in the Global South and in the Pacific, who pushed for the fact that we need loss and damage. Those who are responsible the most need to be paying up for the impact that communities are facing. And then you see these young people with their banners outside, while their negotiators are pushing on the outside, they made sure that people were talking about reparations on the outside and through media, and that the conversation was capturing the importance of loss and damage. Otherwise, it can be pushed to the other end and the needle will be pushed backwards. And so that is how I envision, as civil society moving forward, is that we work with the inside, we work on the outside, and we empower our young people to do what they do best, which is raise their voices, speak in the language that more people across generations understand, and are able to use their gifted talents as storytellers to be able to push the needle on what we see as ambitious.
Thank you, Brianna. That achieving the 1.5, so I'll speak from a more experienced perspective, was a great accomplishment, and it was just the beginning of actually trying to hit that target, because right now it's not looking too good. We have a lot of work to do. But I've been there for other things where you go to the UN and you get a commitment and the government signs it, and then you really have to keep up the pressure for a long time to get the change. Sir Colin, from your experience, what sort of community-led initiatives and approaches have proven effective in tackling the burden of non-communicable diseases?
If I had those examples, James, I wouldn't be sitting here talking about it. I'd be out there peddling it. The sad reality is that there is no reduction in the incidence of NCDs, diabetes, heart disease, some cancers. In other words, it's a fairly bleak landscape. You might be more successful in the Caribbean, but in the Pacific, there is no reduction, and if anything, everything is going the wrong direction. We have an increasing prevalence of obesity in children and young people, and diabetes. In other words, it's fairly bleak. There are, of course, some bright spots in an otherwise dark landscape. The Tongans and the Samoans and possibly in Kiribati have reduced the prevalence of use of tobacco in adults. But otherwise, it's pretty horrible, actually. There's a decline in life expectancy in some of the islands, largely as a result of NCDs. So I wish I knew. But that's not to say that people are not trying, and commending communities and governments and agencies for continuing to do their best. But we're short of what's effective. You know this. So I do want to acknowledge the work of SPC. They've pushed what's called the Pacific NCD Roadmap. It's a guide for island nations to act on diabetes. So they've adopted the WHO best buys, for example, and a range of things like that, and a monitoring tool to tell us if we're going forwards or backwards or sideways. In other words, it's a very complex, challenging issue for all of us, but that's not to say that people are not doing their best. One of the big problems, of course, is there isn't the resources that's needed to act effectively to support community initiatives. So that's clearly one of the limiting factors. My friends at SBC tell me that I should do a shout out to the young people in the Solomon Islands who have established the NCD Alliance, led by and driven by young people to try to reduce prevalence of NCDs in the Happy Isles. So they've got themselves organized and getting involved in a number of things that appeal and is effective with young people: peer-to-peer education, advocacy, the use of creative arts and the media. So that's an example of something that they're trying in the Solomon Islands. And of course, lots of nations in the Pacific are doing their best, but it's pretty bleak at the moment, James. So if you've got some smart ideas from the Caribbean, would love to hear it.
Wow, not many people sit on a panel and tell you I don't have a success story. But so thank you for the honesty, and having been in charge of non-communicable diseases for AMRO, the PAHO region in the Americas, and for the Caribbean, it's not dissimilar. Perhaps some progress has been made with tobacco, but every country is getting more overweight. Alcohol consumption has gone up, even among teens and among girls. That sounds a bit sexist, but you don't like to see young girls drunk at school age. And physical activity is down, safety is a consideration. So the overall picture is also not good. And the commercial determinants, so 10 years ago I tried to introduce a system of front of pack labeling as a mandatory requirement across CARICOM. And 10 years on, we don't have it, and it's mostly because the Caribbean Private Sector Organization has resisted. They have tried to, do all sorts of things to buy political influence, and it's similar.
James, I should have mentioned that, not because Kalafi Mala's in the room, but the Tongans seem to be making good progress on this. They've taxed soft drinks, and studies have shown a decline in consumption of soft drinks. They've taken tax off fruit and veg. They've trained about 100, I think, community nurses that care for people with chronic diseases in the community. They've established Tonga Health, funded from taxes on tobacco, partially funded from taxes. So a lot of work in the region, but I should mention the progress that the Tongans have made.
Thanks for that. Jamaica also has a national health fund partially financed by tobacco taxes. But let's get you to you, Stephanie, then, and comment. Could you comment on lessons that have been learned about building partnerships and community-driven partnerships and tackling the climate crisis, and how do you see Indigenous leadership evolving in that regard?
Partnerships, bit of a loaded word, hey? Partnerships. What I've discovered in my time as an Aboriginal leader and CEO is that often partnerships, there's a power imbalance. There's either a partnership between community and government, or a partnership between community and a funder, and sometimes it feels extractive. There's not an equal balance of power, responsibility and contribution. And so in our work, we've been reframing them as relationship agreements. So not a partnership agreement, but a relationship agreement where we lay out the values and the contributions that each of us will bring to the table. It completely shifts the dynamics. It really does. It shows the way that we're going to work together to move forward. It does redistribute that power. And I hate to say it, but sometimes partnership agreements between NGOs and NGOs fall into that power dynamic as well, because at the end of the day, we're still all scrambling for funding. So then organisational ego gets its pointy elbows out, and we seek to have power one over the other rather than being in a true relationship. We have a saying in my country that we speak with our ears and listen with our heart. And that's what comes forward in a relationship agreement, where we do deep listening to work out not only the value that we're bringing to our relationship, but how we're going to hold ourselves accountable to this. The second part of your question around Indigenous leadership, we are always evolving. We are always two-world walking and two-world operating, whether it's through cultural governance aligned with Western governance or funding. But we are a really dynamic, resourceful, innovative people. We have solutions that we can bring forward in both low-tech and high-tech ways that are based on thousands of years of knowledge. And we're innovating to make sure that our solutions that we're bringing in partnership, the community-led solutions, are effective and sustainable.
Thank you very much for that. I consider myself a little scholar of partnerships, but first time I'm hearing relationship agreements. So I'm going to adopt that phrase. At the heart of partnership has to be an agreement about a relationship. I'm standing up because my back's hurting, but also to transition to, thank you very much for the responses so far, to transition to a more open question and answer bit. I think we have the roving mic. So this is a chance for members of the audience to ask questions. I would ask you to give everybody the chance to speak, that you keep your questions tight, and stay on the line on length of the session. If you play cricket, you know what I mean. If you don't play cricket, stick to the subject of the session, please. So let's open it up to some questions and answers for the next little while. We've got there's a very bright light at us, so wave or get something on wave. That's allowed as well.
They said it's controlled from there. So. Yeah. Okay. So just thank you to the panelists again for all the comments. I really appreciated listening to them. And in some ways, it was reassuring to see that we're going through the same thing, but really disappointing that we're all going through it. What I just wanted to add to the comments, I guess, about why invest in civil society and just positioning myself. I'm a primary care physician that works in the space of palliative care. I'm here for the Samoa Cancer Society, which is an NGO, not-for-profit here in Samoa. We need to work with civil society because the gap is getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and I'm seeing it as a clinician working at grassroots level within our rural communities. We need to understand how our communities understand what's happening around them, because something that I see when I'm talking to patients is that there is a lack of understanding of what's happening with respect to climate change and the burden of diseases upon us. Climate change is a health crisis. That's what I'm seeing. And it's a health crisis that isn't getting the attention that it needs, because it looks like climate change is in one silo, health is in another silo, and then civil society somewhere else. We need to break down that bureaucracy. I sit with NGOs right now because I can't do much when I'm in government. I can't do much when I'm in private sector. And so I'm here in a place where I feel like there's a voice that can make a difference, but we need some support in that space. So please, let's close the gap.
Thank you. Last year, last year in two back-to-back meetings. One meeting was in Barbados. It was called Climate Resilient Caribbean. There were just over 100 participants, and almost everybody was from the environmental climate space, either government or NGO, Caribbean or foreign. And the following week, I was at the Caribbean Health Conference, There were 152 participants, and there was nobody from the climate and environmental camp. It was such a stark example of how we need to come together across those who are caring for the planet and those who are caring for the people. And I think that's a powerful alliance that we need to strike, and strike it quick. But thank you for bringing that point, Doc. Go ahead.
Malo Lava. Thank you all for such thoughtful answers to those important questions. You all mentioned things like language and loss and damage and the inseparable relationship between culture and land for Indigenous people. And when we see the proposals for the bold loss and damage, it does feel in a certain way that culture, because of that relationship, gets shoehorned in. And I'm curious how you envision those loss and damage agreements and how all of that support is not strictly attached to work in the climate sector and for the environment, but also hopefully for cultural heritage and loss in that space.
Thank you for that question. I'll turn to the panel and see who would like to respond. Archana, Brianna, and Sir Colin.
Hello.
ABC.
Yeah. Thank you for your questions. I will start with the loss and damage aspect. Being part of the UN processes and conversation, I would like to say that yes, there has been conversation and discussions and negotiations also around in terms of, economic and non-economic aspect to it. And reaffirming with what you said, I would like to give an example of what is happening on ground. Is I come from a forest land, unlike coastal areas. But when there is cyclones or heavy rain, people barely realize that it has a huge impact even in the forest lands. Because the damage which is caused in the coastal areas, you can see it in your eyes. And it is also like over the years, it has been seen and termed as a loss, unlike things in the forested areas. So like for me, coming from a forest areas, even the unseasonal rains, the mere drops of rains can hamper our agriculture crops. And what that has been doing consistently as an impact of climate crisis, it is pushing the communities towards debt. And this is again forcing the communities to migrate, leaving the women behind, taking care of the children. And this vicious circle of, loss because of climate crisis and migration has another rounds of repercussion if you see it from a lens of health. Now, because of those rainfalls, there are a lot of waterborne diseases which is impacting the women and the children. But at the same time, because the crops are destroyed, the food safety angle, the food nutrition is also decreased. And that is why if we see that how climate crisis is also leading to health crisis, but at the same time leading to a socio-economic and political crisis. And that is what I feel loss and damage should have a broad horizon to see that. And the decision makers and policy makers need to have that eye to it.
Thank you, Archana. Can we hear quickly from Brianna and Sir Colin?
And just to add on to what Archana said, it's also about the bridging the gaps between what is science, right? Like Worsted mentioned, Indigenous people have said for a long time what the climate crisis is, and science is only just catching up. And so people always ask me, do I believe that climate education should be strengthened in science. But I said, no, it should be put in Samoan. I grew up here in Samoa, and Samoan was compulsory. I would have loved to learn about Samoa in the ways in which it challenges climate injustice. And I think there needs to be more bridging of gaps of our indigenous cultures and the ways in which we are now having to learn it in a modern world, and how climate is brought into those classes. Because I think that that's the space in which climate education should be as well. And then there's also the question of the arts. We should be teaching about climate change in our dance practices. We should be teaching about climate change in those who are having to learn how to launga in Samoan classes, because it's a part of that, right? As indigenous people, it was arts, music, poetry that is the archive of our ancestors. We need to bring back these archives, and the way to do that is through the arts and through our culture, and I think that is also the bridge that we need to be building. So thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you. I'm supposed to be the moderator, but I'm learning so much. So Colin.
Just to add, I'd like to think that the funds to be obtained through the loss and damage processes is inclusive of environment and health and the kinds of things that had been mentioned already. And from my point of view, I'd like to think that some of those funds are dedicated to healthcare facilities in our region. There was a recent assessment in the Pacific which showed that actually 2/3 of your most important facilities for when there's disasters, the hospitals, are located in extremely vulnerable positions. Some 2/3 are located near the sea, near the river, and at risk of damage from severe weather events. And so my suggestion would be that health becomes part of that plans for the use of loss and damage funds. I should say that most of the islands are ill prepared in terms of health responses to the climate change. Fiji produced a national plan in 2016, I think it was, but apart from Fiji, most of the islands don't have a structured, thought-out plan to respond from a health point of view to the impacts of climate change.
Thanks. Let's hear from you, Steph.
Thank you. I want to address the cultural aspect of the question. So in Australia, we are having loss of sacred sites and burial sites, which has a significant impact on our health and is incalculable in an economic sense. We are able to some extent work out the economic impacts that are occurring in our communities, particularly our remote communities, because of the impact of climate. And there is a longitudinal study underway by the ANU of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people that is looking at the health impacts and measuring our cultural, social and emotional well-being, and mapping over time the economic impacts to the Australian government of not addressing our health needs that are arising through climate. So there's going to be some real data on this, and seeing the decline on our health and the cost to the Australian people by not having adequate processes in place to address that. It's all about the data.
Thank you. I think it's Darian next, and the gentleman over here.
Talofa with a smile is my greeting phrase. I'd like to share a little story just before I get into what I want to ask. And in 2022, when I got COVID, I was bedridden very, very badly, under the weather, etc. And at that point in time, they were bringing all sort of big pharma medication for me. All kind of different things, right? They tell you this will work, that will work. And I did not find that it was effective. But my grandmother mixed a remedy of herbs and different plants from the garden. And as soon as I drunk that, it made a big difference in terms of my health and my recovery. Why do I share that story? She grew up in a rural indigenous village in Trinidad and Tobago, and she kept those practices with her straight throughout. what we're seeing right now, is, as we have the discussion around reparations, is also the need for discussion around reclamation. There are indigenous health practices that are significant, that make a big difference, and that could help in a big way. So my question to the panel here is, how do we raise the consciousness amongst the people? Of course, we have to battle in our capitalist agenda, because big pharma is big money. But how do we raise the consciousness around the need for herbs and returning to some of these indigenous health practices that are effective as well, and try to see how we can bring people to a place where they realize that they don't necessarily have to go for drugs all the time from the pharmacy, but could grow their own gardens. The second part of this discussion, into marrying just the whole idea of climate justice and health justice, is the fact that with climate change, some of these same herbs, same spices, different things that we use, the plants with medicinal properties, are also dying. They're not able to grow in the same conditions that they previously grew. So how do we also raise the consciousness around that? And if you all have any initiatives, any community-led initiatives that are centered around that, because I found that to be very effective. And James, just to share with you, Zeba Peak in Trinidad and Tobago, a very popular root, aloes, rosemary. Those are all plants and herbs that we utilize in Trinidad for different things.
Thank you. Who in the panel would like to? Stephanie.
Thanks. The question you raise is really important. We see our country, the countries that we're on in Aboriginal Australia, they're our supermarkets, they're our pharmacies, and so climate impact is having a direct correlation to a decrease in our health and our livelihoods. And there's a way for us to do climate projects that also keep our traditional knowledges alive. We're actively working on a project at the moment which is around the carbon sequestered in mangroves. And yet those mangroves, when they're healthy, is also where we source our food and our medicine. In our communities, we all know this, and I guess it's a way for how do we now take this to mainstream Australia, but having protections in place. We do know that there are some of our bush medicines that have been taken on by Big Pharma and are no longer in First People's hands. And I think that's my biggest worry when we're trying to talk around. We have solutions. We've got solutions to climate. We've got solutions to ill health. How do we protect our Indigenous knowledges so that it's for the benefit for all? And I don't have the answer to that.
Archana?
Yeah. First of all, thank you for bringing this aspect to this discussion. I'm very happy because this is definitely most needed, but it has so much of prejudices, so much of stigma attached to it that it's extremely difficult back home. Because these practices have looked down upon so much and have been treated as faulty practices, leading to a lot of loss of life, that there's a lot of, inferiorization in this aspect also. And that is why I agree and affirm to everything which you have said. There are two things which I would like to quickly say in this angle. We saw this in COVID as well, because there was lockdown everywhere. And I remember this statement, and it will always be in my heart, when interacted with the community leaders back during the COVID, and they said, it pains us to see our brothers and sisters walking from the cities back home without food, shelter and medicine. It was forest which protected us, gave us food and medicine, which is again because of those access to the medicines from the forest, they were protected and they were also able to have food to eat during those days. I think what is needed at this point of time is from the policy making level and also from different institutions, that affirmation and acknowledgement needs to be there that yes, these practices existed and these practices needs to be supported. With that aspect, I would also like to bring in the element of intellectual property and patent. That how there has been companies and processes coming into the lands of indigenous peoples, taking those herbs and those techniques of indigenous elders and then making it their own in terms of the medicine, the patent, the intellectual property. So that still remains a major challenge. In terms of the solution, there have been a lot of efforts by the communities to do biodiversity census. Like, what is there in my land, what forest, what herbs. So in that way, it's also important to know what your territory holds for you to protect themselves. So we can speak a lot more about it, but thank you for your question.
Good afternoon.
Okay, there was a gentleman before you.
She's been trying for a long time, but
Okay.
I'll speak after her if I may.
Okay, 1, 2. And
Okay.
then I think that'll be it for this round.
Thank you. Thank you for the floor, my neighbour. Interesting, our little interaction here. It's actually about what's happening here in this room. It is all about relationships. And it's all and well that we sit here from different organisations talking about climate justice, health justice. But at the end of the day, it is all about our relationships with one another. And if we don't care enough to make a difference, we're wasting our time. I'm sitting here listening to the information, listening to the speakers and the panels and all the ideas that have been shared. But if we don't disseminate this information out to the individual homes, families, villages, and our nations, nothing's gonna change. I've heard about the importance of translation in our various languages. I've only just come back to Samoa after 40 years living in New Zealand, and I'm still very shocked at the condition of our health stats here in our little nation. 40 years ago, I hardly heard of any families having cancer problems. Now we have dialysis machines here in Samoa. And at the end of the day, for me, as a simple citizen of this nation, I'm really saddened at the condition at where we are now. One of the problems is us allowing our governments, our leaders to bring in such unhealthy food. We need to stand up and say enough is enough. I have seen a corned beef opened here and I've been disgusted because you know what? Where it came from in New Zealand, I have not seen New Zealand Samoans eat that corned beef. To me, it's good enough for the animals. And I don't know why the Samoan government and all these shops are selling this rubbish. It is time. If we really care about our people, let's stand up and say, no more, no more. We're talking about climate change. We cannot wait for children to go to school to learn about that. It needs to happen in our homes. Where are our church leaders? Why aren't you here? Because you play an important part in helping our families. It's got to happen. It's got to start from within our homes. And everyone else in our nations need to take responsibility, not just the government, public servants, all the other organizations, every business that's operating here in our country, we have to be accountable. I'm all for accountability. Let's put some accountability on those who have damaged our climate. But we're all responsible. We all must be accountable. We all must play our part to make changes, to make positive changes. The Commonwealth people, we're here to talk about how we can make a difference. I don't want it to just end at a talk. Let's implement. Let's put it into action. Otherwise, we're just wasting our time. Thank you for the opportunity.
I wonder if I could just I wonder if I could just follow through on that, actually, by entire coincidence. We've never met. I'm Clive Lawton from the Commonwealth Jewish Council, and I am extremely embarrassed and unhappy at the fact that this is the 4th CHOGM I've been present at which I am the only representative of any faith community in the world. And now this lady said, where are the church leaders? Now, I'm not going to pick on the church in particular, but if we need to get these messages into our communities, on the ground, in the homes, we know that religious communities are in fact amongst the most potent motivators of human action. Now, we also know that a lot of religious leaders are not very helpful in these matters, but that's not a reason for not going after them. The Commonwealth Jewish Council 6 years ago, you will expect the Commonwealth Jewish Council to do campaigns concerned about Jews. That's what we're about. We represent the Jewish communities of the Commonwealth. But we instituted a campaign 6 years ago called Small Islands, Big Challenges. Now, this is not because there are Jewish communities in in any of the Pacific Islands. There are a few Jewish communities in the Caribbean, but otherwise, this is not, as it were, our direct business. But we're human beings, and this is an existential challenge to humanity. And so we decided that it was our responsibility too, as a Jewish community, to urge our Jewish communities, to urge their governments to do what they can to step up to the challenge that's here. That's why we incorporated that campaign, and it continues to be one of our major planks. I would want to know, we've heard about indigenous communities. That is sometimes a kind of shorthand or a synonym for religious communities, but it isn't always. But there is an incredible power, an untapped force in the religious communities of the Commonwealth. And I would like to know what the panel have to say about the business of activating religious communities, their doctrines and their teachings. All of them have something useful to say about humanity and the environment. How do we activate that and make sure that the next CHOGM, wherever it is, I'm joined by lots of other religious representatives too? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's a big question, and I'm looking at my timekeeper. And let me say I agree with the two speakers, the need to inform, and everybody's responsible, an all of society approach. If you look at the Laudato Si of the Catholic Pope, that's a brilliant piece, Laudato Deum. And if you look at the climate resolutions of Hindus and Muslims, Islam, at the 2015 Paris Agreement time, they all speak to the responsibility to care for the environment. Hindu people talk about karma. Actions have consequences. And what we're doing to the planet has consequences. So I actually would echo you. I don't know why we don't have more faith-based organizations. I think they play a vital role in educating. In our country, Trinidad and Tobago, 75% of the primary schools are run by denominational groups, whether it's Christian, Muslim, Hindu, Roman Catholic, Methodist, what have you. Sir Colin, and then we're going to have to be tight, I think, with the time. But this is an important question.
I gave you the example of tobacco and the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control and the critical role played by civil society. In this part of the world, there is a clear and distinct absence of a civil society voice on non-communicable diseases. I'm happy to be corrected, but there is a clear absence of an effective civil society voice on NCD prevention and control. I'm referring to diabetes and heart disease and some cancers. Governments are restricted in many ways from doing the things that we all want them to do. For example, if they're a member of WTO, they cannot do certain things because they've signed up to the WTO rules. Again, this is a reason why I think civil society has a big role to play in respect of diabetes, heart disease, and so on. Governments can't do everything. And in our region, we need to step up in respect of civil society contribution to the NCD challenge.
Thank you, Sir Colin. Elise.
Hi. Hi. My question is for the two lovely, charming, intelligent, brilliant young women on either side of you two experienced. How do you deal with the challenge of convincing your peers that this idea that foreign is better, that imported is more, it raises your stature, that so, and I give you some very specific examples because I found out this morning that we have similar examples here and in Belize and in the Caribbean. I'm not picking on any names, so please don't report me, but everybody wants Coca-Cola, and they want the sweet and the sugar, and not the natural juices, because that's a status symbol. And then you go shopping, nobody wants to go and peel the roots and cook the fish or clean the fish. So you go to the Chinese shop that is in every single village in Belize, I don't care how small it is, and buy ramen noodles. And so it's all of those are habits that contribute to the ill health that you're talking about, but it's also it's a social and a stature thing. Everything that we have been taught in our education system is that foreign is better. You have to increase, you have to leave your community, you don't need to wear what you're made there. How do you work with your peers to help convince them that they're part of the problem? But I'm not blaming them, but I'm just saying you're the future. How do you convince people to break those habits?
Hello. Yeah. Thank you for your question. I think this is a very important aspect to understand. Personally, I come from a place of I'm no one to dictate what a young people should do. They should have the freedom to make a choice. Because I also come and see it from a place of how the imposition has been done over the years. And now if we ask them, do this, do not, it is again another form of injustice. And that is why what has made the changes consciously by the young people, by their choice, is we were eating millets and ragi. But they said, this is bad food, food of poor people, backward people, savage people. Now this ragi and millet have again come back with such a swag and, like the most important food items kind of. So young people are also seeing that, oh, this is my grandmother used to have it. Now the world is going gaga about it or, appreciating it. So then there's a conscious change coming from within that we have to embrace our identity and culture because the future is that. So I leave it with that, is that young people are making their own choices. Thank you.
Thank you, Hachana. We're tight on time and we're into the home stretch of asking the big questions of the panel. If you had the chance to talk to our Commonwealth leaders, what would be your big ask? This was asked in the first panel, so we want to hear from you guys up here. What would be your big ask? And what about the Commonwealth itself? How can the Commonwealth play a role in achieving these big asks that you may come with?
Okay, I might flip I already answered this question, so I might flip it a little bit. What would be my message to the Commonwealth, to the people? I would say that I see the work that you are doing, because I think there's been a lot of heat from the floor about what is wrong with the Commonwealth, what hasn't been done, the issues, but no one's really talking about the work that is being done, There was some mention of the health system in Samoa. Our health workers try their best. I've been in the hospital here in Samoa. I've seen those nurses, those doctors. They're overworked and underpaid, and they're trying their best. So my message would be to them to the health professionals, to all the climate technicians, negotiators here in Samoa and in islands and in Commonwealth countries across. I see you and I thank you. And I'm just weary that this might become more of a complaining and who's not doing what, and there's no acknowledgement of actually people are doing things on the ground and in the grassroots, and I want to acknowledge them, and that's why I wanted to flip the question and just show some appreciation to what has been done and what is being done as we talk.
Thank you, Brianna. Stephanie?
That's a really good
point.
What's
your big ask?
My big ask is that we need to recognise we are all in this together. It's not about the different sectors working, it's an issue of humanity. And so how can we help? And one of my big ask of government is to decolonise policy making and funding, include us in those processes, recognise that cultural governance is as strong as Western governance. I know government is accountable to the public for its spend, but we are utterly accountable to our own people. And so there is a real call to action on that, and to resource us accordingly. We do a lot of heavy lifting in the third sector. We plug gaps, we cover off on things that government can't do, but we need to be resourced to do that. And often we get pushed to philanthropy, and if we are all in this together, then of course philanthropy also has a role to play. But in Australia, for example, philanthropic spend accounts for 6% for Aboriginal programs, but only 0.5% goes to Aboriginal organisations. And so if we're not, as in the third sector, if we're not getting our money from philanthropy and we're not getting it from government, it's a really heavy load to do what we're doing without adequate resources. So include us in that process.
Thank you.
To the Commonwealth Secretariat to use your convening power to set up an organised civil society voice. Big food, big alcohol, big tobacco, big media have resources and power beyond anything we have. And the least we could do is to get organised. And as I mentioned, there isn't an organised civil society voice on NCD prevention and control in our region. That's my suggestion.
Thank you, Sir Colin. Archana.
I would like to, as a call to action, I would like to share few principles from the latest report we have worked together with the young people from indigenous and local communities from Asia. The report's title is Learning from Our Elders' Wisdom. Indigenous youth power in land, forests and territories. So my call to action or my message is that recognize the rights of indigenous people and local communities. Leaders create more leaders. So open up the space for more leaders. Youth learn by leading and allies learn by trusting them. So trust us, young people. Youth safety is a shared duty. And I would like to say that let us prioritize safety of young people. And the most important thing which I would like to say is youth leadership is intergenerational and solidarity is sacred.
Well, I'm sure you'll join me in thanking our panelists and this wise young lady here with all these profound statements. Thank you very, very much. And thank you to the audience for your attention and questions. And we've covered a bunch of stuff, from the why civil society to examples to challenges to folks who are upset about the state of play to folks who are saying, but we're doing a lot of good things and we should recognize that as well. I saw a flag about faith-based organizations. I would echo that. I think they should be more present in this kind of dialogue. They're a major part. The biggest civil society organization in the world is the church. And I think that that's something that should be taken more on board for the future. So let me hand back over.
Many thanks. Please. You may leave the stage. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Happy birthday,
Oh, happy birthday! Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Angela. Happy birthday to you. Hooray! Thank you. What a wonderful panel, and happy, happy birthday. So just to wrap up this wonderful panel, thank you so much. Here is a found poem from what we've just heard, and then beautiful Terry will give us the logistical stuff happening. Takeouts. Grassroots informed by youth. Aqua dream, cricket game. Loss and damage, panelists are batters. We are nature, identity, culture. We know sustainability. We belong to country. Consult, consent, what's the intent? NCDs, profitability. Where's the Coke? Commercial hope. Bridge the gap, see science, math, and whaasa moa. Break old laws. Don't believe the lesser. Keep up the pressure. Reject stigma. Return to culture. Stop the silo. We are whole. Wisdom inside us. Walk beside us. Not in 5 decades, but today at The Hague. Treasure earth. Where's the church? Take info out. Change now. And the big ask, we see you, your work is true. Decolonize with Indigenous eyes. Organize, decolonize, recognize, decolonize.
My word, and I actually saw her do that right beside me on her computer in real time. Absolutely brilliant. The takeaways were on point, but the delivery was just 100% spot on. So ladies and gentlemen, we just finished a fantastic session, and here are some very important notices for you. Number one, maybe I should tell you about the lunch break afterwards. When you step outside, you will realize that we have easels and we have beautiful photography. It is not for you to just browse, but we want to hear from you. Scan the code, vote for the one that you think is best in show. And of course, on day 2, which is tomorrow, we will announce who will be the recipient of that award. Now, even though we're going to go off to lunch, there are 2 concurrent sessions that are delegate-led. The People-Centered Research in Action, Indigenous Perspectives on the Impact of Climate Change on Community Health and Well-Being by Association of Commonwealth Universities in the Valley. And of course, it's first come, first served. That takes place between 2 o'clock to 2:45. Now, at the same time, we have people with disabilities, climate and other emergencies in the Commonwealth by Commonwealth Disabled Peoples Forum in the Conference Center. Again, both of them taking place at the same time, 2 to 2:45. We played a video earlier about what the people need in 2024. Thank you for the interest. We went ahead, we uploaded the link. So on the back of your booklet, if you scan the QR code, you will get access to that wonderful video that we saw earlier on. And finally, we come to the lunch break. It will take place outside the conference center from 1:30 to 2:45. And ladies and gentlemen, we just ask that whatever it is you do, whether it is the delegate-led sessions, whether it is lunch, whether it's taking, scanning and voting for the photography, that we get back here so that we can start our session promptly at 3 o'clock. We encourage you to get to know each other, mix, mingle, and I will see you back at what time? No, I see you back at 2:55 to start at 3. Take care.
Say matai aua olona sua faua vaelua iai tamana fua le tetea ai mani no lava ole mata ole vai ole a ano moni ua le toi ai ni matai sila lope mo se avanoa se ia feani se no foangata sa asa abetalia lata tomaanga tauiane isene atu ufua manela fulafua ona o fai atu ai leo ulangona fai ngata o alofana va ai yo fofo ngalo te ena olangona ile po sola e ui ina motu fa ape o se pole monieta ye polonga e fa atai ia soma ia puna mafaufaunga ia mo se tali tutusa ai fa atai se ila fua tau le afi afi ai sa fa afe sangai aulunga na mwilo ufatu eliule pope o fetu kumula ona o fai atu ai leo ulangona fai ngata o alofana Sauleva veau se ia ni maia Pupula malo si mai fo ile fetuo le aniva Waunga solo e ai mapua o toa Sau upu malu fa aula totonga Talu faile tangata o la masano salo Le vede lao le toto o le mafai ai o nangalo E talu masani o wataua so ile masiasi waoleti ufaamatala talule alofaua toatoa pele ne ingaloita isa ufaaswa pele ne ingaloita isa ufaaswa etumanu aelilia ilefeanga inga uaosia ne inimovave eisemiti poselia lo ualo fasafaalilo faanaunauatuea oela ulupe uangatailo ufaamoemoe la ulupe uangatailo ufaamoemoe Wapei ose ifolasia imalae le malosi olomana o uavilivili faamanuma ilunga opuao seia tu olefetuao matausani mai manu Vaveao ne ilia ina ukupe atamama la ulupe uangatailo ufaamoemoe pelea ne inaloita
one more person.
Yeah, there's one more person coming. She's just coming now. It's just the three. We've had a dropout rate. But mind you, we've got a dropout rate on the audience as well. So, do you want to give them a shout in there that we're about to begin? Yeah. Is this on?
Mic's on.
1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sure. Okay. Okay, we're going to start this meeting. Hopefully more people will come. This is the meeting, double whammy disabled people, and the climate crisis. And we've got very much a Samoan perspective on this. My name's Richard Reeser. I'm the General Secretary of the Commonwealth Disabled People's Forum. Next to me is Rhoda Garland, who's from Malta, Commissioner there. And then Fatima Utamu from NOLA, the Disabled People's Organisation here in Samoa, who had to do with making the film we're going to show you. Just before we get started, I'll say a little bit about us. Commonwealth Disabled People's Forum has 106 member organisations, all organisations run and controlled by disabled people across the Commonwealth, and we are in 49 countries of the 56. We hope to grow in the next few months and years. We have a women's forum, which are busy doing something over the women's meeting down the road. We have a youth forum that are doing stuff up the road. And we're here from the Commonwealth Disabled People's Forum talking about climate crisis and resilience of disabled people. We think this is a really important issue. If people were in the meeting this morning, I made an intervention. We don't think that we're vulnerable populations. We are disabled people. We are people with various impairment groups. And if we are vulnerable, it's because the governments and societies haven't prepared for our needs during an emergency situation. So it's rather a cheat to blame us and say, well, you're the vulnerable people, when the government hasn't made the preparations that it needs to make in terms of human rights legislations to evacuate all disabled people in an emergency, to meet their needs and so on. Nevertheless, we call it double whammy because we get hit because of disableism, the prejudice which exists throughout the Commonwealth towards disabled people, whatever our type or degree of impairment. But then secondly, because of we don't respond in the same way to evacuations, to other issues, as will become clear. First, if we can cue up the film from Jodie Santos, who is the producer of this film. She's going to say a little bit about why she made it. Can we get that up now, please? Coming up. And then after that, it's just under 3 minutes, we'll go straight on to the main film. Techie people. No? I knew this would, didn't have time to do a rehearsal.
Director of the Disability Justice Project, or DJP. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today about an issue deeply aligned with the values of the Commonwealth, ensuring that no one, especially disabled people, is left behind in our global fight against climate change. The DJP trains disabled human rights defenders in Asia, Africa, and the Pacific in documentary storytelling as a way to reclaim the narrative on disability. We know that when non-disabled experts tell stories about disability, they often perpetuate narratives of pity or inspiration. At the DJP, we value the lived experiences of disabled people in the countries where we work. They are the experts of their own lives and should be telling their own stories. In June 2023, we traveled to Samoa to train 5 activists from Fiji, the Solomon Islands, Samoa, and Kiribati in documentary storytelling, exploring the intersection of disability and climate change. After the 2-week workshop, we traveled to Fiji and Vanuatu to interview other activists on the same topic. The result is Rising Tides, Raising Voices, the short film that's about to be screened. It emphasizes the urgent need for disabled Pacific Islanders to be included in climate action strategies. We know in the countries where we work in Asia, Africa, and the Pacific, disabled people are disproportionately impacted by climate change. Lack of access to formal employment means they are more dependent on the land, and rising temperatures and sea levels have threatened their livelihoods, destroying their crops and contaminating drinking water. Inaccessible evacuation centers leave wheelchair users with an impossible choice during a natural disaster. Stay home and risk death, or go to an evacuation center and experience the humiliation of having to crawl or be carried inside. Given these disproportionate risks, disabled activists must be considered in government climate responses. Yet according to a 2022 study, out of the then 194 parties to the Paris Agreement, only 35 mentioned people with disabilities in their climate pledges. This is not just an oversight, it's a global failure putting millions at risk. But disabled activists are not simply waiting for help. Across the Pacific, they are leading the charge, from translating disaster risk management materials into Braille to Samoa, to establishing an emergency operations center for disabled people in Fiji. Now more than ever, we need the Commonwealth's leadership. I urge you to ensure that disabled voices are included in every climate pledge, every strategy, and every response. Without this, we risk leaving millions behind. Together, we can create a world where disability-inclusive climate action is the standard, not the exception. The Commonwealth has always stood for unity and equity. Let's make sure that includes everyone. This film has audio descriptions for blind and low vision audiences and captions for deaf and hard of hearing audiences. Thank you. Enjoy the film.
Okay, if you just load the other one up, I'll just say something and then we'll start. So we've chosen the audio described film, not least because it's such a rarity. The assumption is that blind people can just make it up in their mind or something, and things are not described to them. A number of people worked on doing this, at least 3 people, and Tina will tell you a bit about that afterwards. So can we have the main film up now? It's 18 minutes, and then we'll have a bit of discussion after Tino and Rhoda have said something. Okay? Thank you.
A storm shakes palm trees with dark skies.
It's also subtitled, this film, as well as audio described.
Text on screen says Pacific Island nations contribute only 0.03% to global greenhouse gas emissions, but are among the hardest hit by climate change. These low-lying islands have no escape from rising coastal waters and extreme weather events. Fresh water exists in precarious balance with the encroaching sea. A Ni Vanuatu man uses a knife to repair a roof destroyed by a recent storm.
Nowadays, we have 7 to 8 disaster strikes every month in Vanuatu in different areas. We have more and more cyclones coming.
Nellie Caleb, a Ni Vanuatu woman with low vision, sits outside and speaks to camera. Caleb is the national coordinator of the Vanuatu Disability Promotion and Advocacy Association.
And even the weather patterns, it's not like before. In these days, there's very, very heavy rains, and we could see the sea level rise.
Tsunami warnings and scenes of coastal erosion.
Now it's chasing the people who live near the coastlines. They are moving further up.
2 boys play in floodwater in Vanuatu.
Some villages are sinking slowly.
Herbert Bell, a blind Samoan man, speaks to camera.
He is the Disaster Risk Reduction Officer for the National Advocacy Organization for Persons with Disabilities of Samoa.
We've seen a change in climate.
A young man from the Solomon Islands pumps water from a spigot.
For some islands, the wells are like salty because of the no longer fresh.
Melvina Vua, a young woman from the Solomon Islands, speaks to camera. She is a member of and the former climate change officer for People with Disabilities Solomon Islands.
Because the sea level rise.
The young man from the Solomon Islands carries a pail to find clean water and walks with a limp.
If they want to get clean water, they have to go far for the streams. And for persons with disability, it's so difficult going long distance and it's not accessible. Few people, when they get sick, they boil the water, but because it's a lot of hard work, they cannot boil water every day.
Text on screen says, much of the Pacific's small island states are the traditional lands of indigenous peoples. As part of a legacy of systemic oppression, these communities experience inordinately high rates of poverty and disability, increasing their susceptibility to the effects of climate change. Mayor Roden, office manager for the Spinal Injury Association of Fiji, uses her wheelchair outside her office.
For persons with disabilities, there's a warning for tsunami, but where do we go to? Who would take us?
Faolo Untamapu Otelasolo, a blind Samoan woman, uses her cane to navigate a sidewalk and later speaks to camera. She's the program officer for Pacific Island countries for the Disability Rights Fund.
Me being blind, I don't know if a cyclone is happening. If I run outside, there's gonna be a flying object flying directly at me and I can't see it.
Mayor Roden hangs laundry with the help of a young neighbor outside her home in an informal settlement in Fiji. Later, collage animation illustrates her story about the tsunami warning and her reluctance to leave.
A tsunami warning, I remember. And the second time it happened when I moved into this settlement. It was dark, it was in the evening, and I remember it was just myself and my husband had just gone out to a friend's place. And then we were asked to leave right there and then, you need to get to higher ground. There were these boys who were part of the rugby club from the settlement. Then somehow 2 or 3 boys, they came running and they wanted to help me out. They knew that my husband had gone out. They said, we'll take you, don't worry. They called me Auntie Meme in the settlement. They said, Auntie Meme, we'll take you, don't worry, just come. We'll take your chair out and this one is going to carry you. And, they were just sorting things out. And I said, see, if it's hard to take me, you guys go. You run for your lives. You guys are much younger. You need still a long way to go. Don't worry about me. You leave me behind.
The film's title comes on screen, Rising Tides, Raising Voices. Jane Asilasila, coordinator for the Disaster Risk Reduction Unit at Fiji Disabled Peoples Federation, stands outside the office and talks to a man in a wheelchair, and later speaks to camera.
When I go out to the community, I tend to hear the reality of what persons with disability are going through. They are facing changing weather patterns. The planting of vegetables, the seasonings of fruits from trees tend to change. And the access to water.
Mayor Roden drinks from her sink. Dark skies loom over Fijian seas. A coconut is washed up on the beach. Informal settlements in Fiji are flooded.
In those that live in the rural, remote areas or in the coastal, they've noticed coastal erosion happening, increasing sea level. That has also affected their livelihoods. The backyard gardening that they tend to plant are being disrupted by the waves coming in, and it's not growing as it used to be before.
Caltech Kalokis, a village elder from Vanuatu, grabs cassava from his shed and walks toward the camera.
Like this one we call cassava, and back in 1960 to 70s, 80s, that's our crop. And this one, it took about 2.5 years to reach that size. But back in 60s, in 8 months to 16 months, all the crop reached that size. So you see the big difference from 8 to 16 months and 2.5 years.
Kalokis waters his garden. Melvina Vua from People with Disabilities Solomon Islands speaks to camera.
For the rising temperature, I think it's becoming more challenging nowadays. You can get your skin burning, and especially for the disabilities who cannot move fast. Because most people, they depend on gardening for their food and survival, so they cannot work for a long time in their garden because of the temperature.
Kalokis talks to a woman in a wheelchair, and a van pulls up outside the Vanuatu Society of People with Disability. Text on screen says, governments are obligated under international law to uphold the rights of persons with disabilities in their climate responses, as affirmed by the Paris Agreement's preamble. Yet according to a 2022 study, out of the then 192 parties to the agreement, only 35 mention people with disabilities in their climate pledges. Text on screen says, Pacific activists are demanding a seat at the table in shaping climate change and disaster policies, urging governments to ensure accessible evacuation centers and inclusive early warning systems. Faolo Untamapu Utelasolo from the Disability Rights Fund speaks to camera.
One of the person was sharing about how he saw a lot of his family members started to run to the inland. He has no idea what's happening because he couldn't hear the early warning signs.
Nellie Caleb from the Vanuatu Disability Promotion and Advocacy Association speaks to camera.
Vanuatu doesn't have any national sign language. At the moment they're developing one, but people who are deaf cannot access the education system because we do not have any national sign language.
Animated sequence about a landslide.
When we had this landslide in 2013 in the southern part where a woman, she's deaf, she had 6 children, and she's pregnant at the same time. One of the NGO staffs, they went up there to tell the community, you need to move out because a landslide might come. But all the women escaped and they ran away. They didn't share the information to the woman who is deaf. 2 days after, the landslide fell and she's gone with the babies, with the children.
People with disabilities do not have the support that they need during the disaster, especially if the evacuation centers are not accessible.
An evacuation center in Vanuatu with just cinder block stairs to the entrance. Evelyn James, a knee Vanuatu woman in a wheelchair, speaks to camera. She is the livelihood trainer for women and girls with disabilities at the Vanuatu Society of People with Disability.
Most evacuation centers, if I come to this building and the door is little and my wheelchair is too big, that's it. I just have to stay outside or I have to go down and crawl. And this is not what we wanted to look very bad. If people are watching us crawling in.
Nellie Caleb and Caltech Kalokis push Frida Willie in a wheelchair. Willie, the Disability Inclusive Officer at the Vanuatu Disability Promotion and Advocacy Association, speaks to camera.
Like Cyclone Palm in 2015, I have to move from my home to an evacuation center. And I called and said, oh, you can't come here because you are a wheelchair user. The toilet and bathroom is upstairs.
There has been recent floodings in the past few years due to the climate change, and you can see that the river is getting wider now.
Uneasi Bakewa walks across the bridge in the informal settlement of Tavua, Fiji. She is our village's disability focal point for the Fiji Disabled Peoples Federation.
For people with disabilities, they don't want to go to the evacuation center because they tend to see that it's not disability friendly.
Animated sequence of a couple stacking mattresses.
So what some of them tend to see, they just double the beds. They double the beds and sit on top. If they don't want to go to their friend's house or to the relative's house, they'll just stay there. They'll just sit on top of their bed until the water goes out, and then they can come down again. It really put them at risk, because some of them, because of the diseases that come in now, the leptospirosis, because whenever there's a flood, their house is underwater.
Text on screen says, in the Pacific, disabled activists are at the forefront of climate justice action, developing inclusive solutions to address the climate crisis. The Office of Samoa Blind Persons Association, where staff print Braille booklets, and Herbert Bell speaks to camera.
You remember that saying, knowledge is power for us people who are blind? If we don't not get the information, that means we don't understand the affairs of the world, and we tend to left behind from our society. Recently, we've launched the disaster risk management booklets from the Disaster Management Office, which is now translated into Braille, so that the blind community will be aware of how to respond when an earthquake occurs or maybe a cyclone, so that we do not rely on our families to tell us what to do. We are able ourselves to read and to learn on how to cope with disasters and mitigate the risk of climate change.
Jay Nasila at Fiji Disabled Peoples Federation speaks to camera.
When disasters is approaching the country, we activate our Emergency Operations Center, Disability Sector Emergency Operations Center in this very room, where we start to coordinate with our 16 branches and start to communicate on the severity of the different situation reports.
We are part of the working committee for the sign language, and different organizations that are a part of the working group. We were tasked to look at the different actions, how you sign, maybe a cyclone coming.
Nellie Caleb from the Vanuatu Disability Promotion and Advocacy Association speaks to camera and rides in a van surveying storm damage in Vanuatu.
So now the education department is putting the sign language together, not only coming out from the education department, but it's coming out from all our members in Vanuatu.
Faolo Untamapu Utelasolo, Nellie Caleb, and Jay Nasila speak to camera as a compilation of previous scenes plays.
People with disabilities should be involved in the design, implementation, and also monitoring of disaster risk management.
But we have to be resilient. We had our training just last month with our organizations of persons with disabilities who are in 6 provinces across Vanuatu, and we told them we need to have a plan, escape plan. We need to make sure that people with disabilities are evacuated before a cyclone or a disaster strike.
When we talk about resilient people, we are already resilient. We've been living through this climate in the past almost how many decades ago, and we're still here. So that is a true definition of resilience. For persons with disabilities specific, that they're able to live through this.
Collage animation illustrates the footpath story told by Mayor Roden of the Spinal Injury Association of Fiji.
I'm fortunate because where I live, For the past 25 years, there was no footpath. 6 years ago, there was a meeting that was held, and there was this old man who was living temporarily with his family there. He suggested that they work on a footpath, and the reason being was this. He said, I noticed a woman living down inside of the settlement being carried, rain or shine. She's carried on the husband's back or someone else's back, and her chair would be taken up by somebody to wait for her on the roadside. And I just think that we should work on a footpath, that, you know, she may be taken in a more dignified way up to the roadside to board her vehicle or the transport at the roadside. There were those who contributed a bag of cement, and there were those who would cook and provide lunch for the boys who were working on that.
A neighbor pushes Roden in their wheelchair. Children greet her.
But when I get off the taxi, there are children as little who haven't even gone to kindy who would run up and say, want to pick my bag. And I'm always thinking, Lord, that this God is watching me and protecting me. He's got his hands everywhere. And even if I'm coming late in the evening, I know that it's always someone who's going to be there.
Fade to black.
Okay, well, just to summarize, we saw disabled people speaking for themselves. We always say nothing about us without us. People shouldn't be discussing climate change without a panel of disabled people to talk about their experience. This is the next best thing, so we've shown it to you. It should be part of our considerations on resilience to climate change. The World Health Organization estimate there are 1.3 billion disabled people in the world, which, if you do the math for the Commonwealth at 2.7 billion, means we are 430 million disabled people in the Commonwealth. Not a small number, 430 million. And in any situation, you can say it will be around 16%. Not all governments collect data at that level, because, of course, the more you identify, the more you have to do. So it's in the interest of governments to play down the number of disabled people that they're around. But the World Health Organization estimate, and it's a good estimate, that it's 16%. So, Tino, you were involved in getting the people involved in this film, and what was the impact of this film, and what's going on now in Samoa, particularly, on climate change?
Well, Salo Faken.
Do you have that mic on?
Is it on?
No.
Well, Talof, again, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about the film that you've just seen, though you've seen more than enough for me to reiterate. I'd like to share with you a few things, and I am sitting here to join the team on behalf of my colleague Ari, who has been part of the protection team, but unable to be here due to other circumstances. The film that you've just seen is indeed a collective voice of persons with disabilities in the Pacific, as leaders who have and continue to be at the forefront of development in this area, and as people who have been experiencing the impact of disaster and climate change on a daily basis. And as you have seen, it was not just an experience of one particular group. That speaks to the fact that the barriers experienced by persons with disabilities is diverse. And it also speaks to the fact that in many times we, as planners and decision makers, assume that whatever is planned for the whole of community is good enough to respond to the priorities and needs of everyone, including persons with disabilities. So I hope with what you've seen today,
actually gave us a taste that, barriers of disaster and climate change is even diverse for persons with disabilities themselves. So the Disability Justice Project has a team of persons who are blind and visually impaired. And in case you might be wondering why the majority of those who have been involved in the protection of persons with visual impairments, it's to do with the fact that as an advocate, you have to explore all options. So the fact that this film is done by persons with disabilities speaks to two things. One of them is the fact that we need to use what is available in the power of technology. The film is made, and many of the interviews who have been conducted to contribute to the film were used, have been made through the use of the accessibility apps on the iPhones. And if you have an iPhone, you will know what I'm talking about. There's a screen reading software in there that enables persons who are blind to listen to the conversations. Likewise, the iPhone has captions to support persons who are deaf. That tells us that persons with disabilities are the agents of what they need to change for them, and they can capture their own stories and their own experience in the way that nobody else will understand. Again, nothing about us without us. And that also speaks to the fact that, in order for our voices to be heard, we have to be at the forefront of discussions. And then planners have to consult with us, both as beneficiaries of developments and those who can plan and tell you how to do things better. So, cut the long story short, in terms of best practices, and allow me to use my Samoan experience for Samoa alone, we, as the lead advocacy organization of persons with disabilities, are currently involved in discussions as well as national efforts to minimize the impacts of climate change and disaster for persons with disabilities. One of them is the fact that we have been and continue to work with the national agencies through the CDCRM programs, which focus on ensuring that the communities, including persons with disabilities, are prepared and respond accordingly to the impacts of climate change and disasters. On another note, international organizations, for instance, CARE International is now giving us support, as well as DFAT and all the other agencies who are working in the area of disaster and climate change. They are progressively supporting persons with disabilities in the Pacific through the organizations they represent in financing their own efforts to build the capacity of their members, like what you've seen with the NOLA office, the ID Disability Preparedness and Response Units, as well as other OPDs in the Pacific. Those agencies are financing their efforts to build the capacity of their members and to contribute to the DIDRR policies and plans in countries. I hope that speaks briefly to the film and as well as the inclusion of persons with disabilities.
Thank you, Fatima. And I'd also like to bring in Rhoda Garland, who's from a different part of the world, Malta. She's the Commissioner for Disability Rights in Malta. And to broaden it out a bit, what's your experience of disaster reduction? Article 11 of the UN Convention, which all state parties in the Commonwealth, apart from, as I said this morning, Tonga, are in international law bound to implement, but very few are at the moment. So what's your experience?
Okay, so obviously Article 11 of the UN CRPD requires that state parties provide the necessary provisions in order to be able to include disabled people in recovery in disaster situations. If we're looking at climate control, I live on a small island as well. We have issues. We don't have big tides, but we do have issues with encroaching seas. And so whilst our experience of disaster recovery was mainly related to COVID, there are a lot of things that happened in COVID to disabled people in Malta that apply equally to a situation in the event of a climate disaster. One of the things I think I would mention is that you can't always assume that if you can get your disabled people out of their houses and into an accessible evacuation centre, that's only just the start of it, because you need electricity for powered wheelchairs. You need to have places where people can get physiotherapy. There are lots of services that disabled people require on a sometimes daily basis that will cause them great pain if they don't have it. For disabled children, having access to OTs and speech and language therapy to continue their development in early years is something that's also really important. One of the things that I know happened in Malta was that as soon as COVID occurred and everything stopped, disabled people were abandoned, and those who had personal assistants living with them, the personal assistants left, and the disabled people were left on their own quite often, and we had to pick up the pieces of that. We had situations where medicines couldn't be delivered because nobody had thought that disabled people need regular supplies of medicines. And so it's not just a case of getting people into an evacuation centre that they can actually access, but it's all of the ancillary things that disabled people need in order to be able to survive that also need to be provided. And that requires a huge amount of planning. And by and large, there are very few places that plan for the evacuation of disabled people in a disaster situation. One of the things, and I think both of my colleagues here have mentioned it, is that it is absolutely essential that this is not done by bureaucrats. This has to be done. It can be done by bureaucrats, but it has to be designed by disabled people. And not just the disabled people who are running organisations like me, but a whole group of disabled people with a whole range of different impairments, so that you know that you have caught as many of the issues that are going to come up as is possible.
Thank you, Rhoda. So I'll wind up. We've got a couple of minutes left. So what the aim of the Commonwealth Disabled People's Forum is to implement the rights that all our governments have signed up to but are not doing. We are seeking to bring a disability inclusion action plan to CHOGM ministers and for them to agree it. That seems unlikely now, though it is mentioned in the draft communique. The thing we want now is that the group that's left to develop it for CHOGM 2026 has a majority of disabled people on it who are representative of the organisations around the Commonwealth. Nothing about us without us is the lesson of today's session. If you want to hear more of our views around the whole of the world and what's going on in lots of different issues, we have a meeting at 1 o'clock up the road on Wednesday the 23rd at the Ministry of Justice, Court number 1, from 1 to 2:30, and we've got 5 or 7 speakers, I think, so you can hear more different perspectives from around the world. This is a relatively new thing for the Commonwealth. It shouldn't be. We've been here all along, but we're having to fight quite hard for the headspace to actually be included in all the deliberations. When people say include, it has to include all of us, and of course that also has to include large numbers of disabled children. We're always told 60% of the population of the Commonwealth are under 30. Well, that would mean about 270 million disabled young people and children. So we need to really take this much more seriously in education, in health, in employment, in getting disabled people representatives in Parliament, right across the board. This has happened at the UN after a lot of pressure from disabled people's organisations. It hasn't yet happened in the Commonwealth. We're looking for your support to keep pushing so it will happen. So it's just treated as a matter of course. Of course disabled people are there and have rights as everyone else. Thank you for coming along. Many of you may be only waiting for the next session, but thank you anyway. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Why, good afternoon, everyone. Is it the lunch? Because we know how that goes. We go, we have lunch, we come back, we get comfortable, as we would say in Jamaica. I realized that I told you guys to be back at 5 minutes to 3. And when I walked in the room at 5 minutes to 3, it was already like this. So I guess this is you saying, Terry, put that in your pipe and smoke it. Thank you so very much. I hope you had the opportunity to decompress, to refresh, to mix, to mingle, and I hope you had the opportunity to go and participate in the sessions, the people-centered research session, and of course the ones of disabled persons. I hope that you're able to also vote on the photos. I think you are aware that there's a photography exhibition that was done by individuals between the ages of 15 and 18 years old. And the title of the exhibition is Your Climate, Your Future. And we, of course, we implore you to kindly go ahead and vote for the person who you think did the best at capturing what that title is all about. So we move into our very next session. We're not holding back. We're not wasting any time. And speaking of waste, the title of this session is No Time to Waste. Financing for Climate Justice and Resilience. And I will hand over this session to this amazing woman, this extraordinary woman that I had the pleasure of meeting this morning, our moderator, Audrey Brown Pereira of Cook Islands, Executive Officer of the Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environment Program, SPREP, since 2014, and an innovative poet. We would have experienced her early this morning, an innovative poet of Cook Islands, Maori and Samoan descent. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome our moderator as we take on No Time to Waste, Financing for Climate Justice and Resilience.
Kia orana, talofa lava, and yes, I know it's hot outside, and yes, I know you're very full, but thank you for joining us this afternoon. As our session entails, there is no time to waste, so I am going to introduce our panelists who will come and join me on the stage. Our first panelist is Dr. Christopher Bartlett of Vanuatu, Senior Advisor on Loss and Damage for the Republic of Vanuatu. Dr. Bartlett has decades of experience in the Pacific climate action, specializing in adaptation, finance, and policy implementation. So if you've ever been to COP, you know who Christopher Bartlett is. Please, Christopher, join us. Our second speaker is the formidable Kumi Naidoo of South Africa, President of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative, and the Global Ambassador of Justice, Peace and Dignity. Kumi previously served as Executive Director of Greenpeace International, Secretary General of Amnesty International, and Civicus World Alliance for Citizen Participation. Welcome, Kumi. Our third formidable speaker See, we have, hello? Okay, wonderful. We have no time to waste. May I introduce my third speaker, Othniel Yila of Uganda, Commonwealth National Climate Finance Advisor to Uganda. Othniel has worked across 9 countries, contributing to global finance strategies and establishing the Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub. And he also knows the Pacific inside and out, having served in Tonga as well. So he adds a special richness to our panel as well. And last but not least, may I introduce our last speaker, Givanik Henry of St. Lucia, the UN Secretary General Youth Advisor on Climate Change and UN Fellow, Giovanna has extensive experience in leading climate projects within the Commonwealth and UN, and previously served as an AOSIS Fellow at the UN. How exciting is this panel, everybody? And before you look at the panel and say, where are the women on the panel? I have to tell you this. I am a Pacific Island woman of Aotearoa, the Cook Islands, and Samoa. So I am many in one. So, for many people, what does climate finance mean? So I'm going to set the scene before these gentlemen open the floor and share their expertise with you. This session will consider the situation of the Commonwealth. Many of them small island developing states like Samoa, like many of our St. Lucia as well, and many of our Commonwealth members as well. We are on the front line of the climate crisis. It is important for us to recognize upfront that around 40% of the top 50 most climate vulnerable countries are members of the Commonwealth. And I want you to remember that. For context, we know that despite contributing almost nothing to global emissions, these countries, we, are suffering disproportionately. Climate change is not only derailing economic development, impacting businesses, households, and infrastructure, but they're also impacting lives. And we've heard those stories earlier today. So for many of us sitting in the audience, this is not a theoretical exercise. This is the truth. Climate change, as in the Pacific would say, our Pacific leaders would say, is the greatest existential threat to humanity. And ladies and gentlemen, and one and all, that is everybody in this room. That is everybody that is not in this room, and everybody that is joining us online. So even though we sit amongst each other looking at this climate crisis, we are not alone. Just like my panelists here, even though they may sit in one chair, they represent many people, many peoples, many organizations. So when they speak and share their perspective, I want you to listen. I want you to understand that the climate crisis is real. And the issue of climate finance is not something because we want it, or it's just one of those things. It's because it is a necessity to addressing the impacts of people's lives. You heard that, people's lives. The frontline countries, and for many of you, this is the first time to come to a Pacific Island country. You are on the front line of the impacts of climate change. And as shared by previous speakers, we want to show a call of solidarity across the Commonwealth and demanding innovative approaches that can deliver meaningful and impactful results. So I heard a lady earlier this morning, there's a lot of talk, I want to see actions. So that, ladies and gentlemen, and one and all, is something where this conversation has to lead to action. This session has a specific goal. COP29 is less than a month away, and for many of you in the climate negotiation space, COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan, is thought of as the climate finance COP. So with my colleagues on the panel here, you will be able to hear the different perspectives of what that means. So without any further ado, in partnership and collaboration, I'm going to call upon my friend, my best friend, Kumi, to do a little something different.
Thank you, Audrey. Sorry. Okay, so folks, I'm going to pose you a question, and I'm going to give you 3 options. And I want you to vote on the 3 options. The question is, where are we with regard to addressing the climate crisis? Okay, how are we doing? We want to take a pulse of the room to see how people are feeling. So option 1 is absolutely fine, no reason to panic. Our governments and businesses are good. We'll get their act together and sort it out. Don't laugh, it's a serious option. So that's option 1. Option 2 is we are in a deep crisis and the window of opportunity is small and is actually closing fast, but it's still within the capability of humanity to broaden that window and turn things around. And option 3, if you permit me to use a language from my country called Afrikaans, which comes from Dutch, but I don't think it will require any interpretation. Option 3 is, ons is deep, deep, deep in the kak. Okay? All right, you go. Anybody needs translation for the 3rd option? Okay. Who of you think there's no need to panic? Everything's fine. Okay, 2. Okay. Then, how many of you think the window of opportunity is small and fast closing? Okay, great. And how many of you think deep, deep, deep in the kak? It's too late. We are really, really screwed. Okay, so I just will give you a quick reflection that when I was doing this exercise 5 years ago, there would be much more people in option 1, and there were much fewer people in option 3. Always now, there are more and more people in option 3. It's growing, and still, the good news is, still the majority of people are in option 2, where people are saying that in the moment of history we find ourselves in, pessimism is a luxury we simply cannot afford, and the pessimism that comes from our analysis, our lived experience, and our observation must be responded by the optimism of our thought, our action, our courage, and our sense of humanity. Thank you, and back over to Audrey.
See, we make things happen fast, and that was an example of collaboration within seconds. So, let's get this ball rolling. I'm going to ask each, and it's a free-for-all here. Maybe we'll start with Giovanni to answer first. What are the major obstacles preventing climate finance from reaching vulnerable communities in your country or region? And how can we overcome these barriers?
Yes, first of all, thank you for the question, Audrey. I think from the onset, when we speak about climate finance, particularly in this year, we have to be very frank and open with our thoughts on this. From the onset, we cannot continue to be investing in destroying people if we want to protect our planet. Why I'm saying this is that we live in an era where we continue to see increasing spending towards conflicts and militarization, but at the same time, when it comes to the climate finance table, there is always that hesitance. And I say this to say one of the fundamental challenges lies in that sort of the political will to ensure that we can rechannel our priorities at the national level, that it can go towards climate. Of course, I need not go into the stats about it, but I think it's clear that we see that increasing efforts in terms of conflicts and so on not only exacerbates the climate crisis, but also it takes away, you know, unfortunately, the attention and the resources. So that's a fundamental issue at the macro level. Going it a bit further in, one of the issues, particularly in our small island states, is that we continue to see the challenges we face in accessing. I often say that the financing is there, it is available. It's how do we are able to effectively access with our limited capacity. You know, oftentimes I tend to say it's like accessing finance is not a 100 meter sprint, it's like a 1,500 meter race, because it essentially takes so much effort. It takes so much that, I mean, I come from an island of 248 square miles. I'm sure there are many here from islands even smaller than ours, and when you look at the requirements for many of this fund, it is almost impossible to access that within the stipulated time frame. So definitely the challenge at the institutional level and the limited capacity. Of course, we can delve into how civil society can actually, you know, that sort of collaborative efforts can help us in addressing that. But definitely in terms of the requirements and also in terms of the reporting standards. Of course, we definitely need the transparency, don't get me wrong. We definitely need the reporting standards, but we need to see more context-specific approaches to the funding available for our countries. Because the approach I would take in the Caribbean may not be applicable perhaps to let's just say a country with a larger capacity, perhaps a Ministry of Environment with a larger capacity who can access it. So there we have to take into that context-specific approach, but the good news is we can overcome that. And I think one of the things which I often encourage when funding agencies to see how you can ensure within your grant schemes that governments and so on, they are almost encouraged or mandated as possible to partner with a CSO as an implementing partner. And not just one CSO, but multiple CSOs to ensure that any funding which comes into the countries, there is that direct impact to the communities through these CSOs. So that is one. Secondly, in terms of having that requirement whereby you're able to measure and track the impact at the community level. Why I say this, oftentimes we have a lot of these multilateral funds and you hear this big commitments and so on, but how much actually reaches to the communities which are most in need? Much of it goes towards administrative and other costs. Don't get me wrong, these are necessary. But then how do we ensure that these major funds, when you hear these large commitments and so on, do we even measure what gets to the communities? And that is where these sort of things, we need to continue to push for that. And I think maybe a final point in terms of the challenges and how we can overcome that, particularly we need to see more of national and sub-regional sort of agencies serving as intermediaries, because we've seen, and perhaps later on we can share some practical examples of how, for example, having these national agencies or sub-regional agencies can help in fast-tracking the delivery of the funding from the big pots down to the communities, down to the villages, where you really need that impact.
Thank you, Jeronic. Othniel?
Having worked in 3 regions as a climate finance advisor with the Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub. First, I was in Tonga, which is seeds, and then I moved to Zambia for another 3 years, which is an LDC, and presently I'm in Uganda. Now, responding to that question, what are the barriers? Maybe I will just build on what Jevinik have said. There is a saying in my place, because Jevinik happened to also work before with the Commonwealth. And I'm so impressed, you know, that he could be able to address this very articulate. So just to add to what he has already said, one of the key things that I have seen over all these 3 regions that I have worked in the Pacific, Southern Africa, as well as Eastern Africa now, is that of lack of data. Often at times, in many of these places, the expectation when you structure the project, they will want you to address it in the context of the basis, especially the rationale for the climate change. And one of the key constraints that has been there has always been that of data. I can give quite a number of examples. One of the examples I could give was that of the recently approved Tonga Coastal Resilience Project. It took quite a long time. And the reason basically was because of the lack of data. And there was also that deficiency whereby people who could be able to provide this have to come from far in order to be able to conduct the feasibility studies, because those capacities were not there in-house. You know, when this proposal was started, was even before I reached Tonga in 2017. I went to Tonga in 2018. It got approved in 2023. 2024 this year. Thank you. I think I will just stop here.
And that's a really interesting point, because we're talking about a climate crisis and emergency. And how many years again was that for the proposal to be approved?
7 years.
7 years for a climate crisis.
Yeah, I agree. I think this really is about wasting time. When it comes to climate change and what science tells us is absolutely critical now, we have wasted so much time. And we've wasted so much money on things that are making the problem worse. And sadly, we've wasted, indeed, I think we've sacrificed human lives because of it. So if you look back at the UNFCCC, the convention, the whole point of the thing, this was back in the 1990s, was to stabilize greenhouse gases. Now, if we had been serious about that goal, then we wouldn't be having this conversation today about the need for finance. But sadly, so many parties have been dragging their feet. They've been humming and hawing, including Commonwealth countries that have continued to expand coal, oil, and gas while causing undescribable loss and damage to this planet. That is the waste of time. I wanted to say also that we have called out the finance gaps for a long time. Back in 2009, finally, the developed countries agreed to mobilize that 100 billion per year goal. But you know what? That 100 billion, that number was plucked out of thin air. It had no reality check to it. It was just a figure. And they didn't meet that goal until 2022. And most of that money that was mobilized was in the form of loans. Can you imagine that? We have to pay back with interest money that we shouldn't have spent that is going back into the pockets of those who've caused this climate crisis. That is fundamentally wrong. It is fundamentally a waste of time. And what makes me really angry is when we talk to the countries who should be paying for communities, they say, oh, sorry, we're out of fiscal space. There's no more money. But I tell you what, we in the Pacific, we call BS when we see it. Because every day we're seeing new billion-dollar investments in fossil fuels. We're seeing subsidies in the trillions. And I agree with you fully, we're seeing militarization of this planet. That is a lie, it's a bold-faced lie that there's no money. So I think the simple solution here is, first of all, stop wasting time. Second, follow the science, which gives clear answers. Stop investing in the junk, the trillions in the junk, which is undermining this planet. And then use that fiscal space to invest in solutions in our communities and our climate vulnerable populations.
Wow, thank you, Christopher.
I'm reminded of a moment during the South African liberation struggle. If you followed 3 presentations like this, you started by saying, most of the really good points I wanted to make have been eloquently made by the previous speakers, and then you said, however, for emphasis, and then spoke for about 2 hours. So let me just let me just make one important point here. When people in the global South are asking for this finance, we are not asking for charity. We are saying that it's not like God, when he was dishing out forests, only dished out the Amazon in Latin America, the Sumatran forest in Indonesia, the Congo Basin forest in Congo and Cameroon. He dished out forests all over the world, for example. Basically, the global North built the economy on the decimation of the ecological assets, right? And so what we are saying, that when we are calling for this finance right now, we're saying pay your climate debt. Because in Africa, where I come from, as a continent, we have contributed minusculely to the problem, right? But we are paying the first and the most brutal price. Secondly, when we talk about subsidies, let's be clear, these are taxpayers' money to the tune, if the IMF and the World Bank are to be believed, that $7 trillion is going to subsidizing fossil fuels annually. That's crazy. If you're asking why do we not have money, it's because a lot of it is going into subsidies. Then, if you look at the private finance, right, as one other source of finance, the majority of the private finance is going for renewable energy in the global north. So for example, if you look at last year, only 2% of investment in terms of private finance actually went to Africa. So just to put that subsidies in a context, that's $13 million a minute. $13 million a minute in subsidies that is going to fossil fuels. So let me just say, the term fossil fuels must be used, right? Do you know, even though oil, coal, and gas extraction is the main driver of climate change, it was only 2 years ago that the term fossil fuels, after almost 30 years of negotiations, was mentioned in the climate outcome from COP. Why do you think that is the case? Because the largest delegation to every COP is not the host country, it's not even the rich countries, like when it was in 2021 in Glasgow, the UK government was about 303 delegates, and the fossil fuel lobbyists are there. Actually, the fossil fuel lobbyists are more than the 10 most vulnerable countries in the world. You put them together, they are there. Just think about that. That's like Alcoholics Anonymous having an annual conference, and the largest delegation to the conference is the alcohol industry, right? And so I say that part of what we need to do if we're going to get finances is we have to remove the fossil fuel companies from the climate negotiations. You cannot have those that are the problem pretending to be part of the solution. Thank you.
You heard it first. $7 trillion used for subsidies of the fossil fuel industry. $7 trillion. So the real issue here is not about the availability of climate finance. The money is there. But whether those that have attributed and contributed to the climate change crisis are willing to pay it, are willing to reparate, that is the big question. And the analogy of using Alcoholics Anonymous meeting for COP negotiations, very interesting indeed. But I really want each and every one here and those joining us online to really think about the different perspectives that have been shared. My next question for Christopher. We know you are working at the cutting edge of climate justice, seeking to secure restitution for the climate-related loss and damage that countries such as Vanuatu are experiencing. What are the most promising innovations in this space? And how is the new UN fund responding to loss and damage working? Christopher.
Thanks very much, Audrey. And I'm really lucky to be from Vanuatu, because I think this is one of those countries where people and government are actually collaborating, cooperating, and people are pushing government every day to be more ambitious. So I'll talk about 4 initiatives that the Vanuatu government, with the backing of people, have undertaken for climate ambition and justice. I think the first one may be in response to your last question about this new UN fund for loss and damage. So Vanuatu was the first AOSIS chair, the Alliance of Small Island States. This was back in 1991. And before we even had the Convention on Climate Change, Vanuatu made a proposal that we needed, as part of the convention, an international climate fund. We also said we needed an insurance pool that would compensate small island states from the sea level rise damage that was occurring. Well, it didn't make it into the convention, obviously. I think we were too forward-looking or too advanced or too common sense for parties back in the 1990s. But anyway, forward to today, 2024, and we now have this new fund for responding to loss and damage. So there are around $700 million in the fund. No money has gone out yet. But I'm really glad that Vanuatu, Fiji, and the Cook Islands are sitting on the board of that fund. We're sharing a SID seat. And next month, we're going to the 5th board meeting where we're going to present Vanuatu, or the Pacific's ideas about how this money needs to be dispersed. And what we're going to say is enough with these project accreditation processes for short-term projects, enough with project middlemen who are scooping out money. We need a disbursement modality that goes straight to vulnerable communities and vulnerable countries in the form of budget support. That's the way we're going to break down these barriers. So that's in the UNFCCC. But I think we all agree that the UNFCCC is not taking us where we need to be for 2024 and this escalating crisis. So Vanuatu's done some pretty exciting things in the international legal spaces. You may have heard that Vanuatu had a unanimous resolution at the General Assembly last year, which basically has taken the first court case to the world's highest court. This is the UN International Court of Justice, asking the court 2 very simple questions. And these questions came from our kids in classrooms in Vanuatu. They said, first of all, what do states have to do under international law to protect us from climate change? It's a simple question. And the second question is, well, when states breach those obligations, when they actually cause harm to people, what are the consequences? And if you're like me, you're expecting the court to give a very powerful answer, probably early next year, and it's going to be, duh, you're hurting people, you're going to have to compensate them. That's what I'm expecting the court to say, and I hope you'll support us in that process. We're doing something else, which is pretty innovative as well, and this is with another UN court system. This is the International Criminal Court. So while the ICJ deals with states, the ICC deals with people. And what we're trying to do is criminalize the crime of ecocide. So right now, the ICC has 4 big crimes: crimes against humanity, genocide, war of aggression, and war crimes. But what we're saying is, if there's an environmental destruction and damage that's caused by a person who knows what they're doing, that should count as one of those major international crimes. So just last month, Vanuatu made an official request for amendment to the Rome Statute to criminalize ecocide. And so far, we've got support of many Commonwealth countries, but we want support from all Commonwealth countries. And last but not least, just to show how ambitious we are in the Pacific, Vanuatu was the first country to call for a new climate change treaty, one that actually talks about fossil fuels, as well as money, the finance required for just transition. There are 8 Commonwealth countries that are now supporting Vanuatu and others for a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty, and I guarantee we're going to see this treaty take effect before the end of this critical decade. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Christopher. Jevonic. Climate finance frameworks often seem to be very top-down and focused on immediate needs. How can we shape our approaches to ensure they address both immediate needs and long-term resilience, particularly for marginalized and remote communities?
You know, oftentimes when you speak about climate financing frameworks and how do we develop the most effective ones, I often say I wish in the era now of AI and ChatGPT that we could just pull up a question and then just give us the answer that works for all. But unfortunately, we've not gotten to that stage yet. But from a fundamental standpoint, when you speak about addressing long-term and short-term needs, I think I have to wear my youth hat for sure and say that it is paramount that we have the voices and integrate the inputs of young people. And when you speak about young people, again, young people are not a homogeneous group. There are so many different aspects of young people within our different communities, and we integrate them within the development of this process. And what I mean by this, a practical example, let's just say that as countries are now, of course, developing their climate financing plans, whether it be to engage in private sectors and others, there is a need to ensure that we have the various youth organizations, the gender-based groups, we have the groups of persons with disabilities, because what this does, it allows you to develop a more holistic financing framework. I often say that 2-3 people sitting in a ministry office cannot develop a national financing framework that will cater to the needs of all. It is absolutely impossible. And it is important that you engage with these groups, but how do we do that? You know, these same 2-3 people cannot go out and engage and meet with all of these groups. But that is where, for example, one of the practical examples we have in St. Lucia, where we have the CSO coalition, and of course many other countries are now adopting this approach, where we have this coalition of CSOs who serve as the entry point for various government and other agencies involved in developing these financing frameworks. So it almost serves as a central hub where you can engage with that wider cross-section of society that they can then get involved in this. So for example, as right now, we are reviewing what we call the NDCs, and that is an approach where we can actually get the voices of the various CSOs to participate within that national process to ensure that when we review our national climate plans, it reflects the voices and needs of everybody. So just to touch on the multi-stakeholder approach as a foundation to ensuring that you have a climate finance framework that would meet the needs of current and also future generations. And speaking of future generations, of course, there's a need, how do we integrate children specifically within this process? And that is an ongoing conversation now where we talk about how do we get the voices of children and their concern. Because you'd be amazed at some of the ideas they have and how we can ensure that there's innovative ideas on how we can actually channel financing in that space. So definitely on the multi-sectoral approach. But another point, which I think is really key, is how do we make the linkages between the financing of the climate and other key sectors within our sector. Whether it be, and it's good to see, for example, within this space that we have the health justice, the freedom of expression, and so on, that sort of tripartite approach. Because we often have to make the link Because we cannot take climate in isolation. I think I've heard it about twice this morning, that we cannot look at climate in isolation. So it's important in developing these financing frameworks that we link it with what is being done in the health sector, for example, as mentioned, what is being done perhaps in the infrastructural angle as well, in developing infrastructural plans. Oftentimes, we hear our governments pushing a lot of Vision 2030, this catchy phrase, Visions 2050. How do you integrate your finance and your climate finance aspect and make the link to the different sectors? Because what this does as well, it allows a greater level of citizenry involvement, which is actually key in helping to push greater political momentum. So that is why I always mention the coalition as a way where you can get that wider cross-section of people who can then actually have an influence, and it goes beyond just the financing framework. It goes to other aspects of policy when you can develop that momentum required. And I think a final point, just to touch on, in terms of developing financing frameworks, I think right now we need to see a lot more of the programmatic approaches and not just project-based approaches. Again, looking at the big picture, like I often say, having that programmatic view, one, it looks more attractive as well, but it shows that there's a long-term vision. And oftentimes when I work with other youth-based organizations in accessing finance, I often say, well, give me, what is your 10-year vision? If you're going to present this to a funder, give me what is your 10-year vision? How we can see that the impact we're doing today, how do you foresee this going on? Because then it's also a way where you can leverage additional sources of funding beyond just a 6-month project or so on. But then you have this larger impact, a long-term impact, and that is how we can truly create that generational change which we so urgently need at this time.
Excellent, excellent. And that's so important, because often when we think of climate change, we put it in a box to tick. But the reality, as Giovanna has just illustrated, is that it's multi-sectoral. And when we look at projects, they're often a lifespan of 2 years, 4 years, 3 years. And then what happens after the project is completed? So looking at things from a programmatic approach, it also adds to the issue of sustainability and meaningful impact. So thank you very much for that, Joanna. My next question for Kumi. In the absence of funding, what interim strategies and practical solutions can drive climate justice and resilience? How can we make the most of existing resources, partnerships, and community efforts?
Thank you, Audrey. This is a very dangerous question. I thought about it last night after our briefing a lot. But before I answer that, I just want to take a minute to say to those of you who put your hands up for option 3, I just wanted to say that if I'm brutally honest with you all, I've lived in this space now for more than 15 years in the climate justice struggle. There are certain days that I wake up and it feels like option 2 to me. And there are certain days when I wake up, it feels like option 3, just to be brutally honest. So why I say this question is dangerous is because this question can sometimes end up being what the fossil fuel industry has done to us, which is basically made us feel as if we are the problem by saying, oh, you guys, you all want oil, you all want gas. No, we want to move, we want lighting, we never said we wanted dirty energy. We never said we wanted to be driven by dirty fossil fuel energy. Those were the choices that the powers that be that made. Having said that, as we speak right now, in the absence of action on the parts of governments in multiple countries in the north and the south, especially indigenous communities, but other frontline communities are building their own micro-solar grids. They are developing their own capability, and all of this by mobilizing resources from foundations, by doing, there are cases, including in my country, there's one project where there's been a crowdfunding effort to build partly, but let's be very clear, when we're doing that, important and nice to do, let's have no illusions that the scale of the problem, this thing here won't even tickle the problem, okay? But still, should we do it? Absolutely, and you know why? Because we, by doing this, can show governments, business, and financiers that actually it is possible. So part of whether we move this forward is to recognize that we cannot do it on our own. We have to get the global system to deliver, right? It has to. So like when for those of you who don't know, the climate negotiations started in 1992, right, at the first Rio Earth Summit. And if you go and look what was said there was something called Agenda 21. That was, if we followed Agenda 21, we won't be in the crisis that we are in now, right? But so we've been going year in, year out, and what we ask for is a fab deal. Not a fabulous deal, but a fair, ambitious, and binding deal. You know, a deal where the governments can't sign when they're at the COP and then walk away when they get back home. But each year, you know what we get? Is not a fab deal, but a flab deal. F-L-A-B, full of loopholes and bull, okay? So, it's become crystal clear for us. If we are going to move forward, we need top-down and bottom-up efforts. And we are building, as Christopher said, a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty initiative. I'll come back to it in my last contribution. But unless we can have binding agreements where governments commit to, one, no fresh investments in fossil fuels, because another way to say it is no fresh investments that will kill our children and their children's future. And by the way, those of you who are worried about saving the planet, I have some good news for you. The planet is just fine. The planet doesn't need saving. Because if we continue on the path that we are, warming up the planet, our soil gets destroyed, it gets too hot, our water is gone, we can't grow food. We will be gone, the planet will still be here. And the good news for all those who are only worried about saving the planet, once we become extinct as a species, the forests will grow back, the oceans will recover, and so on. So understand that the struggle to avert catastrophic climate change is nothing more and nothing less than protecting our children and their children's future. So therefore, we need all hands on deck. We need to have the small-scale initiatives in communities and so on, but we absolutely need our governments to get serious, to commit to a global agreement as a global united human family, and start delivering something that they have not done for 30 years. All we see is baby steps in the right direction, and right now that's not going to secure our children and their children's future. Thank you.
Wow. Save the planet, save ourselves. Othniel, let's make you the president of a new Commonwealth organization focused on climate justice and resilience. What would you prioritize for impact? How would you go about making that impact?
Thank you very much, Audrey, for that question. Maybe I'll just take you down memory lane about the Climate Finance Access Hub itself and how it started. Actually, the thought about starting the Climate Finance Access Hub happened also in Chogom of 2013. And as a result of that, a team of experts were selected within the Commonwealth countries to develop the framework for that. Some of them are still with us here. So in 2014, my organization, where I was working with, called Stockholm Environment Institute, was commissioned by the Commonwealth to develop the framework or the mechanism for implementing it. And so when the history of climate finance access hub comes in, I was one of the three in the SCI team that developed the framework, the mechanism for implementing the climate finance access hub. And after developing it, I got invited by the Commonwealth to see how I can be able to, walk the talk, what we have written. And then I was challenged to come to Tonga. And I have seen the growth of climate finance access hub over the years, and having served in 3 countries presently, all as Commonwealth Climate Finance Advisor. And I think it is very, very critical and important now to be able to move the lens where the Climate Finance Access Hub is going to include a very important, significant aspect of climate justice. So if I'm asked to do that, In short, interestingly, being one of the oldest climate financiers who has been there longer than others, I'm called the dean within my colleagues. So it's so appropriate that if that is the step that the Commonwealth Commonwealth is to take, what will be the priorities? What will be the strategy that the Commonwealth needs to use in terms of moving the organization forward? And I think one of the things that needs to be done is we don't have to go far. Already there are other good practices that exist. Of course, we know the Mary Robinson Center or Foundation for Climate Justice. There is also other climate justice centers in the US, even within Africa also, and so many other countries. So if I happen to be in that position, or if I'm to advise the Commonwealth, is to look at the best practices from this. And of course, like the Mary Robinson Center, they have about what they call the principles of climate justice. So it is to learn from that and tailor it in the context that is appropriate in terms of implementation for the Commonwealth. Also, there is the 6 pillars also of climate justice. Those are some of the things or good practices that can be incorporated into the Commonwealth Organization for Climate Justice and Resilience. But maybe I'll just say a few strategies that I could be able to come with equally in terms of suggestion. One is that, the small developing countries as well as the LDCs needs to be supported strongly because they are the ones that are suffering disproportionately and affected by climate change. So that should be one of the key in terms of the priorities that I will set or I will encourage. I will also try to enhance that climate finance for member states through already the existing climate finance access hub. Maybe I just give a small history in terms of the context, the value for money. The Climate Finance Access Hub was started in 2017. But at present, we have been able to support member countries to mobilize almost close to $400 million US. And if you look at what has been put in by some of the member countries of the Commonwealth who have been supportive, especially the government of Australia, UK, and Canada. The value for money cannot be overemphasized. I may not be able to say the exact amount. So there is need also to see, to ensure that all the member countries that need this support in order to be able to help mobilize the resources have the required resource persons to be able to do that. I will also try to see that I provide support, promote the sustainable land management. Already the Commonwealth have a charter called Call for the Living Lands Charter, which is incorporate all the 3 Rio markers, that is both biodiversity, land degradation, as well as climate change. So I will try to see how that can be promoted, because if you look at the needs or the issues around bringing climate justice, this is one of the key things that needs to be done. Now, in terms of these are the priorities. So those priorities need to be translated into strategies in order to achieve that. So basically, when the first question was asked, we have seen that one of the key needs that in many countries is that of capacity. And so one of the emphasis that could be done, already the Climate Finance Access Hub is doing it, but to kind of strengthen capacity building and training. And then equally also facilitate access of climate finance by providing technical support to member countries in order to untangle or access the required resources in terms of developing project pipelines. Equally, I will also look forward to seeing or suggesting to the Commonwealth to see how there can be an integrated project, which using the 3 frameworks whereby projects are not just developed in silos, but they are looked within the 3 frameworks of both in terms of the land degradation, in terms of biodiversity conservation, as well as climate change. And also, one of the key things that needs to be done is the promotion of knowledge among the member countries. And I think under the Climate Finance Access Hub, that is what has been done. But more needs to be done in order to to strengthen that going forward. So thank you very much. These are just a few of the strategies as well as the priorities that the Commonwealth Commonwealth needs in moving forward to strengthen climate justice and resilience among its member countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Othniel, the new president of the Commonwealth Finance Advance Organization. Thank you. We are now going to take some questions and answers from the floor. But because I am the moderator, I'm going to set some rules. And because I have a gender lens, and one that looks also at persons with disabilities and our youth. Gentlemen, please wait your moment for questions and answers, and I would like to invite our women, our youth, and persons with disabilities to stand and ask any questions to our panel. So no time to waste. Financing for climate, justice and resilience, please.
Hi everyone, it's Lady Jace from the Royal Commonwealth Society Gender Equality Network. My question in particular to the engagement of any Pacific initiative with the Asia Pacific Ministerial engagement to Paging Plus 30th and the Paging Plus 25th in terms of climate justice.
Could you please just repeat the question again?
My question is not in really particular, but I would like someone from the floor to answer or respond to the question. What is the contribution or engagement from the Pacific itself to the Asia Pacific Ministerial, Paging Plus 25 and the Paging Plus 30th in terms of climate change into climate justice? Because I was in Bangkok in 2019. It was a really long dialogue and engagement from the Pacific and Oceania when they raised it's a serious concern in terms of climate change converted into climate justice. I hope that I made myself clear.
Take them one by one. So I'm not sure I fully got it, but I'll try. So basically, there are a range of regional ministerial efforts going on in Asia, Africa, and so on. One of the things is that we are investing quite a lot of time, energy, and effort to get the best possible outcomes of these different kinds of convenings that are happening. One important thing that has changed is that we are seeing more inclusion in those conversations. Like, for example, let me just say one mistake we made, right? The mistake we made was framing climate change as an environmental issue. Climate change must be seen as a cross-cutting issue. So it should be seen as an economic issue, an energy issue, a transport issue, an agricultural issue, and so on. And unless we do that, whether it's ministerials in Asia or in Africa and so on, irrespective of what the intergovernmental convening is, we don't get results if we treat things in silos. Because for far too long, we've been treating things in silos. And therefore, we need to insist that when these meetings are happening, that we don't put climate in a box that stands on its own. We need to say climate and gender, climate and people living with disabilities, climate and, a whole range of other issues. Unless we do that, we don't mobilize the kinds of numbers of people that we need, because people have to be at the center of delivering. And let's be very clear, based on practice, we would be extremely foolish to put our faith in either governments or in the business community. They are in denial, they are suffering a terrible cognitive dissonance, they say the right words, but they don't back it up with actions, and those actions will only be backed up by serious public mobilization, and to mobilize a level of mobilization that we have never seen on any issue in the history of struggles against injustice. That's what is at stake if we are to win and give expression to the idea that no time to waste.
Yeah.
Remember, we were going to exercise a gender lens and give priority for questions and answers to...
Talofa. My name is Fangalima Tuatangaloa. I'm from here in Samoa and a strong advocate for climate change, climate action, climate justice, now climate financing. If we are here talking about wasting no more time about all these bits and whatever, as a person who works really hard at a grassroots level, I think we need to tell the climate destroyers to stop destroying our climate. We need to tell that we need no more Hunger Games in terms of trying to get into the stage where we really need to have a very safe environments for our community here in the Pacific. We need to tell them that we are so suffering with these severe weathers. Thank you for coming to Samoa and feel the heat that we feel every day. And that is, of course, the effects of this climate change that we are facing here. So if you feel that, you tell those climate destroyers, these Hunger Games, invest into areas where we need to resolve and to address issues about climate change. Thank you.
Since I have the mic, may I would like to start it from Wala's statement, final statement today. Stop talking and listen to us. Then come to this session. Stop wasting time. Climate justice starts from us. It starts from you and me. And how can we do it? From your own environment. We don't need some finance. If you got the cards to do it. I'm a farmer. We are claimed as one of the climate destroyer of the world. But without the farmers, how can we survive? That is the main question we want to ask. The thing is, if we take small action, take photos, we have the technology. Start from my own backyard. When you see it flourish and nice, then once disaster comes, cyclones, drought, take a photos. This is what Peters would send straight to Commonwealth people. The financer. We work so hard, but you're not helping us. Why so many red tapes when we apply? Why so many red tapes? Application, thick like this one, take months, take years. And why are we talking about this? Stop wasting time. Strip all those red tapes. Some of us, we don't speak French. The farmers and the Pacific people, the English is so poor, they don't know the literature of climate change. So stop wasting time. Make sure those application form makes it easy for anyone from the rural area, from the community, from the children, know how to fill it. That's the answer of climate justice. Thank you. Anyway, my name is Alasangato Tuyafiso. I'm presenting Pacific farmer.
Samoa. of
Network
Tailava.
in Samoa and also Chairman of Samoa Pharmaceuticals. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Pauline Elijah. I honor my calling with Teen Challenge. Teen Challenge is in 120 countries in the world. And I worked in a different country, Papua New Guinea, for 38 years, lived in New Zealand before that, and have come back to my country not knowing what to do. Then I prayed and asked the Lord, help me to be a blessing to others. And I'll try and be very fast. And I joined Teen Challenge as a country director. And it's something totally new, no money, no millions to deal with. And there's climate change, there's all sorts of things. And my understanding of climate change from my own point of view is to do with the weather, global change, a big hole in the ozone layer, the big ice somewhere that's melting. And I know that affects the well-being of the people in 56 countries that in the Commonwealth. Not only that affects their health, affects communities, countries, the economics. It also causes poverty, and a whole lot. There's a long list, more than 100. So what are we going to do about it? Unity. Come together. In unity, think tank, and see what we can do about it as one. Because together we stand, divided we fall, we all know that. So that's my understanding of climate change. Not much, but my understanding of it. And we can only get somewhere by being honest. Like for me, if I don't know anything, I'll say, sorry, I don't know, please explain to me. That's the only way I learn. So thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you to the wonderful panel for your sharing. I'm Antonia Lili'i from First Union. Yes, us trade unions are in the room, so it's been wonderful observing and hearing. My question is, or my observation is on climate change and its impact on forced migration. And I think I heard my sister down there talk about the PACER Plus, and I also support my fellow comrade here who just spoke. So in terms of the allocation of funds, and I could only speak on my community in South Auckland, the allocation of funds with our community initiatives that are housed in government agencies, and which, from my experience, does not work. So the growing gap will keep growing if there's no heart in serving for the cause. And accountability and transparency is important in terms of the government's funding those initiatives for the community, which should go into community to serve the community and its purpose. In terms of, there is a clear absence in terms of civil society and us unions, trade unions being involved in this space. And I thank you for your sharing on the fossil fuel, and I fully support that. So thank you, panel.
Talawhalawa, tēnā koutou katoa, tōtahi mihi ki te mana whenua tēnei whenua, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia koe e te tōkara mō tō mahi kai ranga o tēnei kaupapa tēnā, o tēnā kia koutou. I'm a Ngāti Porou woman from Aotearoa, New Zealand. That is my tribe, village. And my name's Julia Whaipoti. I'm here on behalf of the New Zealand Human Rights Commission. In terms of climate justice, climate change is an issue. I'm just thinking about being in the moana, being here of the Pacific, what work, knowing, I suppose, the impact that colonisation has had on Commonwealth, and that Indigenous solutions are part and should be centred in addressing climate change, and for there to be climate justice and for there to be climate finance. So just wondering to the panel, what considerations do you see in terms of Indigenous peoples being part of these decision-making tables, being part of this solution? So I'll put that to you. Tēnā koutou.
Yeah, I think definitely maybe I can just touch on that aspect as well, particularly, again, putting on my youth hat. One of the things which we've seen, particularly within the youth climate movement, is the need to integrate these Indigenous voices from across the different regions. And I mean, of course, we've recognized that there has been that gap, but I think if there's one area where we've seen within the climate space, particularly within the youth movement, that we now have the Indigenous youth group within the formal process and so on. So we've seen progress in that regard in terms of that as an entry point, but of course it has to go beyond the youth level in terms of how do we ensure that we actually have these Indigenous groups being able to almost serve as that direct contact. So what I'm saying is that, for example, within the youth space, we've seen that progress, but there still needs to be a greater deal of integration. I mean, of course, I can use one example. For example, within the board that I serve to the UN Secretary General on his Youth Climate Advisory Board, one of the members out of the 7 has to be from an Indigenous group from whatever region. So I think last time around it was someone from Brazil. This time we have someone from the Philippines. So that is, it may seem small, but it's an entry point which we're trying to ensure that, particularly within the UN system and others, that young people, particularly from Indigenous group, have that sort of entry point, that they can actually be meaningfully part of the process. And if I address your questions.
So one of the painful realities for us to confront is the connection between slavery and colonization on the one hand and the emergence and dominance of fossil fuels. Basically, you know, right now many governments will say, like in the US, for example, oh, it's impossible to make such a big change. Actually, we did have a massive change where we changed our energy system. The energy system that we had was based on African enslaved labor for North America, right? And that change away from slavery was connected. It happened because of activism for sure, but it also happened because of the advent of fossil fuels, because slave labor was replaced by fossil fuels being able to, you know, coal running trains and so on, so the amount of actual people doing jobs actually changed. So we must remember that there is a fundamental connection between the two. Now, for the Commonwealth, I think there's some painful questions for us to ask, right? Right now, when we look at which countries are holding us back in terms of making progress, right? It is the so-called developed nations of the Commonwealth, right? I mean, right now, Australia, for example, is about to charge ahead with one of the biggest coal projects, right, on the one hand, and then they are saying to the people in the Pacific, oh, we're acting in solidarity with you. No. If you are doing this, you are saying to the people of the Pacific, doesn't matter how hot it's getting, we don't care about you. The last thing I just want to say is this, right? You know, if we were the last people on Earth, right, assuming we don't get our act together, we don't make the changes that is within our capability to make, right, and the worst of climate change happens. And then let's say one of the elders amongst us says, you know what? Let us capture the knowledge of human history and put it in a capsule so that if humanity emerges again, we won't make the same mistakes. One of the things I am convinced we would say that those that called us and the peoples who were colonized around the world, who were dismissed as uncivilized and needing to be civilized, was actually the most civilized of all peoples in the world, because they understood that for humanity to survive, right, we have to live in a mutually interdependent relationship with nature. And what we had from colonialism, capitalism, imperialism was actually undermining the fact that we actually needed a relationship with nature. And quite frankly, that's one of the things I would put in the capsule, if life emerges again, to actually say, no, And then maybe I'll just end with a quote from the Cree people of one of the countries of the Commonwealth, called Canada today, known as Turtle Island by the indigenous peoples of that in earlier places. One of the proverbs is say, only when the last tree has been cut, the last river has been polluted, the last fish has died in our rivers, will humanity realize we cannot eat money. And basically, we have to, if we're going to move forward, draw on indigenous knowledge and wisdom, and also just be clear that one of the projects of colonialism was not only promoting a particular religion or economic exploitation, it was fundamentally about trying to eradicate indigenous knowledge systems. And the fact that so much of indigenous knowledge systems still exist points to the resilience of those systems, and we are seeing all over the world that those systems are seeing a comeback, and we should celebrate it. I'm sorry if I took so long to answer that.
Two last questions, this lady in the black and our gentleman right here.
Yeah, thank you. Richard Reeser, Commonwealth Disabled People's Forum. We held a meeting at lunchtime where we looked at a film of the impact in the Pacific on disabled people of climate change caused events. And what was clear was that governments were not doing very much to identify those people at risk. We're not vulnerable people, we're people at risk because people haven't eliminated the risks that we're suffering. So one of the fundamental things that has to lead here, if this is going to be done from a human rights point of view rather than a capitalist point of view, is that we have equal value. And as human beings with equal value, we have an equal right to the money that's trickling down for projects. We have the means, for instance, we have satellite sat-navs which could identify every single person at risk on the planet. People could carry a button which would identify where they were so people would know these are the people who have first priority in a situation. It's not going to be that expensive to do that. The thing that came across from the film is that people were not training, that the evacuation centres were not accessible, that the information going out was not going out in sign language, or there were some countries that didn't have sign language, that the efforts were not being made to treat everybody the same. And therefore, how could the funding that you guys are talking about be directed, and it would seem to me it would need to come to the community rather than anywhere else, to actually mean that disabled people are no more at risk than anybody else. And by actually developing that focus at the local level, it would actually improve the safety of everybody, in my view. So thank you.
Thank you. And our last question. For those that missed out on questions during this session, I do invite you. We will have afternoon tea after this, and you can continue the dialogue directly with our experts here. This is not the end. This is just the beginning. So please be rest assured you can continue the dialogue at afternoon tea and hereafter. Thank you.
Wow, the Commonwealth People's Forum. We have been waiting for so long to be here. If you did not choose Samoa to be here, some of us sitting here would not be standing here because we would not have been given the opportunity to do so. We would not have the finances to be able to get on a plane and reach those places. It is something that we need to acknowledge. It is something that we ourselves, those who live on these islands, these countries, all of us in the Commonwealth or communities, we need to acknowledge that paper, those documents are nothing. It is just empty, empty words. Please note, and I repeat, I do not discredit the work that all and everyone has been doing. I do not discredit our local government for trying. But I am very, very sad to say that the support from our local government is empty and nothing is there. It is not because they do not prioritize this this very important and crucial, vital element, vital issue. But it's because they lack the support to do so. They lack the resources. They lack the people, the knowledge, the wisdom to do so. If they're not going to pay us, if they're not going to reimburse us, at least invest in us to be able to make changes, to find alternative means to do so. I am Patricia, and I come from the Samoa Tokelau Association of Recyclers. We have been working with the United Nations Development Program for the past 6 months to trial a program that's called the Bag That Builds. We collect 1 to 7 types of plastic. Before that, they only collected 1 type of plastic. And you ask, why is she standing up telling us about plastic? Because that's the plastic in the food, that's the plastic in that farmer's land that we're eating from. That's the pain and that's the health. In the end of August, we were invited by the Samoa Umbrella Zonko to present at their Health Justice. Many of them were saying, what's the connection? What's a recycling organization association doing here, presenting on health? This is why. All that plastic creates health. You're looking at women here who might have cancer, your young daughters at home, the food that we eat, the fish that you eat. Yes. Even the fetuses, there's research and it's proven. Those fetuses carry plastic. So if you think only those documents speak words, they're empty.
Thank you very much, Patricia. And we acknowledge the direct connection of fossil fuels with plastic and the impact of plastics on our food supply, our food systems, and also the strong correlation with the impacts of climate change. We see you, we hear you. You are not forgotten. You are visible, and we will continue this dialogue because what you're doing is important. And I just want to reassure you, as with everybody in this room, this is only the beginning. Do not let it finish with a full stop. It's a ... to be continued. So please, keep that momentum and also turn the negative into a positive of next steps from here. Thank you, Patricia.
Thank you, Audrey.
And to my final question. What is your big ask? So I'm going to ask 2 questions, and my panelists are going to choose either or and. What is your big ask to Commonwealth leaders in Samoa, gathered in Samoa this week around climate financing that you would like to see taken through to COP29? And what is the one action, idea, inspiration, or hope everyone will leave with this session regarding climate finance? So these questions are for my panelists, and from our questions and answers, you have reminded us of our purpose.
I guess I'm the first one at it. But certainly in terms of a message to foreign ministers and leaders and so on, for me it's abundantly clear, particularly in this year, we need to put people first above politics. And I think particularly heading into the climate negotiations, there'll be a lot of geopolitical issues which will play into the climate space. So the fundamental thing is that we need to put people above politics. Let us stop funding the wars and let us channel the funding towards the protection of our people and planet. And maybe just to touch on your second question very briefly for us all here, from various CSOs and so on, I think definitely we do need to commend the work for the Commonwealth Foundation in sort of bringing together CSOs and supporting CSOs. Because right now, as we said, there's no time to waste. We need to shift into overdrive, and we need all the support we can as civil society that we can really and truly drive that transformational progress. But I'm going to put on another hat, my teacher hat, and if there's one thing I would like to share again is the sort of ABCs for the way forward in that. One, we need to perhaps look at assessing within our national landscape the climate financing available, what our stakeholder partners we can engage with. Do that assessment. Secondly, the B, in terms of building partnerships and building bridges between the various groups, because that will be essential. And the C, I said ABC, right? ABC, yeah? And the C would be connecting the dots between sectors, because that will ensure that we have a comprehensive, long-term framework nationally and regionally as well to deliver the climate financing when it gets to our countries, but to actually implement at scale.
Thank you. Othniel?
I think with no time to waste, my advice, or what I urge the Commonwealth member states to do, is to ensure that all the national governments have a national climate trust fund. And I think by having that, it will be able to help facilitate, especially community-based organizations, especially NGOs and CSOs, to be able to access these funds. So instead of only having so the funds become in a way like an enhanced direct access. And we have seen good practices of National Climate Change Trust Fund in different or some other member countries, and I think it's high time whereby member countries equally also try to ensure that they set up this trust fund. Instead of waiting for funds coming, they can be able to mobilize, put some funds within, as well as look forward to mobilizing these funds, and making the process of accessing these funds much easier than the process that takes place through the international means.
Thank you so much, Othniel. Christopher.
Thanks, Audrey. So just before I came to this forum, I was on a very small island in central Vanuatu called Amau. And the president of the women's club of the village took me around, and she said, if you go to the Commonwealth People's Forum, I want you to tell them this. So this is from Lewia. She took me around first, and she showed me all of the water tanks in the village are dry because of prolonged droughts. Then she sent her son and took me snorkeling on the reef, what used to be basically the food source of life of the community, which is now an unrecognizable pile of rubble because of ocean acidification and bleaching. And then she took us, and I see my friend, the special envoy from the UK, she took us both to the graveyard, where sea level rise is now digging out the bones of her grandmother from the grave. So from Lewia, she asked me, and she asked us, who is going to pay for the memory of my grandmother? So the big ask from me, for us, to the heads of the Commonwealth is this. When our ministers go to COP29 in just a few weeks' time, they're going to be negotiating what is probably one of the most important climate finance agreements in our time, which is called the New Quantified Collective Goal, or the NCQG for finance. And from our perspective, this NCQG has to be, first of all, relevant to the needs of developing countries and countries like Vanuatu. There has to be a scale of trillions. Enough of this 100 billion per year. We are talking trillions. And that goal has to be new, it has to be additional, it has to be predictable, and it has to come from public sector finance. We cannot depend on the private sector to chart the future of this planet. It has to come from governments. Those of you who have this little booklet that's been circulating from the Commonwealth peoples, there are points here, and I want to thank the Commonwealth people for, I think it was in point number 7, saying this has to be public finance for climate change. That is exactly right. I also want to say that this new goal for climate finance has to be balanced. Yes, we need money for mitigation, for greenhouse gas reduction. Yes, we need money for adaptation, but by gosh, if we don't get money for loss and damage, we have missed this canoe entirely. So loss and damage has to be a part of this new goal. I think maybe the third request for ministers and our heads is around transparency. If this goal is counting fossil fuel money as climate finance money, I don't know what planet they're living on. And it pains me that I have to say that we shouldn't count fossil fuel money as climate money, but that's the reality, unfortunately, that we're living in. That cannot be a part of this goal. And finally, this has to be based on justice. The goal needs to tell us who pays and who receives. We know that the UNFCCC has put this obligation on developed countries, and we know that there are special circumstances for SIDS and LDCs as recipients. And again, this booklet, this green booklet, says that we need money for SIDS and vulnerable communities. And so when the heads meet later on this week, if they're not hearing this message, we need to bring it loud and clear to them. We cannot waste any more time, Audrey. I think the Paris Agreement is at stake, our lives are at stake, the people of this region are depending on us here in this forum and at Chogam. Thank you.
Kumi.
So I would just like to endorse all the comments made by this manel. But by the way, I'm the cause of the problem because a sister was going to come, she was traveling, and she got turned back because of visa problems, and I'm just filling in. So just to say, to be fair to the organizers, it was outside of their control a little bit. So I just want to say that you've heard some good messages here already. I won't repeat what Christopher said. I'll just remind you what was said by our brother there about military expenditure. So let's just be clear. In terms of the amount of money being asked, if there's political will, the money can be found. Take the $7 trillion that's going in fossil fuel subsidies, stop those fossil fuel subsidies, even if they, in the next 3 years, shifted 1 trillion. Not all the 7 trillion, 1 trillion, right? They should. They should. Of course, I agree with you that all should be. But think about it. Even if 1 trillion was shifted, it could be seismic. And my sister Patricia, I think her name was, in the back. I think your comment was really important. Because to be quite blunt about it, I don't trust our governments to spend all that money well. Governments have to work with communities in the front lines, right? And the way those resources are done, and my brother from the Commonwealth Disability Association, ideas like what you said are the kinds of ideas that have to happen. So now, I think in many of our countries, the session after lunch is called the graveyard session of the conference, right? So given that being the case, with your permission, I just want to conclude my comments with a small exercise, and that is to ask the people from these countries to stand up, okay? Tuvalu, anybody from Tuvalu, please stand up. Fiji, Samoa, hopefully there's lots of you. Samoa, Nauru, anybody from Nauru? Palau, Niue, sorry. Oh, raise your hands, please, sorry. Those of you who cannot stand up, please raise your hands, thank you. Tonga, Solomon Islands, and Antigua and Barbuda. Okay. And of course, Vanuatu. Okay? Okay, so while these people are standing, our main call for this COP29, the forthcoming COP, is please put serious money on the table. But the second is to ask all the countries in the Commonwealth and all the countries in the world to do what these folks have got their governments to do, which is to endorse a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty and to actually make sure that all our countries, by the time we get to the COP, our governments are saying they support the treaty. So let me ask everybody who's seated to please put your hands together for these countries that have taken the leadership with the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, one and all, thank you so much for your time and patience. And to my esteemed panelists, thank you. And like I said before, this is ... not full stop, so we can continue the dialogue out at afternoon tea. But the most important thing is, we are not alone. We see you, we hear you. We understand the bureaucracy of all these applications for climate finance. I heard you, Salah. We heard you, Salah. And the most important thing for us going into COP29 is solidarity amongst the diversity of voices here. We already saw a little picture of the differences within our Commonwealth in this very room. And I will conclude with this. 1.5 to stay alive. Thank you.
Another round of applause for this session, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before we run off, that little exercise that we just did where our countries were asked to stand, rest assured when I get back to Jamaica, I'm going to let her know that she needs to she needs to endorse the fossil fuel non-proliferation. Sometimes we don't even know what it is that our countries are doing or are not doing until we are in the right room. And a while ago, I did not feel good being one of the persons seated and not being part of the action that we have been speaking about. So thank you so very much. If you would ask me what words would I use to describe the session a while ago, I would say boom, baff, pow. Boom, baff, pow. And I'm going to tell you why. When we started speaking about the challenges, there is nothing that stood out to me. We looked at conflicts that are distractions. We looked at a lack of accessibility and limited capacity. We looked at lack of data. Therefore, if we lack data, then we lack the ability to measure. We looked at the fact that we didn't have a lot of, maybe regional agencies assisting. That was fine. But it was the numbers. $7 trillion being invested in what? Fossil fuels. And then he broke it down and gave us the example of $13 million per minute. And so what we really need to ask ourselves is, we don't want any fresh investments that will kill our children, because another boof baff pow moment for me was that this planet will go on and heal herself. But what of our children? I thought that was a huge aha moment. And I really want to thank Christopher from Vanuatu, who even brought to us the idea of criminalizing ecocide, making that criminal. I thought that was something, that was a concept that I would not have thought of if you had not had said it. Now, before I pass off to Selena, let me just say, Christopher, that I have a love affair with Vanuatu. As much as I loved geography, I never met anyone from Vanuatu until in 2021, where I met, until 2002, when I met someone called Baizun Kamaragafego. And then, it was hard to spell and hard to pronounce. And then in 2005, when I entered Miss Jamaica World, interestingly, I don't know what I was thinking. But I entered Miss Jamaica World in 2005, and for the pre-judging, right before the coronation, one of my judges asked me, what is a country you'd love to visit, and what is a country that you think would be one that more people should know about? And the country that I chose was Vanuatu. And much to my delightment is that the judge didn't know where Vanuatu was. So of course I was like, needless to say, I walked away with most aware in the interview section, and I did win Miss Jamaica World. But it was listening from you that has rekindled my love for Vanuatu, and I'm reminded that it does not matter the size of your country, and you don't always have to get the buy-in from the government or anyone in the beginning for you to still go ahead and get the job done. And I want to thank you, Audrey, for moderating such a fantastic panel. So Selena, what are the new announcements?
Well, as the former Miss Tuvalu, in my imagination, in my dreams, I'm sorry. Christopher, I have a literal love affair with Vanuatu. My partner is Pala Molisa, the eldest son of Grace, the late Grace and Sela Molisa.
Vanuatu is doing very well.
Yeah, very well, thank you. I have 3 things to share with you, so please put your hand up if you have ever been 15 years old.
15 or 15?
15, 1-5. And keep it up if you've been 16. Keep it up if you've been 17. Keep it up if you've been 18 years old. Imagine, thank you, you can write. Imagine if you'd taken a photo and it beat a whole lot of other photos and it got to be displayed outside the People's Forum. Imagine if no one voted for your photo. So I'm just encouraging you to have a look at that beautiful exhibition, a joint effort of the Commonwealth Foundation, the host government, and Sungo. Take the
QR code, and please vote, because you were once 15, 16, 17 and 18, and there's some beautiful artwork out there. So afternoon tea will be served shortly, but at 4:45 we've got 2 concurrent delegate-led sessions. So the first is ensuring equitable access to affordable medicines of assured quality by Commonwealth Pharmacists Association, 4:45 in the Whale. And the second concurrent delegate-led session is Resilient Commonwealth Communities, Indigenous Social Work Responses to Health and Equity in the Pacific Region by Commonwealth Organisation of Social Work in the upstairs boardroom. So the first in the Whale, the second one in the upstairs boardroom. Everyone is warmly welcome. Take your coffees in there, sit and learn. And you just have to come back, right? Because tonight you don't want to miss creativity and change in the Pacific. We have got stellar artists. You don't, is the thing at the end a surprise for everyone, or can I? So okay, so spoken word poetry, dance, song, and then there's this amazing event that will require us to vacate the room and go outside and watch this marvel. So that's all I'm going to say. I will see you back here at 5 to 6, 5:55. Please give yourselves a warm pati for being such a great audience. Thank you, everybody. Welcome to afternoon tea.
2,